Yeah. Welcome, good morning, and thank you guys for joining us today for the grand finale of Entrepreneurship 2021, and that is Pitch Day. My name is James, and I am studying a Master's in Strategy, Innovation, and Management Control here at VU, and I am the EA 2021 moderator, and I'll be guiding you through today's activities. Super excited to have you guys here with us today. Thank you guys for joining us, everyone here in the room with me, offline as well outside in the LC. Thank you guys for coming out to VU to join us. It's super wonderful to have this in-person addition to the event. And for those of you that join us online, thank you guys as well. It's just as wonderful to have you guys with us today. It's been a crazy journey. Anyone who's started with us at the beginning knows. Over the last 6 weeks, teams have gone from a variety of different academic backgrounds, have been working on shaping and taking what were simple ideas into actual formulated pitches based on thought-out business models and viable business ideas. We've really seen things start from what were just tiny, tiny ideas to what could be businesses in the near future. It's all started with the kickoff 6 weeks ago on the 20th of April when they were inspired to join EA, and it was followed by Lab 1 a week later where teams were formed in the first lab. Even often they had never met each other, yet they collaborated, they got to know one another, and 3 days later they were all teams. Then 2 weeks later at Lab 2, we had mentoring, where all these teams took their ideas and discussed them with industry experts who helped them shape and better their ideas. And that was followed by our last lab, where we had the pitch trainers and, of course, the pitch guru, Daniel Cronin. And these guys helped all the teams with personalized pitch training to perfect their pitches in preparation for today. And now we are here, 6 weeks later, and a whole lot wiser. Our teams are ready to blow you away with some really amazing pitches. So, what have we got? What is the agenda for today? Of course, we've got lots of pitches, activities, speakers, and of course, more pitches lined up for you. We're going to start now with pitch sessions 1 to 3, right? This is the semi-final pitches. We have these 3 sessions with 11 teams per session with 10-minute breaks in between. In parallel at the same time, we're going to have the job chat, where people have the opportunity to go and have speed interviews in the chance to hopefully land an awesome job. After this, after we've had these semi-final pitches, we're going to have the nice lunch break, where offline participants, you will be given a lunch voucher, which you will be able to redeem at Delhi Cafe or Das Campus. And this is a really great opportunity for you guys to grab lunch together, network, and get to know other participants. For our online participants, we're going to have networking rooms. Of course, you can take a break, you can do what you want to, but if you've got lunch at home, why not set up in front of the laptop and chat with some other people during this time, network, get to know some of the other online participants. When we get back from lunch, we'll have a nice little opening where we're going to kickstart with some nice words from the EA team, and then we're going to start with a really awesome keynote from Go Student. Right? This is going to be Laura Vanier, the Chief Growth Officer of Go Student, and she's going to talk to us about the journey of idea generation all the way to hyper-growth management. And of course, these guys are really qualified to talk about this. They started only a few years ago, and they recently landed a 70 million euro investment. So these guys know what it means to go from small to big really quickly, and I'm really personally excited to hear about their epic insights. Then we're going to have the finalist pitches. This is the top 10 teams selected from the morning pitches who will compete for cash and non-cash prizes. And of course, this is a great time to review what prizes are up for grabs. For our third place, we have 500 euros, plus a whole bunch of non-cash prizes. For second place, non-cash prizes plus 1,000 euros. And for first place, they're going to walk away with even more non-cash prizes and 1,500 euros that they can use to put towards their business idea. But guys, even if you don't make it to the podium, there are a bunch of non-cash prizes up for grabs. partners who like your idea, who see synergies with their companies, are going to offer you guys non-cash prizes. So no matter what, you stand a really good chance of walking away today with something to help you get your business off the ground. Then, at the same time, while we're doing the finalist pitches, we're going to have the startup and partner fair, right? And if you're interested in chatting to some startups and some partner companies about what does it mean to work in a startup, go through to this fair. You can ask them questions, you can have discussions, you can chat to them, and this is a really, really awesome experience to get some great insights, as well as to show yourself, maybe get your foot in the door, and who knows, you could walk away with at least a good contact and maybe even a job opportunity. After that, we're going to have the final pitch awards. So after the finalists have pitched and the jury is back, we're going to announce the winners during the final pitch ceremony. And everyone who enters, of course, today, there will be some extra special winners, but we're going to find out who the top winners are. Then, as we reach towards the end, we're going to have a keynote from Wing Woman. So after these awards, the last speaker of the day, Valerie Mocker, the CEO of Wing Woman, is going to talk to us about crafting your future and what does that mean. And named as one of Europe's top 40 under 40, Valerie is a renowned entrepreneur and investor who even in her 20s was already managing a multi-million-dollar fund, was sitting on the board of some major companies, and was really quite successful. So when it comes to crafting your future, she knows a thing or two, and I'm, again, really excited to hear insights from her. After that, we'll have a closing ceremony where, of course, there will be a whole bunch of thank you speeches, some happy tears, a few sad tears, because, of course, it is quite sad to be coming to an end. And that's the agenda for today, guys. So now it's time to begin. Teams will pitch 3 sessions, 11 teams in each session with 10-minute breaks in between. After the session is over, jury members will discuss and possibly call some of the teams for a callback. So if you're here at VU, please hang out, all right? And if you're online, please stay in your call and be available for this potential callback, all right? Everybody should have already or will be getting a personalized briefing. So each team will also be briefed either by someone here on campus or by the host of your online call. And so it's enough from me. Now we're going to move on to the first pitch session where our jury members are Thomas Edgar from TechNet. We've got Florian Slezak from Microsoft, Monique Schleumer from the VU Entrepreneurship Center, Hanna Wunsdam from Austrian Startups, and Martin Reisanauer from BDO. The first team pitching today is Honau. So we would like to welcome Fabian and Sarah to the stage. Fabian and Sarah, if you guys can come through now, it's time for you guys to get pitching. Let's get the show on the road. Are we ready? Cool. So welcome everybody from Honau. Cool. So one more time, welcome, Fabian from Honau. Thank you. Teresa on time. Slides. Right.
By bike from home to his workplace. I'm Fabian, I'm 26 years old, and I'm one of the founders of Honau. And I would like to talk to you about your time today. Every day, millions of people spend more than an hour traveling from their home to their workplaces and back again. and many of them do this by car. Unnecessary CO2 gets emitted, and people waste their lifetime standing in a traffic jam rather than being home and having a beautiful breakfast with their families. That's precious time we're wasting. I brought a little ring with me. That ring actually was given to me by my grandfather. He bought it when he was about my age, after a very difficult time during the war. And he bought it to mark a turning point in his life when he was able to choose again with his time what he wanted to do, because time was stolen from him during that wartime. And I wear this ring to remind myself every day of how precious and how important time is. Time that I don't want to spend standing in traffic jams, time that I don't want to waste ignoring climate change. So with Co-Now, we change work. With our application, we allow the employees of our customer companies to map and indicate the places where co-working spaces make the most sense to them. Thereby, we enable the decentralization of work to fit the needs of companies, of the environment, and of the people. So, if you are a person who cares about time, or you are a leader of a company and you care about the time of your employees, and you want to fight climate change in order to maintain our economy and our society, then you should reach out to me, because time is precious and the time is now. Go now. Thank you.
Right. Time for questions from the jury.
Thank you very much for your pitch, Fabian. Can you tell me a little bit more about your business model?
Yes, I can. Our business model, we start with business to business. So what we do to get revenue is we do a co-working analysis for companies, one of 799 euros, and then we help them to save actually CO2 taxation. CO2 taxations are coming up. There are many lawsuits going on. We saw the last in the Netherlands against Shell. And 1/3 of the tax money these companies are saving shall be getting to us. And also we realize our co-working spaces with realization partners. From them we want to have 10% of the project volume. And we also get commissions from additional services, because we offer additional services like climate neutral mobility at these co-working spaces. There we also have an ongoing monthly commission. So this is like B2B. We want to enter the market with B2B. If you do this, this will lead to B2G, because communities will become more attractive with those co-working spaces. They have an increase in primary residences, so they earn actually more tax money from these residences, and they reach the climate goals. This then leads to B2C. Like the final end of Co-Now would be a system for all Co-Now co-working spaces, where all the people who once came to Co-Now to the business companies where we are targeting first, and to the communities in which they are living in, now really are in touch with Co-Now and choose their workplace depending on the Co-Now platform, where it offers a co-working space for them, so that they can have a perfect work-life balance. This will be the business model. Yes.
I have a question, because I'm a little bit slower than the others maybe. I didn't get your problem as what you're solving. I get the thing with the ring from your grandfather, and I get the thing that it's good to save timing money. But what is exactly what you're offering to the B2Bs then? Are you a co-working space now?
No,
or?
we are a platform,
Yeah.
and we find out where is the best place for working spaces. So where are living people? For example, let's take some company in Vienna. There are many people committing, so traveling there every day from the Waldviertel, okay? There are 100 of this company and maybe 50 of this company. And these companies maybe together are in the WKO or in the Industriellen Gesellschaft. Then we help them. We say, okay, now these companies, maybe they're using some kind of audit to have their people building like groups that they can drive together, but this doesn't save enough CO2 emissions. So we say, okay, you can offer them a co-working space there, and they work right there. Plus, we not only this quantitative data we rise, but also qualitative data. So I ask you, if you, for example, have a small child, you would like to have a kindergarten at your co-working space, you can give this data to us, and we realize that with realization partners. So we collect quantitative and qualitative data and match this with the perfect realization partners where co-working makes the most sense, like in the suburbs or in the countryside, etc.
Okay,
Clear?
but your product is the consulting for
The
that.
application, yes.
Okay, what you're consulting.
So we
okay.
create a custom ID.
I would have a question as well. Who is your first target group and how large do you expect the market? And the second question would be about your team. So what is your founding team consisted of?
Okay. Like the first target group are companies with a big amount of employees, and companies which are centralized in the cities, but they have lots of employees which travel from suburb areas. Okay, so this target group is really huge. As you can say, see, I have here like hours, like the cities with the biggest traffic jams, and you can see how many hours commuters actually spend when they drive to the cities in order to get to work. So this would be our target group, the employers of these people who are spending their time commuting there. And the market size depends on how costly the CO2 emissions actually are, the taxation for the CO2 emissions actually is. So we see here that we have 45% of the people who do like personal transport between the suburb and urban areas. And if we tackle all those people, we will save so much taxation that we can get 1/3 of the taxation, but we still don't know the exact number. But the market, the business model is scalable internationally, so the market volume is really high. And our team consists of me, Fabian, then there is Adrian, there is Sarah. There's 3 people from now. We're still looking for a technical co-founder. Currently, we're in the Green Start Accelerator, trying to optimize our business model.
We have time for one more question.
Yes. Who is doing what in your team? So it's nice to have the names, but what
Yes,
what are the duties?
Good question.
Or do they have
It's about
duties?
personality in our team. No. Okay. I'm like the CEO. Adrian like doing networking for us because he has a very good network. He's a little bit older than myself. And Sarah is responsible for the marketing.
Your background
My background is
of the whole team?
background of the whole team. Like Adrian is energy mobility manager. Sarah studies marketing and economics here at the WU. And I study political science and socioeconomics. So I care, and that's why I founded CoNow, about how political problems like climate change can be solved in an entrepreneurial way. So how to create a need for these economic stakeholders, political stakeholders, and stakeholders of the civil society. That's exactly what we're targeting with CoNow.
Thank you, Fabian, from
You're welcome.
CoNow. Thank you, jury.
Thank you.
So don't forget to hang out around here because the jury
Yes.
might ask you for a call back. Fantastic. And now we would like to welcome Puma Space. I believe that we will have online Marcelo Bolt and possibly Purich Munlo. Just give us a second while we get the online going. I do see one gentleman who looks like he's in space. Wonderful. Just online, can you hear us? We can see you on the screen. Just give me a thumbs up if you can hear us. Yeah, we can hear. Well, I can. How's our sound? Speak again. Cool. Can you speak again?
Can you
No?
hear me?
Yeah, we can't hear it
Hello?
here though.
Can you hear me now?
The first online pitch will come with technical difficulties. Luckily, we are, I think, 10 minutes early. So give us one moment and we will let you know when it's the perfect time to pitch. Just stay ready.
All right.
Awesome. But what a great way to kickstart the day, learning about how we can better deal with office space and how we can find the best co-working space. Optimization. All right, is our sound on? Can we just do a little test?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome and thank you for joining. You are Perchman, right? Mr. Lowe.
Yes, I'm Perchman. I'm Mr. Lowe, yes.
Great, thank you. In a moment, I will let you know when it's your time. Time, are we ready? We're ready, time? All right, cool, thank you. You have 2 minutes and you can go.
All right. So hello, everyone. I'm Perchman Lowe, CEO of Puma Space. We enhance food production using satellite technology. Did you know that 80% of the world has no stable internet coverage? This means that it has a huge impact on the activities in remote places in the agriculture sector. Moreover, did you know that food production only covers 65% of the world population, according to Food and Agriculture Organization? This means that we're falling short of feeding 2 billion people every single day. We solve these problems by leveraging IoT devices and existing satellite constellation using a plug-and-play modular communication module as shown in this picture here and a digital platform, making satellite that works for you, providing data that serves your purpose and helping to automate your processes and day-to-day activities, resulting in a minimization of risks and at the same time improving your product quality. Our market has a huge potential. Nowadays, the end user segment of IoT has a market value of $418 billion. And we are expecting the market to grow by 400% by 2025. The market is highly concentrated with a few players such as Iridium. This is the team. We are a group of interdisciplinary and multicultural space engineers with a huge passion for space. We met through the Space Generation Advisory Council from the United Nations. Last words from me. We are seeking to empower our platform with existing IoT platforms such as Microsoft Azure and advisors for our scale-up plan and intellectual properties. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you, Perchman. Now we're going to hand over to the jury for some questions.
Thank you for your pitch. Quite interesting solutions. I didn't really get what your IT device is gathering. Which sort of information do you get? What is the product that you're offering to the agriculture industry? Because there are a lot of.
One second. So do you see this communication device here?
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. So this communication device will be placed on machines or machineries in the agriculture sector. And this communication module will measure temperature, humidity, and send this information to the satellite. And the end user, such as the farmer, he or she just have to download the app and will get all the data of their crops. So what's the temperature, what's the humidity, so that he or she can set the right temperature or humidity in order for the crops to prosper.
Maybe a follow-up question on that. If I understood it now right, aren't there already solutions like that on the market?
Yes. So, for example, Iridium is a very big company that is doing that. But what differs us from them is our plug-and-play module. So it means that you just have to place this module on the machines, and you can use it immediately without having to download any hardware. And of course, we are planning to develop our own satellite, our own nano satellite. So Iridium, they only have this platform, but do not have their own satellite constellation. So this is what we are offering as well, the satellite constellation.
Hi, hi, thanks a lot for your pitch. Can you elaborate a little bit on the revenue streams, meaning the business model, how you earn money?
Yes, so I have the SWOT, the strength. So what our strength is, our cost will be less than our competitors by 4 times. We will provide better connectivity and efficiency. We are planning to use the agile approach, so to launch and prototype at the same time, so to reiterate our product, and everything will be available in one single platform for the users to use. Our weakness is that the data is extremely heavy, and the asset management. And as we know, IoT is an emerging market with continuous development. So there's always so we will face challenges in the constant change of technological development. The threat is that this development of satellite constellation and the module itself is really expensive. And another point is the security reason of data privacy. And the most important, or the last but not least, is the failure of the satellites when we launch the satellite. So these are our threats. And what are the opportunities? So investment of development technology, collecting real data, and conduct analysis. And since the IoT market is still an emerging market, there's lots of opportunities. And to answer your questions, our revenue will be from subscriptions. So our customers will provide a free plan with limited options, and we have the freemium, where customers will have access to all features of our platform. And our target group is the agriculture sector, such as farmers in the whole Europe, and big companies. I think, if I remember correctly, the name is Azure or some Vertu. It's a Swedish company. Yes, please. I think there's a technical problem.
Okay.
Perishman,
Shall I repeat the question?
From your side.
can you hear us? Because
I'm
our
not
sound
sure
is
if you
coming
can
through
hear
to
me.
you.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear us, Perishman? Can you hear us? Our sound is coming through. You can see it leaving on our side. Can you hear us? Okay, we'll give it 30 seconds. No? Okay, sweet. Perishman, I think someone should send him a Zoom message to say that that there was a technical difficulty. Thank you very much if you can hear us. Otherwise, thank you to the jury. We'll move on now to our next team. So joining us offline is David from Vimwell. So David, if you can hear me, please join us now in the room. David is here. David is ready. Time is ready. David, thank you.
David provides people challenges, help them accomplish. The name means source of strength, but who needs that? Probably all of you already wanted to accomplish. Sure, you can reach a promotion, buy a new car, or marry the most beautiful woman in the world. Well, but most people cannot reach those goals. Many experience stress and often develop depression or other problems. What's the solution? Keep them motivated by telling them to stay positive and keep on trying. That may help some, but many do not manage and end up unsatisfied. But what if people had the tool? What if people had the tool to create, share, and accomplish challenges? Create, accomplish flexible goals together. That's what Wimwell offers. Wimwell combines real-life goals with virtual elements and transforms them into challenges. A challenge can be a music composition on various instruments, a quiz series, or a travel guide in any possible place in the world. Every challenge can be performed directly on the platform with the option to use external tools. When I first had this idea, I wondered whether to take it. Then my goal prevailed. Soon I found myself in a team working for the same goal. I want to give people the opportunity to spend their time in a pleasant and constructive way. I would like you to support us on our journey, and there are many ways to do that. Some of you can help by investing money to launch a marketing campaign or finance further development. All of you can help by encouraging others to try Wimwell. First version is available already in Google Play. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, David. And over to the jury for questions.
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much for the pitch. My question would be, your solution is a platform for people who are looking for special challenges?
Not just for people who are looking for special challenges. The idea is that to take those kind of activities, which also means some kind of goal in somebody's life, for example, to performing or to learn how to play the piano. Or if you are just in a place on vacation, something went wrong and you are searching for a new places to visit, so to kind of take real life goals, turning them into entertainment challenges on a platform. And one people or one team creates these challenges, they publish it, and then for a certain amount of time, several months even, it's available for everybody who is either near to that place or can be also far away. It depends on the creator, how he decides. And then they can perform this challenge on the platform, and the platform checks the performation, and if it finds it valid and it's okay, good enough, then they collect points.
But it's for persons for leisure activities, or is for well-being, or is it for, I don't know, any
for example,
treatments, treatments?
Depends on the activity. The music, for example, is for every enthusiast who want to practice some music or maybe deepen their knowledge in a certain instrument.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your pitch. I think we had, in the last 3 years, always a startup that wanted to create the next social media for getting people together to do activities online or offline. How do you differentiate yourself? What is your factor that draws people in? And how do you plan to get the first 1,000 users on board?
Because Wimwell concentrates on doing something. Other social platforms concentrate on watching something. Okay, maybe TikTok went a bit further and there you can dance in front of the camera, so a little bit doing, but still there is little activity in this area. And the next question for how to acquire customers, Agnes and Attila work on social media, and we are searching, of course, other people, also CMO, to help us in that. For example, one concrete idea is to use TikTok. As you may know, with Wimwell, you can create content, because the music you can also record on a video. That video you can publish on Facebook or...
Thank you.
Since you have here the team slide anyways, can you please elaborate a bit what are the experience of each team member and their background?
Yes. Arianna, she studied originally teaching for elementary school, and now she is doing her PhD studies jointly here in Vienna in sociology. And she helps a lot with communication. She knows a lot of languages really, and also content. You know me already. I'm more from the technical. Yes, I'm a computer scientist. I'm responsible for the cloud infrastructure, the programming on different platforms, and Domenico helps a lot giving advices because I have maybe some lack of knowledge in the field of economics or business planning, and then he has a lot of experience. He can help us.
Time for one more question. There is.
Again, how do you earn money?
The very first version of Wingwell, we use very classical ways, of course, monetization by advertisement. So the app itself is free for users and also for creators. But we use some advertisement, and there are also these virtual elements. Some of them can help you to make it, let's say, more funny. And those you can buy in a shop, or you can also collect them during the. And later, maybe if there would be a lot of users, we could imagine something like a subscription model for VIP.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, David. Thank you, jury.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. So now we then move on to our next team who will be joining us online. We have Frederick Roth. I believe he's the only person who will be pitching. And he is representing Thytech. I hope I pronounced that right, Frederick. Frederick, can you hear us?
Yeah, we hear you.
Awesome, and we can hear you. Fantastic. Cool. Just looking at my team to give me the thumbs up that we're good to go. Okay, cool. We're going to start the timer now, Frederick. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. So there is a pain, there is a gap. The world is suffering, a suffering most people aren't aware of. The medical term is thyroid illness, but it's called the invisible disease. Thyroid illness is a hormone disease that destroys vital hormones produced by the thyroid gland. The symptoms are brutal and often stigmatizing. A fast-growing disease, especially among young people. Despite medicine, 50% suffer bad and there is no care program. 50 million affected in Europe, 22 million in the US. As common as diabetes, but still unknown, 1 out of 8 will develop it during their lifetime. This could be your classmate, your colleague, your friend, or even you. We are Thytech, and we are here to solve this problem. The problem today is that people have no control over their thyroid illness. The solution is simplicity, thyroid wellness made easy. We provide an innovative and educational WellTech platform and app that brings everything you need under one roof, including tools for simplicity and structure, wellness program, and take control gameplay. Our business model is based on subscription, product sales, ads, and B2B services. We build bridges between people, companies, and organizations. Our value promise is to simplify. Many competitors lack distinctiveness and are not user-friendly, something that we want to change. Our competitive advantage is to make thyroid wellness simple and fun as we educate people to take control over their well-being. To create growth, we attack the market through 2 successful theories, the flywheel and the R metrics. Traction builds our foundation through social media and interest groups. Our Facebook group have 4,000 members and 63% are subscription positive. Keywords are good, care, and trust. And then we scale up. Creating good health is our aim, but many other goals are also being met. Thytech, collaborate, communicate, and connect, and make the dreams of a sustainable health a reality. Thank you. Should I?
Thank you very much for the pitch. I think makes not too many questions. I have just one question more left. It's about the team.
Yes.
So how many people are you? Who is doing what? Not just the names.
We are me, Frederick, Henriette, medicine, and we have Johanna, which is environmental and sustainability. And we are searching for a tech person, and we hope to find someone in the near future.
Thanks a lot for the pitch. Really a great solution. Have you thought about your production strategy? How do you produce it? How do you overcome scarcity in supplies, partners, supply chains, these topics?
We have, at the moment, if you ask you about the platform, we want to find a tech person, so we would like to build it in-house. And partners, we hope to do you mean with partners? How do you?
Does it contain also? Sorry, does it also contain hardware, or is it just an application, or do you use some hardware in addition?
No. It's just its application is a wellness program where you can be guided to make the best of you and find wellness.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? That's all? Last chance for questions? All right, Frederick, thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
We thank the jury, we thank you. Cool. So then we are moving forward to UniHub, who will be joining us offline. So we have Anna. I believe it's just Anna who's going to be joining us. No? Oh, no, it's not Anna. It's Mikhailo.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mikhailo, from UniHub.
Yeah.
The floor is yours when you're ready.
Just give me one. So just press one button and the slide is there, right?
Yes, sir.
What? So let's start. Hi, meet my friend Ben. He is a student. He enjoys his life and expects his GPA to grow. And then, boom, Corona happened. And things went really bad. Just check these numbers. Terrible, right? That's why we're building UniHub, a video streaming platform for students to study and network together. You may wonder if it's a new Zoom or Microsoft Teams. Well, no. Our mission is to create a community that helps study effectively, connect with others, and together overcome the difficulties of isolation. And that's not all. Our secret sauce is UniHub Toolkit, to-do list, performance tracker, flashcard, smart notes, and many, many more just to keep students focused and motivated. And let's talk about numbers. Well, e-learning market is growing and expected to be around 400 billion just in 5 years. 10 million of students already acknowledge study together concept, and we want to connect half of them. And that's pretty real. Why? Just because our customers have been looking for a solution or trying to make one themselves, and that's why 81% already want to join UniHub. Our revenue model is pretty simple. Main revenue stream is subscription, and our toolkit is available in a paid version. And it's so good that, trust me, every student knows that it's worth it. That's why in 3 years we're expecting to have 70K paying customers and about 2 million in monthly revenue. And of course, startups are not about talking. That's why we've already signed 4 partnership agreements, started building a website, and we launched beta just in 2 months. And if you wonder who are these brilliant minds, titles apart, we are students who acknowledge the problem and are ready to solve it. So, enjoy your studies again.
Fantastic. Our first edutech solution of the day. So we hand over to the jury for questions. Over to Hannah.
Thank you very much. And I think it's important now. Corona really had a huge effect on students who were a bit left out politically. My question is, so you said you kind of gather the students, so they're all in one call if they're fitting together, but do you also support them with study material? You mentioned partners. What do you use the partners for? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I will talk a bit longer, a bit elaborate this question. So the trend, people, when they record, they eating and all this stuff. So the same trend, but we studied a period in South Korea 10 years ago, then in 3 years it moved to the US, spread across the Europe, and now there are lots of videos on YouTube that gather millions of views. I mean, you're not the target audience. And as far as now, people like this communication, so they just watch someone streaming, and study along with this person. But still, I mean, there is no networking. It's just like a mere video. That's why we want to gather people online and make them study together, make them help each other a bit, talk during the breaks, etc. And yeah, sorry, what was the
question? If they're just in one call together and that's all you're providing, that you gather the right people together, or what is your actual service behind
yeah,
it?
basically, we connect them together and we give them a toolkit, so different features that helps them to study. We do not support them with study materials. I guess everyone may get one by themselves, but we just give them all the options to study effectively. We just create the perfect environment for them. Like, for example, book grades, right? We have lots of different features here to study. We have library, we may borrow a laptop, we may go drink coffee, etc. So the same, but online.
Thank you.
I have a question. If I'm a student and sign up, because if I understood it right, for example, here I have the toolkit and I can study together and work together with the people I would like to, and also create the environment I would like to, but how do I find those people? Do I need to bring them basically online, or how do you do the matchmaking?
Basically, we have three different ways how to do it. First of all, there is a streamer who streams himself in a nice way, and other people just watch this person. Second of all, they may work in small groups of 6 people, so that's a bit more interaction, but still it's not like one-to-one. And of course, one-to-one calls if they, for example, want to network, right? Because, for example, everyone wants to find friends from great universities or partners. Because when we were starting, we didn't have that time our technical partner, and we knew that these guys, they exist in TU. There are lots of them, great programmers, but how can we connect with TU? Simply, we're UniHub.
We have time for one last question and a quick response.
How will you ensure the quality of the lecturers or the streamers?
Yeah. For streamers, actually, we want to use Gymshark and YouTube model. So we want to share the profit with streamers, and based on advertisement, of course. So if there is one streamer, he has lots of followers who watch him live right now. That's why lots of people may see ads, right? So they are interested. And that's why streamer is interested to create like the best content, right? To make like the best slide and have a great camera. So he's interested and he's bringing lots of his followers from like Instagram and other networks, right? So that's also a platform for them to develop their personal brand.
Cool. Thank you, UniHub.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Always welcome.
Exciting edtech solution. As an education entrepreneur myself, I love to see these things. Next, we're going to be joined by Felix. Felix from Photon is here today to represent his team.
Oriando?
Yeah, yeah. Arms ready? Well, Felix, floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Felix. Today I have the pleasure of presenting you Photon. And Photon is about building an online marketplace for all kinds of useful digital products. These are things that you're already using daily, like videos, documents, or tools. The main difference is that we will use most of our profits to address climate change and other digital and environmental problems. 68% of people believe that we are facing a very serious climate crisis. And with people only becoming more aware and willing to act, we can observe an extremely high demand for a green solution like this. We will scale and build our complete product marketplace in steps, starting with the categories with the most potential. Just like Amazon started with selling books, we will start with business documents, business processes, and legal documents. We do this to additionally solve some major problems and inefficiencies in these markets. By using Photon, you will contribute to impactful projects and be able to feel good with every purchase you make. Furthermore, you will have access to everything in one place and benefit from a bigger pool of customers and products. And I'm going to tell you something even cooler, because if you understand that Photon's main competitive advantage acts outside the product level, you might realize that this will allow us to create more green alternative solutions within our product marketplace ecosystem. That means you will basically have unlimited scaling possibilities. So right now, we are working on a proof of concept by building a simplified MVP. And last but not least, I want to reiterate that Photon is designed to do good. And our vision is to show the world a more progressive and social form of capitalism. And with that, we welcome any help.
Cool. Questions from the jury?
Yep.
How do you differentiate yourself regarding to Bianco, for example? There are already some sustainable marketplaces out there. And yeah, how do you want to get your first customers on board as well?
Well, I actually don't know Bianco. The main differentiation is that we want to go more hardcore in terms of doing good and really give away basically everything, and really to address digital products as a whole. And what was the second part of the question? Well, how do we get the first customers? I'm a big fan of the saying, do things that don't scale for the start. So because we start with business documents, I would just go to a lot of startups and small businesses myself and work in forums and online and get the ball rolling that way.
Thank you.
So what is the digital services, the digital products you offer on the platform?
Excuse me?
What is the digital service or the digital product you really offer on the platform?
Well,
because it just couldn't be just documents.
Well, the vision is to have everything, like any file you can imagine, and to be a complete digital product marketplace. So yeah, that's tools, that's any files, it's videos, it's songs, it's movies, it's anything you can imagine. Also software and parts of software. And because that's a very ambitious and big goal, we want to get a foot in the door by focusing on a smaller part about this business documents. That's also easier to implement because it's, for most part, very easy files and basic files, which you can then download. And
yeah.
And how do you generate revenues?
So there's going to be a very basic 20% cut on every purchase, and there's going to be additional forms of revenue like in-platform marketing, and for the start we also plan to have affiliate products which links to other products on other websites and make money that way. But the most important one is the basic fee on every purchase.
One last question.
How many people are you together? Do you have a team? You're on your own, or?
Right now, it's mostly me. I do have a few people helping me, but for now, it's mostly me doing all the work.
And what's your background?
I studied here at VU. I'm still finishing my bachelor's. I'm also, yeah, that's mostly it. I've just come from a cybersecurity startup doing all things business. There actually was confronted with the problem of business documents and there not really being a market for it.
Thanks.
Cool. Thank you, Photon. Thank you, Felix.
Thank you.
It's fantastic to see young people trying to find a sustainable way to make business. and we welcome these ideas very, very much. Next, we will be joined online by Laura, I believe. Laura from Ambulance Alert. So Laura, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I will give you the go in a moment. Time is ready. Time is ready. All right, cool. Laura, the floor is yours. Thank you.
This very moment, a person is hovering between life and death. The next minutes will decide whether he survives or dies. He needs help right now, but the ambulance cannot get through. Other cars are blocking the road because they cannot hear the ambulance siren, cannot recognize where it is coming from, or are simply overwhelmed. We can solve this problem with Ambulance Alert. Ambulance Alert digitalizes the way we alert you of an approaching ambulance. Did you know that you and I, as traffic participants, are the biggest obstacles for ambulance drivers on their way to reach the patient? We are also the reason why they have a 20 times higher chance of being involved in accidents. To solve this, Ambulance Alert will notify you well in advance of an approaching ambulance and identifies where your routes will intersect so that you have enough time to safely clear the road and let ambulances pass faster. Our solution consists of a smart button for bikers and an add-on to your navigation system for drivers, which are linked to a matching interface for ambulance organizations. We will offer the app add-on for free to enable fast scaling of our platform, while we monetize the ambulance organizations with a subscription model. And in fact, recently, one of the biggest private European ambulance organizations, who operates in 46 countries, has already shown interest in our product. Moreover, the trends of smart cities and safeties are currently evolving rapidly, but the solutions of our current competitors are not innovative. And that's why we know that now is the right time to finally stop relying only on the outdated systems of the light and siren in a life or death situation. Remember what I said in the beginning? Just during this 2-minute pitch, the chance of the person's survival already dropped by 20%. Every second counts. And now we will make your contribution count too. Let's tackle this problem together and help ambulance drivers to reach their patients safely and in time. Thank you.
The product.
Yeah, so in general, we focus on the software because that's also the long-term solution that can really solve the problems, because the main problem is really that on intersections, they often have accidents, and that's why our software can solve this problem. However, in the beginning, we thought that it's a good market entry strategy to also focus on the hardware, which can raise awareness. For example, it can be sold through schools and universities or other governmental municipalities. And that already raises awareness, gives us time, and also already a little bit of revenue to work on our digital solution.
Thank you very much for your pitch. I think everybody knows the situation or could feel with you. Could you elaborate a bit on the backgrounds of your team? Do you have experience in that area already?
Yes. So we are a team of 4 people right now. We're an international team. We all come from diverse backgrounds. However, we all study together currently in Copenhagen as an innovation master. And we think that actually this is really the skills we need for this problem, because it is a problem that really innovates the sector a little bit, but also has like this, the customers have to get used to it. So we want to focus more on the network, while we have talked to several tech experts, and we're also still looking for somebody within the team. However, we know that the technical solution, it works, and we can also outsource the development for the beginning, but of course then especially for later on, we want to have another CTO in the team.
So if I get it right, your main focus will be that you get on every device and on every car in the digital map, so the alert is part of the existing systems. So you've got many partners to work with.
Sure. So, of course, best case would be to integrate it into Google Maps. However, we are still working on figuring out how that could work perfectly because there could be some problems. However, we know that with Waze, it could work in the way we imagine it. So we have talked to some tech experts, and with Waze, it could definitely work. So we, of course, would target mainly the most prominent ones on the market right now. So while we conducted interviews, we figured out that most people either use Google Maps or Waze. And some, of course, are still using older navigation systems, but we are trying to focus on, of course, on the future and how we can make ourselves there, like available in the market.
We have time for one or two more questions.
How do you handle the problem on the customer side? It's okay, the Google Maps and all the navigation systems. How do you tackle the other side, the ambulance institution? Because I'm not sure if there's a standard for alerting information things. So how do you tackle the alerting institutions? How do you get the right information for your solution then?
Yeah, so the ambulance cars are currently equipped with a tablet. So every car has its own tablet. When they get the information from the dispatch center as soon as the call comes in. And there they also already have a navigation system on it. So it would be more like an software update kind of on their part. And then it would kind of upload through GPS, their live locations on our servers, which can then kind of be downloaded to the car drivers.
There are very different solutions in the different alerting systems in Europe, worldwide. Thank you.
Actually, we talked to several ambulance car drivers and also to one ambulance organization, and in Denmark, Germany, Austria, and Poland, and they all were kind of equipped with this tablet. And also we want to focus first on the Danish market because we have already talked to the biggest private ambulance organization here who would be capable of also paying for the product because they're currently investing a lot for innovative solutions to lower the response time. And in general, Denmark is a highly digitalized healthcare sector and also wants to be a global front runner in this system. So we would target them first, and then they operate in 46 countries. So we already kind of have a good reach to enter new markets. And of course, but we also want to target, for example, the Austrian market, where there are different organizations. But then with this kind of software, we can, of course, customize it to the tablets as well. But they all are equipped with the similar tablets. So it's actually not such a different system.
Hardware, yes, but the software could be quite tackling then. Yeah. Okay.
Last quick question.
Maybe 1-2 words still on your business model, because I missed it.
Yeah, so as I said, the app add-on will definitely be for free because we enable this fast scaling, so we want to reach a mass. But then we monetize the ambulance organizations, and as I said, currently they invest a lot. So for our subscription is a monthly subscription model, which would cost €135 per month per ambulance car, and then €670 as a one-time installation fee also per car. And the smart button would cost €10, which would give us like a 30% margin. But as I said, we would try to sell that through governmental organizations or also target, for example, parents that they would buy it then for their children. So that the actual user is free of charge again.
Thank you, Laura. And thank you, Jerry.
Thank you very much.
Tackling a very big problem with a very tiny sized solution. Cool. So now we will be hearing from Jan, who will be representing the away team. Jan, thank you for joining us. Cool. Right. Time's ready. Cool. Just come a little bit closer to the mic there. Fantastic. Jan, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Jan, and I'm presenting away the alternative booking platform. Like many of you, I seek one thing more than everything else right now is to travel again. To explore, to have fun, and to experience new things. But also keeping in mind that all that traveling makes an impact on the world. But how about it's not an impact, it's an impact. Just imagine you could cut the emissions of your flights just with one click, like that. And that's the idea behind Away. We want to make CO2 offset mainstream by providing a simple, mainstream, transparent, and without any additional cost to the customer booking platform for flights, trains, and more. The goal behind that is to elevate the percentage of CO2 compensated flights of below 1% right now to much more, making the whole travel industry greener. But how? Simplified. Basically, like all other booking platforms, we provide a customer to the booking agent, to the airline, and so on, which in return pays a commission, which combined with other revenue streams like advertising, hotels, and much more, we use to pay for the CO2 offset. Which will then in return be used to subsidize, for example, alternative sources of energy. So instead of polluting industries, this will in return lower the CO2 emissions worldwide. And the key here is volume, right? Because let's say we have a flight that's not booked with away, it's not compensated, and even if we compensated just one bit, let's say 30%, 20%, well, it's not one flight, it's many flights, and it adds up. So, and considering the whole volume of over 1 billion passengers per year, it's a pretty big market. So, it's a lot. Away provides greener travel by choosing our platform. Thank you. And yeah, join away, right away. Sorry.
I would have a question actually. I guess I missed that, sorry. But when you explained the solution, do I then basically book my flight over your platform, or how does it work again? Because I didn't understand correctly.
Well, it's in order to make a proof of concept and to develop it in stages. The first stage would be just to be like a to use the API of other already existing platforms like Skyscanner, which then in return pays us a commission for providing them a customer. Of course, it's a much lower. So it's basically a tool like you can, if you have a travel blog or something, you can already put in the API of Skyscanner in your website, and they pay you for every customer you provide them. This would be the first step. Because developing a whole meta search engine for flights is extremely expensive. Therefore, you would have to look if it makes sense in long term, but this would be the first step. If we then say, okay, we get really millions of customers and we are able to afford to become a travel agency, then of course we will make that step, which will make have higher revenues, but also of course higher costs, right? Yes. Anna?
There are already a couple of organizations that do CO2 offsetting, like I think Mission Green. What's my why should I book via your platform and not just offset my CO2 emissions otherwise? And I think some airlines even let you do it right away.
Yeah, the issue with that is that right now you have various platforms like MyClimate, Atmosphere, and so on, but it's always a separate service. So even if you book it via Austrian, for example, I looked up, I'm visiting my family again on Friday and flying to Warsaw, and I wanted to offset it via Austrian, and it would be actually only like 3-4 euros, but I still have to make a separate booking on a separate website. And the cost of the whole flight was about 100 euros. Let's say we have 5% commission, which is not uncommon for Skyscanner. It would already pay for the compensation and still have some revenue left for the operating costs. So the idea is to make it very simple for the customer without having to use multiple platforms. Yes.
So then the other way around, why couldn't existing platforms just build that in as a feature?
Basically, that's the problem with all ideas. Everybody could do something, but I think that's the motivation behind that, to be the first and be the best, right? Yeah, it could just like look like this, right? So you can have already a compensated flight, for which is if it's more expensive, or you say, okay, if you want 100% compensation, then just pay up 2 euros or something, and then it's 100% compensated.
Time for one more.
So you're on your own, or do you have a team to work?
Basically, I met 3 other guys who are also interested into it while during the avenue. But like I said, as a team, I started as my own. At this point, I cannot really say if we are continuing as a team or if I'm looking for other team members. As well, everybody has their own responsibilities, and I really want to have some people who are really engaged into the manner and.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Now that I am really looking forward to booking my first flight as soon as possible, and if I could offset my carbon at the same time, wouldn't that be great? He's got a point. Good point. Fantastic. So now we're going to be heading online, but it looks like we're waiting for our online participants to join us. So I think I'll just carry on talking while we wait here. But some fantastic pitches so far. Some really amazing ideas from health tech to edutech to travel tech. A lot of tech going on, as would be expected in 2021. Yeah. So next we'll be joined by Jonetto, Hamid and Hussein will be joining us as soon as they can get online. Got our first, we've got the second. Welcome, Mr. HMP. I would assume that is Hussein.
I'm Hossein Ramazanpur, yes.
Welcome, thank you for joining us. You are representing Jonetto, is that correct?
Yes, true.
Fantastic, cool.
I'm representing Jonetto, but I don't know how to.
So you should be able to share. Bottom of your screen, there should be a little green button. There you go. So far, so good. We're just waiting to see your screen.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
In 1 second, I'll give you the go. Time is ready.
Okay.
Just give us 1 second, and we'll be ready for you.
Okay,
cool.
true.
Time is on. You're ready to go. Thank you. Floor is yours.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your time. Of course, you have seen the vending machines, all vending machines all around the city and world. These are vending machines that we see these days. They are really cold. No interaction with people. You just used to go and buy something from them. And it's been 20 years that they haven't had any changes in the market. And in 2021, they should not be looking like this. And they should not just occupy some places in somewhere like metro stations and just selling something. They must contact and interact with people. So Jonetto wants to get the vending machines into the new level of technology by not replacing them, by upgrading them in 15 minutes. And how do the Jonetto doing this thing? First of all, we just add some LCD and a new UI to the vending machines so we can collect better data from the customers. For example, they can register on our customer club. And after that, we will establish a big advertising LCD upon the vending machine to broadcast ideas, to just advertise about the products in the vending machines and just to merge these two things. As you see, the selector on the left, a big advertising LCD, to merge this together and to save space. And we also have some applications that will let the vending machines owner get aware how does its vending machines doing and how much profit it is making. And he can monitor and maintenance his devices and his businesses. So we bring the intelligence into his business. So the vending machines owner can make more money, and his vending machines will not get off any second, and the productivity of the vending machines will increase so high. This is the whole idea of Jonetto in very shortly, and we will be glad if you just take a look on our website and just give us your feedbacks it will be a great help of you.
Thank you, Jonetto.
Thank you.
Cool. Over to the jury for questions.
What are you expecting the investments per each machine will be?
The investment for the vending machines owner to upgrade its vending machines, it depends on the plan he take, but averagely he can do it for free, because we are ready to install the big LCD upon the vending machines at our first step, and then share the profit of advertising with him. And after that, we can go further to sell our IoT software to, for example, customer club, or getting enable the vending machines to getting paid through the fingerprints or Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies. And these are another software that we can propose to him. So it will cost us, according to our competitions that we see in the market, they have some prices like 6,000 euro per license and 1,000 for maintenance per year, and we can go for half of the price because we have developed the program and we have the MVP, and we can go for a competition in the pricing.
But who will pay the initial investment to get the hardware?
Okay, the hardware is not a large amount of money, but if we want to have the big chain of customers, of course, it requires a bit money. We will get the money from the vending machines owner, but in two steps. For first steps, we will invest ourselves on this business. We will install a big LCD for advertising on the vending machine. And after that, if we generate some money for the customer, if he is happy with us, we can propose our software. So our implementation plan is just confined to the installing the big LCDs to get some advertising proposals for ourselves and for the vending machines owners.
I think I didn't really get the USP. Is it to engage the customer of the vending machine, so to make more revenue, or is it for the provider of the vending machine to get better insights to do a smarter replenishment or kind of?
This is the both of it. And first, we are focusing on generating more money for the vending machine owner by getting advertising with a big LCD capacity to broadcast ideas and advertising. And after that, we try to get some customer club for the vending machines owners, and then so he can get some money from the customers, and then he can, for example, buy our IoT program and software. He can be aware how does he is doing his business and how he is making money, and he can manage his business remotely. So when the vending machines are working always, so he will get more money and more profit out of this solution. So we want to bring the money first for the vending machine owners, and then for the customers, a better UI and a better UX for the customers.
Okay, thank you.
Very fast 30-second question and response.
Then just please tell us a little bit about your team.
Okay, I'm Hossein Ramazanpour. I've been working for 6 years in vending machine industry. We were manufacturing vending machines, and Mr. Ketabian is another co-founder. He is 5 years working in VKO, Austrian Chamber of Commerce. And another co-founder, Mr. Robert Eshtal, he has a big experience of 20 years of marketing in the Europe in this technological and software oriented businesses.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much from Janetto. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Hassan or Hamid. Cool. I think we are ready with the next team. So thank you so much. You can drop out of the call when you're able to. We're now going to be hearing from Kyle of Team 44. But thank you, Janetto.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
Cool, Kyle. Thank you. Just so you know, we see things in reverse. You look like yeah. So I think there's this quick. Just thought I'd give you a quick heads up for that one.
So then the text is all in reverse as well.
Yes. So I think that there's a setting that you can click. Able to do it in 30 seconds. Then that would be fantastic.
Mirror my video. Let's see.
Oop.
And is that better?
Yes, but we just need one more second because our. There we go. Wait, no, it's not better. Do it again.
Mirror.
Mirror.
How's that?
It doesn't seem to be changing, but I think yeah, I think that our jury, who seem like very smart people, can hopefully read sideways or read backwards. Cool. So if time is ready, time is ready. Fantastic. The floor is yours. Thank you, Carl.
Okay. So, did you know that 6 out of 10 working Austrians say that they don't have enough time for themselves? That's crazy, right? Why is it so difficult to live a balanced lifestyle and have a successful career at the same time? I'm Kyle, and my co-founders and I, we have felt this frustration and the stress and the exhaustion that stems from the social problem. I've personally tried to solve this through talking to my boss, changing jobs, so a bit of yoga or a life crisis or two, but none of that stuck because the root causes are in the outdated and often harmful systems that are entrenched in our working culture. And that's why we're founding INBA, because we want to co-create the work environments of the future. Work environments that align with the SDGs, promoting health and well-being for the employees, but also for the company, enable higher productivity, attract talent, and increase retention. So how do we achieve this? INBA will be an impact-driven consultancy, and in startup terms, we will create the MVP of your new work environments. We'll do this in 2 stages. Firstly, we'll create the concept. This means running think tank workshops with your team to define what is possible and what transformation looks like according to new work principles. In the second stage, we'd bring plan to action and would facilitate a pilot project. Through this process, our customers would gain a real use case, which can then be used for feedback, insight, and further development. Now, we are looking for mentors. So if you're hearing this and it's hitting you here, and you're thinking, hey, this is a bloody good idea, it's going to go places, then contact us. And let's challenge the system as we know it. Thank you. And just quickly, my teammate Diana is also in the background. You can only see me, but we're both here for your Q&A. So of course, when we're looking at the target market, I think it's extremely large. It's the 300,000+. We'll initially target SMEs because we think they're more flexible and open to this sort of change. So the 300,000+ SMEs in Austria and their 2 million employees would be the beneficiaries. For our initial customers, we would actually look for, I guess, companies small that are ideally somewhere between 20 to 80 people large that also hear our message and resonate with that are already thinking about a transformation and doing this, but actually want to test something first and want to do that with people that are diving deeply into this topic and knowing what's happening.
Thank you very much as well for your pitch. One question, if I understood it correctly, you're an in-person consultancy, or you offer an in-person consultancy service. How do you want to make it scalable, or do you have any ideas for the future how to reach scalability?
Yes, so obviously it's a service-based offering, so it's something that is much harder to scale purely on the side of the service. But because we're impact-driven, we picture that we can scale the impact. So that's why we're offering this prototype or MVP service of their new work environment, because then it's a very quick project that we can move through many different companies with less investment and time. But also in terms of scaling, we've got an excellent example called Global Digital Woman, which is going to be one of our role model companies. And they're doing something very similar to what we want to do, but with the topic of diversity. And so they run workshops, they bring communities together, they award prizes in terms of companies that are doing a really good job. And this is something that we believe we can scale the impact much larger than just what the services look like.
Thanks.
One or two more questions, 1 minute on the clock.
Okay, thanks a lot. Really a great topic. However, how do you differentiate from existing consultancies or HR advisors?
Yeah, so I think, impact-driven consultancy, it's not new, but it's something I think unique, especially for this topic, because our customers could also go to a big four consultancy and pay 100,000 euros to try run a transformation in their business. But in the end, these consultancies, they're profit-driven, and that's their main goal, to make money off the customer. And so knowing that, it's a very different aspect to what we're trying to offer. So the fact that we're impact-driven, the fact that we are actually purely focusing on this topic of new work and the future of work, so we will be specialized. And also we believe our current product offering is something special, because really we are focusing on this two-stage process, very simple. We think it's much more approachable for businesses that are definitely thinking about transformation, but a whole company transformation is too scary, or it's something they just want to test and see what this looks like. So we think this is a much more manageable product that we will also offer.
Okay, thanks.
30 seconds. Anybody? All right. Oh, one over here.
Where do you see your main competition? So where there are quite a lot of offerings consulting, just doing the work-life balance consulting. But where do you see your main competition? Do you see any competition?
Yes, actually, I guess because impact-driven, we have competition, but really they're also our partners. We want to create impact. We want to help the employees as much as we can to have this balanced lifestyle, and bring the SMEs that maybe are more traditional, they need help coming into the future here in Austria. So any other company that's doing this, we would actually see them as competition, but we see that there's so much need that actually we would love to contact them, partner with them, learn from them, and work together with them. So we've found, to be more specific, we found, for example, in the UK, a consultancy led by Perry Timms, who's also looking at transformation, but more from an HR perspective. And we've also found in the US that there's Sam Pang, who's talking more about shorter working weeks, and he's also running workshops and consultancy that promote this idea. So we actually want to contact them and learn from them and work with them.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you, Kyle from INBA, or from Team 44.
Thank you.
Fantastic. So thank you to the jury, and thank you everybody who has been with us so far. We will now take a 5-minute break before we kickstart the second round of pitches with the next 11 teams. For the break, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and we are live again. So anyone who's joined us recently, and this is a very long event, so we don't expect everybody to be here all day long. So if you've joined us recently, thank you for coming to Entrepreneurship Avenue 2021. Again, my name is James. I'm moderating, and I'm here for the day. I was asked to tell you guys how I'm feeling. I'm feeling fantastic, right? When I'm surrounded by entrepreneurship, when I'm surrounded by great ideas, especially ideas that are not just trying to make money, but also make the world a better place at the same time, it gets me really, really, really excited. As does, I think, the jury, as does everybody else here. You know, a lot of people don't realize, but there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that has gone into this event, right? There are Entrepreneurship Avenue members all over the place making this thing happen. So a big shout out to the team for doing such a fantastic job. And I'm looking over to my team now to give me the thumbs up if we are ready, right? We're ready to rock and roll. So now it's your time to shine, Praveen. Praveen, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Fantastic. So Praveen from Above Elite, our timer is ready. Fantastic, the floor is yours. Thank you, Praveen.
Yep, thank you. Hello, we are Above Elite, a tech-focused job platform. There are already so many job platforms out there. So why us? Let's hear this out. Recruiters in Europe face a major challenge of hiring software engineers. Very often, they cannot find any resource locally. As an alternative, employers have started hiring international talents, but it isn't time efficient. Looking at the story of expats, it is incredibly difficult for them to find visa-sponsored jobs because they lack knowledge of European job market and language proficiency. So on a personal note, this is me, Praveen, back in 2019, an IT professional in India. I had to apply for more than 1,000 jobs at one job platform out of many existing job platforms, which isn't time efficient. So the market has begun to recognize the inefficiencies. And given the growth of IT industry in Europe, the situation is expected to get worse. So how do we solve the problem? We connect the pre-qualified job applicants from India who are ready to relocate to Europe with the employers in Europe with a sophisticated algorithm that reverses the hiring process. How? We ask job seekers to register on our platform only once instead of applying at thousands of jobs on different job portals like I did. On the other hand, we ask employers to filter out the pre-qualified job seekers and give them start interview procedures immediately without losing any time. For the revenue generation, we charge employers 10% of the annual salary of a successfully hired applicant. As of now, we have carried out our proof of concept and have been developing our market in Austria and India. Very soon, we have planned to expand it to Germany and the Netherlands. By June 22, we want to reach 1 million sales. For that, we need to place 10 candidates per month from now onwards to 1 year, which is even less than 1% of the potential market share. So we hope to be a unicorn as the IT industry grows further in Europe. Thank you for listening.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on the secret sauce of Above Elite? So what makes you stand out versus your competitor?
The competitors doesn't have a clear filter for visa-sponsored jobs. So we connect the international job seekers from India to Europe. Why India? Because Above Elite has a very in-depth knowledge of education and the job market in India. So we connect them with the employers in Europe. And also with a very good algorithm, we say that we revolutionize the hiring process by reversing it. Until now, I have been applying at more than 1,000 jobs on one platform. But let's stop this. Let's ask the job seeker to only register once because they have their full-time job. And on the other hand, the employers will filter out the candidates and apply to the job seeker with the proper job description instead of a job seeker applying for thousands of jobs with the resume and cover letters.
I would have a question. Could you maybe tell us a little bit more about your team, or is it just you working on the idea? And if it's just you, maybe tell us a little bit more about your background.
Yes, it's me at the moment who's working alone. I studied in India the computer science, the information technology. So I am a software engineer by myself, and I was working in India. So I was an IT professional in India who relocated to Austria in 2019, and I have gone through this procedure. Right now, I have been working in Austria for more than 2 years and also pursuing my master's at FH Vorarlberg in International Business Management and Leadership.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Oh, we've got 1 minute left.
What is the status of the project right now? So you're still in research and development.
No.
Proof. So you already had your first talents placed.
Yes, exactly. So we have carried out proof of concept, but there was no money involved, and it was also a part of research and development and proof of concept. As of now, we have launched a beta version of our platform, but in this month, by end of this month, we have planned to launch an official abovelite.tech, and now we are developing our market in Austria, mainly in Vorarlberg region, and in the other side for the job market in India. But in future, we want to expand to Germany and Netherlands because the governments of these countries has also recognized this issue, because these jobs falls into the jobs in shortage occupations, and the visa sponsorship is really, really easy for Germany, Austria, and Netherlands. That's why we target these countries. And on the after 1 year down the line, we also want to target the job seeker market, not only in India, but also in the different part of the world, like Africa and South America, things, states like this.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Praveen, thank you so much for your very interesting pitch. And it's quite awesome to hear from a startup that's actually already got the ball rolling. So next we'll be moving on. And Praveen, thank you. Let's just give it a little round of applause. And thank you, of course, to the jury for their engagement. So we're now going to be joined by Christian from DigiDrip. Christian, you can come around me, maintain our 2 meter distance here. The floor is yours as soon as you're ready.
Hello, I'm Christian. I'm founder and developer of DigiDrip, and with DigiDrip we bring smarter drops for greener plants to your garden beds. So let's have a look at this very deliciously looking BLT sandwich, and let's imagine that you have your own BLT sandwich with homegrown tomatoes and homegrown lettuce over here, which makes it even more delicious. There are about 1.8 million hobby gardeners in Austria, and all of them are just looking forward to the end of the season to eat their own homegrown food. So they get started with getting all the equipment, getting all their plants, caring for the plants, watering their plants, and then holiday season's right around the corner. And while they're slurping their last pina colada out of a coconut oil, that's what holiday season actually did to the plants at home. So there are 1.8 million hobby farmers in Austria, and I guess every one of us knows at least somebody who already killed their own plants. And what they end up with is some plain slices of bread. And that's where we want to help. So this is DigiDrip, and with DigiDrip is a smart irrigation system which measures the soil moisture and keeps the soil wet at an optimal level for the plant. It's smartphone and internet ready, and you can set the plant's individual irrigation cycle just with a finger click. You can monitor soil and irrigation remotely and get alarms when you're away. We are looking for a mentor who can help us and accompany us on our way to success. The skills we are looking for are familiarity with hardware, especially in hardware production and certification. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, Christian. Thank you so much. Over to the jury for questions.
Can you maybe elaborate a little more on your business model? So how do you actually make money?
Yes. So one thing is, of course, selling DigiDrip itself. And we're already thinking about some future ways, because we want to also make a platform, but we're not ready to make a platform yet. But in future, we want to have a platform, and we can say that we want to have a 1 year. So you buy DigiDrip, and then you get this platform free for 1 year, and then after that, you can just make money out of the platform by renting it to the people.
Okay.
I think, sorry.
Just a follow-up question, if I understood correctly. So I rent the actual DigiGrip.
Yeah, so you buy the DigiDrip, and then you get the fee for free for 1 year, and then after this first year, then you can pay for it on a yearly basis, for example.
And it tells me when I need to water, but it doesn't water for me?
It waters for you.
Okay.
So it does the watering itself, and it does it a little bit different than other irrigation systems.
Thank you.
I would have a follow-up question. Can I adjust it to the plant that is in there? Because like different, let's say vegetables or so on, they need certain water periods when they need
Yes.
more water.
So that's actually what we are aiming. So you can connect with your smartphone, and when you have your smartphone connected to the product itself, then you can say that you have, for example, a tomato plant or a cucumber plant, and then it sets the plant's individual irrigation cycle. If you have a garden, a bed with different plants, then normally you just put plants together that actually work very good together. So they have similar irrigation cycles, and that you can also set with the smartphone app as well.
What are your thoughts about the sales channels? Are you going to sell this, I don't know, via your own online platform? Are you thinking of DIY markets, Lagerhaus, things like this? So any thoughts?
Well, we want to start with our own channels, so we want to start with an own online shop at the first place, but we also want to get to markets. As you already mentioned, Lagerhaus maybe would be a good company where we can maybe start a cooperation. But for now, so we want to start with home gardening, and we want to start especially with garden beds. And I think that for now, the easiest way is to do it by our own platform.
We have 30 seconds left for one question and response.
I have maybe one question, like from the 1.8 million hobby gardeners in Austria,
Yes.
how many of them would actually need something like this and want something like this?
Well, from interviews we already conducted, we already know that there are people who are a little bit afraid of getting their plants because they are afraid of killing their plants actually. And I know that watering a plant with too much water actually is way worse than watering it with too less water. And those are the people we want to help. So we want to help them to correctly irrigate the plants so they can have their maximum yield by the end of the season.
Cool. Thank you so much for DigiDrip.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you to the jury. Thank you to DigiDrip. I believe we have an online participant now. We're just setting up towards the online. Online is ready. Will you be sharing screen? Can you hear me? Eniku, I believe.
Yes. Hello.
Hello. Will you be sharing screen with us, or are you just going to be talking?
Yes, I'm going to share also my
All right,
screen.
you can share your screen now and get that set up. So now we have Eniko from Switch Up. And I will let you know as soon as we can see your screen and when it's time to go. All right, time is ready. 1 second. Time is ready. All right, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, hello. Switch up your life and become part of our team on our preventative health platform. We are Ina, a medical student with an additional background in health, nutrition, and sport. And Marlies, a business student who wants to change the world. And me, Annie, sales expert, yoga teacher, marketing student, and future mental trainer. According to the GlobeScan 2020 study, an average of 61% of adults want to make healthy and sustainable life choices, but they don't know where to start. So if you are honest, have you ever also been in this situation? How many of us get stuck in the struggles of everyday life and we don't know how to go further? We are just living for the weekends and holidays, and we don't enjoy the moment. Together with us, get unstuck and be the change. With you, we want to go on a journey to live a happier, healthier, and more vibrant life. And how do we want to reach this? We are setting up an all-in-one health application that provides you a holistic, state-of-the-art knowledge about what good you can do for your body and mind, combined with storytelling and behavior psychological methods.
30 seconds.
These are going to be delivered by medical experts. And to keep you on the track, it is going to be supported with peer groups and personal assistants. So for the time, just one cafe break, daily 10 minutes, you are already making small steps in the right direction to watch after your long-term health. We want to help you to get on the right path, since all the over-advertising, misleading of food industry, and the wrong advice on social media are way too complicated. We need your help. And what we need to reach our goal is funding and grants to bring the first version of our application and the craft of content that will direct people to a happier, healthier lifestyle. Get in contact with us, and together, let's switch it up.
Thank you so much, Eniko from Switch Up.
Thank you.
Right. We'll be handing over to the jury for questions.
Thank you.
I may start. There are several apps now regarding mindfulness, yoga retreats, etc. Would you like to elaborate your clear USP compared to other apps?
Yes, there are a lot of different applications, but they are separate for yoga, for nutrition, or for mental tasks. And our would be together a complex for each of the three different parts. And that would be our USP is that our programs would be supported by medical experts, and that the programs are available, can be used just really 10 minutes in each day and not longer.
So I can use the app bits by bits, and then I can actually have a conversation with an expert, like face to face?
This is also possible, but just additionally, no, during the application, this would be video programs which can be used, and additionally can be booked separate consultations with the experts if it's needed.
Thank you.
But we would set up a medical expert system in the background, and our programs would be supported. So everything about what we are speaking, the videos about what we are making, and the programs is set up with the help of medical experts.
I do have three brief questions. Firstly, what does the user journey actually look like? Secondly, what is the status of your project? And thirdly, how are you going to make money?
Yes, we just got to know each other, the three of us, during this program. So we are really at the beginning. The next steps are going to be that we make the customer interviews on different platforms. And the second is that we set up a financial background or a financial system that we can see where we are standing now and where we have to go. So we are really just at the beginning.
30 seconds. One question. Anybody? All right, thank you so much. Eniko from Switch Up. Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye, thank you.
Great, so while we move from the online, from the online to offline, I do realize that I never introduced our fantastic jury panel of, this morning. So today with us we have Johanna Weissner from the Entrepreneurship Center Network. Also joining us from the Entrepreneurship Center Network is Rudolf Domeuter. Then we also have Petra Kohls from the Vienna Business Agency. And finally, we still have with us Martin Reisauner from BDO. My apologies, sometimes my German pronunciations are not so fantastic, but I do try my best. Cool. So then I'd like to welcome to the stage what I believe is one of our resident SIMC groups. We have Litwater with us. Thank you, guys. You're welcome to come join us on the stage. I believe I am inviting, I don't know which 5 of you are, but we've got Nicole, Teres, Lena, Marlena, and Hannes. Thank you, guys. Oh, wow, we have everybody with us.
We are Litwater, and we want to improve the ability of our smart water. Recognize after a busy day, laptop, and probably realizing that you're having a headache and you have only drinking 1 glass of water throughout the day. In fact, 75% of people do not drink enough water throughout the whole day, and this can lead to severe consequences. The 2 main pain points are that people simply forget to drink, while on the other hand, they're just not aware of what their optimal water intake is. Therefore, we as Litwater strive to eliminate the dehydration problem and increase livability with a smart all-in-one solution. Our Lit bottle consists of various electronic components that should not only show your hydration goal and track it, but also remind you with visual reminders to drink throughout the day. You can buy our Lit bottle for 69 euros in our online store. Our webpage should serve as the contact point for our target customer to not only buy the bottle, but also to calculate the optimal water intake, which then can be simply plugged into the touch display of the bottle. What differentiates us from the competition is the complete app-free solution where you do not need any other device, as well as the individual optimization of your daily water intake, including day-dependent factors. So why now? We believe in Litwater's success due to the promising market potential of 56.2 million euros in 2025, supported by a CAGR of 13.6%. And why us? Our diverse team has the perfect combination of business and technological skills, and in order to ensure our long-term success, we need your support. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So over to the jury for any questions.
It seems like it's a one-time purchase, about the 69 euros. Have you thought about any cross-selling products or something else coming in later on?
Yeah, actually, we already made a plan for the next steps. So the first steps is that we wanted to focus on a target group of young, busy professionals and sell the bottle itself for 69 euros. But then we also want to expand our target group in the because we out in some interviews that also elderly people face the problem of not staying hydrated. However, to reach the market first, it's important to first tackle the generation to come into the when it comes to product, we wanted to focus first on the bottle and then focus on expanding the target group, but our main product will be the bottle for now.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I'm wondering who is the target group, because I mean, to me it's like I take a bottle of water in the morning, I put it on my desk or in my backpack, and then I just drink. So trying to build a habit of drinking. So who needs a digital product to for drinking water?
Yeah, thank you for the nice question. There are actually 2 types of people, in my opinion, in the world. The ones that really don't need this product at all because they're drinking enough, they have water, so they don't need it. But on the other hand, there are a lot of people that simply forget to drink, they're not aware of this. And also when we made the customer surveys, we found out that there are a lot of young people who would need this and they really don't need an app because they're like, okay, we're having a lot of apps already, so we want something else, we want this bottle. And we really, in our validation process, find out that the target group will be young professionals who are busy and they want to have everything in one product. So based on young professional, let's say, and found really out that this will be the perfect target group. And of course, you cannot serve everyone, because if you're serving everyone, you're doing all and you're doing nothing in the end. So that's why we really wanted to put our focus and then in the later stage expand. So
A brief follow-up question. You said the market potential would be like 56.2 million euros in 2025. What kind of market is this?
This is the market, like we came up with this number because it's about the smart water bottle market. And we see the potential in there and the growth also in there in Europe. So we're talking about Europe, and we're also in Europe right now, or like want to expand in Europe. So the 56.2 million euros are the potential in revenues we see, like in euros we see in Europe. And we're, with our calculations, we're assuming, or we're predicting that we'll have 5% market share already in 2025, and we want to sell about 40,000 bottles by then.
Very fast question if anyone has one.
Just to follow up, because you said you basically concentrate on young people, but it's a very high price for students or people that go to school thing. Still, do you think you can adapt the price maybe to the target group in the beginning still?
Of course, we could in the beginning, but we also are looking in the long term, and therefore we already wanted to be rather pessimistic or like prevent the price that we really believe in. But in the beginnings, we could definitely adapt to that. Try to get.
Well, thank you, Latewater.
Thank you.
Cool. Well, I will tell you that a little bit of market research. I'm terrible at drinking water, right? And I've packed my bottle of water in my bag, and I've done everything I can to try and remember. And I have a headache pretty much every early evening because I'm not drinking enough water. And it's really true. So thank you, Litwater, for a fantastic presentation. We now have experience with us, but all I see is our name on there. Experience, are you with us?
Yes.
Oh,
Hi.
we just can't see. Oh, there we go. Now we can see you. Okay, we're on speaker view. Got it. Cool. Experience time. Are we ready? Give us 1 minute. I will let you know exactly when it's time to go. Perfect. So joining us today is Jonas from Experience. The floor is yours. Thank you.
So we are Experience, and we are a platform to find fun activities and new friendships. And the reason behind our idea is that we as founders personally experience problems in the leisure time market. I, for example, often find myself bored at home, craving to go out and play football with my friends. But my friends, they're either often busy or not interested in playing football. But I thought there must be other people out there in the same situation as me. So what if there would be a platform that brings together these people that share the same interests to do their favorite activities, like Tinder brings together people to go on dates together? And that's why we're introducing Experience. Experience helps you to do whatever you want, whenever you want. You can just simply go on the app and create an activity of whatever you want to do. So if you, like me, want to go out and play some football, you create an activity called Football in Vienna. Other users of our platform will then go on the app, browse through the activities, find your activity, read the description, and then join your activity. And then later meet up to play football with you or do whatever activity you created. We're planning to launch our first MVP version this year in August to the Viennese market, which is followed by an expansion into major German cities in 2022 and in major European cities 1 year afterwards. By the end of this, we already expect to have gained a user base of 400,000 users. We hope that we sparked your interest and you're ready to revolutionize the leisure time market with us. We're raising a capital sum of 150,000 euros for a 20% equity share. So don't miss out on this chance to grow together with us and bring Experience to the Viennese market and beyond.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jonas. All right, you're going to hear now the questions from the jury.
How do you generate revenue?
Yeah, good question. So our business model is rooted on 3 main pillars, which are associates, professionals, and partners. Associates are event hosts that can put their events on our platform, and which will be then listed on our platform, and we gain on a commission-based system. Professionals are hospitality companies that will also be listed on our platforms and proactively suggested to users. And if users then go on an activity to that leisure activity company or hospitality company, we also gain our commission-based system. And then obviously we have advertisement partners, so through like commercial revenue of advertisement on our platform.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
How are you going to implement all the activities? For example, like in Vienna, there are sports clubs, there are then thousands of events each day and groups and so on. Are you thinking about implementing these activities, or is it a new set of once activities?
Yeah. That's a good question. We are basically more focusing on these people that are not part of these clubs, but are like at home and just want to go out and do something, like going on a hike, but the friends have not enough time. You're not in a club, you don't have anybody. So we are kind of there to connect these people that are kind of in a situation where they're alone, but the weather is amazing or something, they just want to go out. And then we connect these people together, or we connect these people with some kind of our partners that host these activities to also do them together with other people. Does this answer your question?
What is the status of development and what have you achieved so far?
So our app is currently in the alpha stage, and we're planning, as I said, to launch our MVP version this year in August. So we're going to do a beta testing actually in the following weeks. So we're actually in a good development stage. We already have over 100 test users, and the responses are mainly positive. They are completely positive. The people want to really see the need for this application, and our design is also very favored. We also already have 3 partners, so hospitality partners in Vienna that will be one of our professional base.
Can you introduce us to the team, please?
Yes, sure. So we are currently a team of 7 people, and 6 of us are going to be co-founders of this team. We have all of us are still students. We have, however, though already 2 and 3 persons that are developing our app, and which is going fantastic. They're really experienced, and our app is already in a pretty good development stage. If you want to, you can also participate in the current testing phase. And others, we have Simon, which is basically doing our management. He's studying at Oxford. And we are also like mainly studying business studies, like Michael and me, Jonas. And then we have our side of development base, which is they're studying technological and computer science programs. And then our product design side and marketing side also in business and legal studies.
Thank you, Jonas.
Thank you.
A nice, large and diverse team with a lot of skills is always what you need. So thank you for that. Good luck. We wish you the best. We're now going to be hearing from Janine at UTOR, which I am super excited to see because I myself am a tutoring entrepreneur. So Janine, thank you. Are you going to be sharing screen with us?
I don't have slides, so I'm just going to attend with the video.
Oh, is there a video? All right. Oh, I mean, you're with the video call. Yes, no problem. Cool, then is our time ready? Time is ready. Fantastic, Janine, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So first and foremost, I want everybody to ask themselves this one question. Did I reach my full potential when it comes to my academic performance? For us, the answer is no, because there's always room for improvement. And that's why we came up with the idea of UTOR. So what do? We are working on a mobile app that matches struggling university students with suitable tutors, a platform that promotes a buyer-seller relationship on a C2C level. So there are 3 things we want. First, courses that are specifically tailored to your curriculum. Second, the opportunity to have short tutoring units, moving away from the traditional 1 to 2 hour sessions. And third, receiving rewards in the form of customizable titles and badges. Now, the concept of a tutoring platform isn't new, but the existing ones are predominantly aimed at elementary and high schoolers. University students, on the other hand, have to navigate through a sea of messages, whether it be on Facebook, Studio, WhatsApp, etc. So our goal is to provide some structure and make tutoring more accessible and mainstream, if you will. So why should you invest in us? We know that a founder's passion is not a substitute for real customers. And that's why we gathered feedback from our target group as well as outside experts. So our next steps include building marketing momentum and testing our prototype to gain traction on the market. We see a future for what we believe in, and that is pushing the mindset that anyone is deserving of help and that anyone is capable of helping. Thank you.
Janine, thank you so much. We're now going to have some questions from the jury.
Also here, once again, how do you generate revenue? Because also your target group basically is students. Would you like to elaborate that?
Yeah, so monetization is actually one of the key topics in our group or in our team. And probably the biggest challenge is to make sure that our clients stay on our app and don't use other alternative messengers, for example. So to avoid that and have a revenue, we basically came up with the following points, which are first, providing buyer protection in German Käuferschutz. So for example, when a student chooses to pay their tutor via app or by using in-app payment, that will make sure that the money that they pay to their tutor only arrives when the session is actually completed. So for that sense of security, you have to pay an extra fee. We also plan to implement gamification, so a reward system. And so in order to receive all that, to get to all the goodies, star ratings, badges, icons, avatars, whatever, you have to pay via app. And also if you want to further customize those rewards, you also have to pay extra fees. And we also plan to have the possibility to upgrade to a pro version. That will obviously also cost. You're welcome.
You were quickly mentioned. Tell us more about the people.
Yeah, so our team currently consists of me and my team member Arsene. And right now we're 2 people. He's studying business informatics and I'm studying media communication studies. So we have the domains programming, and we have a tech guy, and we have someone who's responsible for the marketing strategy. So we are also very open to welcome new members, of course. For example, we're looking for maybe another tech guy and also someone who has a financial background.
How is the problem that you are going to address solved right now by students?
Right now, what we know is that, speaking from personal experience as well, that most people use platforms such as Facebook, Studio, and StudyDrive. I'm talking about university students only. And those platforms mainly function as forums. And that means that you don't really have a guarantee that you actually receive an answer, because it's kind of a little bit all over the place. So you have to navigate through all those messages that you get. And as I mentioned before, our goal is to actually be an entity that is solely responsible for connecting students with suitable tutors. So we want to bring in some structure. And with other platforms, existing established tutoring platforms such as GoStudent, for example, SuperProf, and in Austria, Lernquadrat or Sofa Tutor. Those are already established platforms, but what we noticed is that those companies are mainly serving elementary and high schoolers, and we want to change that.
Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much, Janine from UTUR, revolutionizing the way tutoring does for university students. A big round of applause. Again, I'm always super excited when I hear tutoring. I have a small tutoring focused company in South Africa, so I hear tutoring and it gets me excited. We are now going to be hearing from Daniel, who's representing the team Tomorrowed. Daniel, thank you. Time is ready. Time is ready. Daniel, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Daniel and I'm going to present you Tomorrowed. Tomorrowed is an app that allows you to take pictures as if you would be using a disposable. You take them and you won't be able to see them. That's okay. Yeah, and because I have like thousands of pictures on my smart home, I take them and I don't look back because it's so full of them. And at parties and events, I'm taking group pictures. Everyone is unhappy because he looks bad or not as great as he would thought, and I have to take them again. And it's keep on going, so we lose the moment we want to try to capture. To solve this problem, we took a look at the past and took inspiration from disposable cameras. Our app allows you to just open the app, you take the picture, you have a roll, and once the scroll is finished, you will get the picture sent to your phone at home, to your home directly. You can see them, you won't be able to edit them, to change them, to delete them. And to make it more exciting, we have a photo challenge mode, like a digital scavenger hunt, where we give you challenges that you can challenge your friends and have to take some pictures on the event. At the end of the day, you and your friends can choose a winner. I think the biggest benefits of our app is that you have a disposable camera without having to buy one first, because that you have to plan for it to buy one, and you never have one if you want to have one with you. It allows you to have some more creativity because you live in the moment, you take the raw photos, and in the end, you have a new experience once you get the pictures to your home. Right now, we are working on our prototype to finish it up, and we want to launch a beta in the summer and maybe have a finished version at the end of the year. Join our journey and capture moments on the way. We are Tomorrowed.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I know I've got like 1,000 photos on my phone that I never look at, so over to the jury for questions.
Thank you for the pitch. Can you tell us how do you actually make money? Do you sell the app in the App Store, or how does it work?
Actually, we want to make money with sending you the pictures directly to your home, with printing them. Besides that, we thought we can also offer this app at events, like with a QR code for business events and celebrations. You scan with a QR code, get the app, take the picture, some pictures, and get the pictures sent to your home. And our second idea is to offer sponsored events, like with the scavenger hunt. Like a company wants to have pictures with their product, we do a scavenger hunt with the product. The people make the pictures, they get the pictures, and we get a commission.
Okay, thank you.
Do you already have partners that you spoke with that will print out and send out that pictures?
Not yet. We are like pretty early in the startup. So we want to print the pictures by ourselves because it's not that expensive to print digital pictures, so yeah.
What is the status of your project? How far are you already?
We are working on the prototype right now. We have like the front-face interface already. We are working on the back-end side of the app, and yeah, that's the current situation. Like we are still looking for a developer who can commit to it full-time and help us keep it going faster.
That was my follow-up question. Can you tell us a little bit about your team?
Yeah, the team is right now consisting of me. I'm Daniel, I studied law and I'm doing the front-end part of the app. And Alexandra, she studied marketing and entrepreneurship. Yeah, we are right now like a two-man team.
And just also a follow-up. how do you sell that app to me rather than me going to like one of those pharmacies or whatever where you can print out yourself?
I think we don't see printing the pictures as a concurrence as our opponent, because we want to sell an experience like of the disposable camera, that feeling, because we can't compete with printing pictures at Beeper and Co. So we think that the customer will be happy to pay a premium for the whole experience of a disposable camera effect and the experience.
We have 30 seconds left for one more question.
Do I get it right? And the whole feature is that the pictures, the digital pictures, are sent to my home.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds ironic because it's an inconvenience normally, but we looked at the sales of disposable cameras, and since 2015 they are climbing up exponentially again.
But I think that we are having photos in our hands again. I think that was the USB.
Yes, and I think the moment, because you can't edit it, you snap it and it's gone. You had your chance, you did it. And I think you don't have to retry it and try to look for the perfect picture.
Isn't Snapchat the same?
I mean, yeah, but it's a social media without getting the pictures to your home. And they are like more short-lived. So we have them, because you want to keep the pictures for yourself, right? You want to see them once again, like our parents, they have like these photo books, and I think that's a nice experience too, to have them pictures in your hand, to be able to see and look at them.
Cool. Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Daniel from Tomorrow. So joining us online, we're shifting to the online mode, so we always have to just give it a moment. So let me just fix this right here. We got multiple thumbnails. Zoo, I believe that is who's joining us. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Fantastic. Is that Susanna?
That is Susanna, yeah.
Great. And you can hear us, we can hear you. I'm just going to, well, when you speak, it will work. Time's ready. Fantastic. Susanna, you have 2 minutes and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Doctors cannot be only theorists. Do you know how veterinarians learn to become good practitioners? 50,000 of veterinary students in the world have to spend their summer months in veterinary clinics to gain practical experience. And how do they find the clinics? They have now 2 options. They can Google and email the clinics, which can give them a wide choice if they receive the replies, but can be risky. Some clinics don't offer good working conditions. Or they can ask a friend for a recommendation, which is safer, but gives them a narrower choice. We decided to combine both solutions and created a new way to become a great veterinary practitioner. Hi, I'm Sue, and I'm a founder of Happy Vet Career Platform, the first platform in the market with reviews of veterinary clinics by students and veterinarians. Easy, transparent, comfortable, stress-free, and accessible. Happy Vet Platform is also great for veterinary clinics, which with their premium account will have a direct contact with future employees, access to real-time feedback, and will be able to showcase themselves as a great place to work at. The veterinary market is constantly growing with over 100,000 veterinary clinics in the US and Europe looking for new young veterinarians and students to help and work at their clinics. Happy Vet team consists of 2 veterinary students and a software engineer. Thanks to us being active student representatives, we managed to create a wide international network and collect an extensive database of over 1,000 contacts to veterinary students. The next plans for the Happy Vet team are data collection and launching the website prototype in December this year, for which we are currently seeking financial support for. Happy Vet Career Platform is a new way to become a great veterinary practitioner. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Susanna, for that awesome pitch.
Thank you.
We are now going to hand over to the jury for questions.
Maybe I start now. You were talking about 50,000 students worldwide, I guess, or Europe-wide.
Yeah. Yes,
So,
that's.
so
Sorry.
I was thinking if you're, what do you think, how many of them you can address with your service, and what is their willingness to pay?
So the paid account is considered to be for the veterinary clinics, not for the students. And regarding the students, we are hoping to have more than 10,000 users in January 2023. Considering as an active student and a member of student associations, I can see that this is a huge problem, and many students try to seek solutions already, and they create small Excel databases online, but they are always private, just for a small group of veterinary friends, for example, at one university in one country, and there are several of those. So there's a huge need for this, but just the databases are not combined. So we are hoping to engage many students of those, more than half.
Maybe I follow up on this, but you want to provide a solution for the students, but the clinics shall pay for it. Why should they do it? They receive anyway maybe tens of applications. Why should I pay for a service I don't need?
So with veterinary clinics, it works a little bit different. Mostly the fact that students have to complete externships during their studies, during summer and also during the year. And currently many clinics are not found just because, as I said in the second path that we have right now, so friends recommendation, if someone doesn't know the smaller clinic, then not many people come there, and veterinarians in this place have to work for way too many hours, sometimes 40 hours before sleeping, just because they don't have help from the students. So from my experience and contact with clinics, they will also appreciate this help and easier recruitment, both for veterinarians and both for interns and also externs, so students looking for the clinics, that it will save a lot of time for them. They can also, with the premium accounts, also open job offers there. And also open calendars where they can show to all the students which dates are booked, and therefore minimize the amount of emails which will not be answered anyways, because the clinic is full. And also will have access to the feedback, which will help them improve. And yeah, that these are the strongest points, I would say.
We have time for one more quick question.
Thank you. I totally see this point. However, how are you going to find those clinics who would be willing to register on your platform?
So the first step that we are going to focus on is contacting the students and collecting data from the students, which we believe that because the students will just comment on the clinics, and there will be no access from the clinic side to either reply to the comments or to give their bigger description, maybe pictures, job offers, as I mentioned. So we believe that clinics will feel the need to get into contact with their future employees and also with the students, to be more visible as well, also in one place, because it will also be easier for them than investing in SEO to pop into Google, which is also hard to find them. So we believe that collecting a huge group of students first will attract the clinics for them, and they are for which they are future employees.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Susanna, for a wonderful pitch, and thank you to our jury for the questions. A round of applause for everyone.
Thank you.
Especially at the end there, the classic chicken and egg problem. Cool. So that's us. Unfortunately, the next team is not with us. So we are done with round two, and we have approximately 15 minutes on the clock for a break. So we'll be back at 12:20. Thank you to our teams. Thank you to our jury. A round of applause for everyone. Fantastic. Welcome back, everybody, from that short break. Don't worry if you're getting a little bit tired from all these amazing ideas that you're being overwhelmed with. There will be a nice long lunch break shortly. But before we get that, again, focus, pay attention, get inspired. We have 11 more pitches for us now. At our third pitch session, we have as our jury panel Florian Scherg from Ascent. We have Justine Ehling from A1, Gerda Just Ebermann from Erste Bank, and Sophie Koch from the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Institute. So, thank you, jury, for joining us today, and apologies again for my average name pronunciations. So we have for the first team, Azola Ecosystems, who's joining us right here. I believe we have Philip with us, is that correct? Yes. Fantastic. Welcome, Philip. Welcome, everybody. So time is ready. We're going to hit the ground running. The floor is yours. Thank you.
You know that 1/3 waste. But do you also know that 2% of arable land is degraded, and that due to overfishing, the fishing stocks are predicted to collapse by 2048. Solar Ecosystems wants to tackle these issues by offering a solution to grow food on demand right where it is needed. And we do so by deploying aquaponics. Aquaponics is a system where fish provide nutrients for the plants, plants in return clear the water for the fish, and we as consumers benefit by the production of vegetables and fish. Aquaponics is nothing new. Also, the Aztecs have used it several thousand years back. And today, it's been used in large-scale factories, which again produce massive CO2 and contribute to food waste again. Our system enables gastronomy and supermarkets to produce food right where it is needed, without overproduction, without food waste, because it's always fresh. The smallest system enables the production of up to 900 kilograms of fish per year, up to 1.5 tons of fruity vegetables, or up to 15,000 heads of salad, which estimates at 18,000 to 26,000 euros value per year. And that all for investment of just one-time investment of 20,000 euros for the basic system, and a monthly service fee for maintenance and looking after fish and plants to ensure a beneficial and a maximum output. Our team already collaborates with Vertical Farming Institute, Anders Farm, Epiclay, or Metrolab, and we have a broad knowledge in ranging from product development, design, marketing, biology, and automation. And together with you, we want to shape the future of food.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you, Philip. We now hand over to the jury for questions.
Okay, so I would like to know, have you got a prototype already?
Yes, I've got a prototype. I've operated it for the last year. I disassembled it now because now it's going to be the more beautiful prototype. I gathered all the knowledge I need. I know what fish like. I know what plants I like to grow. And now we are looking for 1 to 2 pilot projects that we can closely work together with to develop it specifically for restaurant and supermarket needs.
And how much does it cost?
In production?
Yeah.
I can tell you what it saves if it runs, like it's this 18,000 to 26,000 euros of production volume of food, of vegetables and fish. And the production costs, of course, that's, it's all right. It's all right for me, and also with the price, there is a good margin on it.
But it won't be a mass production, I think.
In the best run, at the beginning not, but of course in the future it should be.
Who exactly is your customer? So you were tackling this very, very big problem, but is your customer the individual from the private sector, or is it the government? Who do you want to tackle this problem with? Who do you want to sell to?
So I want to go into the gastronomy because I want to create a link between consumers and food producers. And when I produce the food right where it is needed, it cuts down on imports, on the logistics, it cuts down on overproduction because in this system, the vegetables and it's fresh until you harvest it, and it's small scale. And then, of course, the supermarkets I want to tackle want to target because they already have their customers. They have all the channels that I would have to create by myself, but so I want to use their infrastructure already. And so it would be these two gastronomers and supermarkets.
And did you conduct customer interviews to gain insight if they have that same need as you would provide the solution for?
Mm-hmm. So that was, of course, due to COVID, I was targeting mostly gastronomers. And due to COVID, they were not really open to really new innovations. They were struggling in other ways. And I have, with the collaborators from Vertical Farming Institute and Andersfarm and so on, I know that this is a field. It has lots of response, yeah, and it's just time for it that someone starts actually producing food and using the potential of this method, and not just producing it in a large scale outside of the city to then import it again.
Fantastic. Oh, very fast question.
Yes,
and
okay.
response.
I was wondering, what exactly do you need to set up the system? Maybe you said it before, but what are the prerequisites and the conditions of where this system is?
So basically,
30 seconds.
The small-scale system is like 1 cubic meter of water,
okay,
which can grow 300 kilos of fish every 4 months. And then, of course, depending on the walls, on the space that's needed, we can go up to 66 square meters of to growing surface with the small-scale system. And it can be scaled like...
What is the smallest where it makes still sense?
It's this 1 cubic meter and...
66 square meter, okay.
Like 33 to 66 square meters.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Fantastic, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Azola Ecosystems, a round of applause. Awesome, and now I am super excited to welcome to the stage Philip, who is one of our resident Simkis from Cacciolino. I hope I pronounced that right. A lot of pronunciations challenges for me. So Philip, when you are ready, the floor is yours. Time ready? Time is ready. You're welcome to take the mask off. All yours, Philip. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello and welcome to Cacciolino. During the COVID pandemic, I moved into my small garden house, which was really nice during the summer. However, during the winter, it turned out to be a real struggle. The small Swedish stove I heated the home with turned the house into a sauna, followed by a fridge. It was really difficult to handle the heat. I was looking for a solution for this problem, but had to find out that the current solutions on the market, the traditional tiled stoves, are far out of my budget. Also, the modern Swedish stoves still face the same issues as my old one. So I decided to come up with my own solution, Cacciolino, that is filling the gap. This is how it looks like. We conducted customer interviews to validate the most important customer needs, and Cacciolino is checking all of those boxes. It is a modular system that is made out of prefabricated concrete parts, material that's currently not used by other manufacturers, can be used modularly, and it gets down the cost by over 70% compared to the traditional tiled stove. This is the roadmap for our development. We plan to fully develop the product until Q2 of 2022 and certify it. Then we will move on to small-scale production, and in Q3 2023 we expect to hit break-even. Then we hit scale-up phase. Until Q4 of 2024 we expect to ship a total of 2,400 units, hit an EBITDA margin of 16%. My co-founder Thomas and I both have a business background and are passionate about anything that has to do with fire. Our key partners are veterans from the industry who have decades of experience and helped us with the technical feasibility of a project. We also have strategic advisors from WU. Thanks for listening. We are Cachelino, and we make cozy and convenient heating for everyone.
Thank you so much, Philip. I know I've been there where I'm cold and then I'm sweating and then I'm cold again. So fantastic solution. Over to the jury for questions.
So how does it work? Well, I've got one at home, and I know they are quite expensive.
Yeah.
And that's a problem I really know. So please tell us how it works.
Yeah, so the traditional tiled stove has the problem, it's really handmade, and it's basically a building inside your building. It's a massive construction effort and has to be made by hand currently. And our system is basically a standardized version. It doesn't fulfill, of course, the made-to-measure approach that a traditional tiled stove has, that is calculated specifically for your house, but by basically undercutting a little bit what you will need in terms of heating, and with this modular system, so you can basically regulate how much storage you want, how much heat storage, we achieve the same effect as the traditional tiled stove. You just can't heat your entire home.
And it's a stone.
It's fireproof concrete. It's fireproof concrete.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And how much does it cost? Because that 20% less.
Actually, 70%
70% less. Yeah.
Yeah, it's $2,990 retail.
Okay.
So more expensive than most Swedish stoves, I'll admit, but it adds a lot of benefit compared to those, definitely.
You've got already one.
Not yet.
Does it work? No.
Not yet.
But you have got a prototype.
It's a digital prototype so far, and we have validated with our key partners that it's technically feasible. However, to build the real prototype, we will need some money.
I see.
Yeah.
Wondering about certification.
Yeah.
What do you already know something about whether the product as it is possible to buy it, getting the CE label, and what about energy efficiency?
Definitely. So modern stoves in general are very energy efficient. You get an A+ rating. Between 80 and 90% is possible from all the heat, from all the energy that is contained inside the wood can be extracted. Regarding certification, we know that this is a challenging process and we need different certificates, but there are other solutions out there that are also modular. They're just not using this kind of prefabricated concrete parts. They are more, in a sense, using a metal core and then just putting a shell around it. But it should not be a problem to get it certified.
Final questions? 30 seconds?
Maybe just a comment that, I mean, our institute is researching on user innovations, the innovations that occur because the need for something emerges. So that's a really cool story that you pitched, that it emerged out of your need for a better solution.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Philip. All right. And now, offline, once again, we have with us Ava representing, I hope, arcs.ace. So Ava, the floor is yours as soon as we are ready. Slides are fixed. All right. Time is ready. All right, Ava, time is on. The floor is yours.
Can everybody hear me? Is it okay, the sound?
Yeah, that's for the digital. We can hear you. Just
All
be
right,
loud
nice.
and clear.
Nice, okay.
Thank you, Ava.
Hi. So just look around and experience the building. It was designed in digital environments. I can't imagine better space for my presentation today than this, the Learning Center designed by Zaha Hadid. I was trained as an architect in parametric design. Being close to such an icon as Zaha was a very inspiring study experience, so I decided to transfer it next. As a student, you always search how to improve your skills. You spend hours browsing for the best learning material online. It takes approximately 20 minutes to browse for the right stuff. 40% lose their motivation because the content is not engaging, it's fuzzy, right? So can you imagine spending more than 1 year of your life only on searching or the best content that you can learn from. So I started to think, what if we have a better personalized learning possibilities? So we introduced ArcSays, artificial intelligence-powered e-learning experience platform for creative industries. We launched the prototype. Currently, we offer courses on parametric design. And our mission is to generate interactive content reflecting industry trends, aiming to equip our users with a field experience that will extend their network and open up new opportunities. And see, interactive session. Currently, the business model is pay-per-product, but soon we want to shift to memberships. We focus on personalized learning, which makes it more engaging and effective, and we utilize elements of behavioral science and machine learning to increase motivation. Unlike other platforms, we care about long-term engagement and course completion rates. All of us, we have more than 67 years of professional experience, but I want to highlight our AI support. Now we search for an investment to make it run, and we want to collaborate with you, of course. So get in touch, and thank you very much.
Like a bit.
Currently, it's individuals, so like, as I said, we want to work with students, individuals, creative people, but we want to focus also like in supporting universities, so now we also have collaboration with some of them because like they have students, right? So we want to improve their online experience for learning, but also like we want to collaborate with companies, so it's like B2B sector, so they need then access to talent pool. So we find this kind of like very beneficial for like both sides.
I didn't. Your match. Could you explain it again? Because I didn't really get the focus on it.
Okay.
What's really the USP?
Yes, so actually I would like to maybe go back to this slide. So our learning experience, like we want to learn people how to actually make better architecture or make better design, create next things. So with we want to collaborate with educational institutions as universities, but also not universities, but also like colleges, and companies. And like we want to provide this kind of like bridging experience where we want to use artificial intelligence, like gamification, behavioral design, to kind of like increase motivation of people that, like they can just present themselves on our platform, they can learn, and then, like companies actually have an access to them. So that's the actually wished outcome.
You have, is it in real or is it just an idea?
No. I mean, we already launched the platform. We have there the courses on parametric design software, but still it's like paper product. We want to be like membership based soon. And yeah, this is actually one of our workshops that we were running last weekend. So this venue you actually enter with your avatar and you interact with people. We're learning the software there, and there is still like no involvement of artificial intelligence, but we have it planned, and we really like want to get an investment for like making it happen. Yes. Currently, you see Jan here, right top corner. So is currently creating all the content. He's a professor, PhD, he's like doing everything, but we want to do it also by ourselves with another content creators. But with artificial intelligence, we want to have also like the resources with like another search engine with actually like call it kind of like meta search application, and it has access not only to our stuff, but also like to another things. So like, you can personalize the content much better.
I understood. For
yes.
For education, but also for
exactly.
So why do you think you're going to provide the best algorithm out of all of your competition?
Because they don't really have it embedded, and I guess kind of like my own personal experience and searching for like stuff where you can learn from. It's like very like painful, frustrating. Okay, so we also like we're doing like a research, user personas, and we were actually trying to find out what's the like biggest pain, and there is no such a platform for creative industries like that right now. Like there is a lot of learning platforms, but they have like, they're not focused. They have like wide range of online content you can learn from, but it's not really like niche. So that's why we want to cover up this.
As a feedback, taking AI as a user will be very competitive because the others will also get on track. So
I mean,
maybe your
like,
USP is more starting in a niche, having a beachhead market somewhere, and using AI, but not like this. I don't know. It's very competitive to be the best, to find the best algorithm.
We have a bigger ambition as well, and so why not to push the boundaries? Exactly, you know, like this is what I was taught in my studies, that, you know, just think more beyond, you know.
Fantastic. We're out of time. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Arcs Ace, thank you.
Thank you.
Cool. So our next team will be joining us online. Team, just give me a thumbs up. That's true. Online. So we will be joined by, I believe, Stefano and Helena, Tino, and or Adele. And that is Unify. So are they here? They are here. I believe that's one of our SIM keys with us today. Great. So are you guys going to be sharing screen?
Yes, we will. Just give me a heads up if you can see them. If you can see my screen.
We can see them. So I'm just going to give you the go in 1 second. Time is ready. Time is ready. The floor is yours, Unify. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so hello everyone. I'm Helena, the co-founder of Unify, and we offer task sharing for students by students. I'm sure that most of you can relate to Anna and Max. So Anna needs help with SPSS for her thesis, and she just signed a new flat, which is why she needs somebody to help her move. And Max, on the other side, is like most of us, a broke uni student who would like to make some easy and fast money. So what do? They turn to random Facebook or WhatsApp groups to find someone only to get unhelpful and sometimes even slightly rude responses, or worst case, get encountered with catfishes or scammers. And this is where we want to come in. We want to develop a dual-sided platform where verified students can either offer their help or find someone to complete tasks for them. And since most of us are fairly familiar with Tinder, our mobile marketplace will also have a swiping motion. It will have ID verification to avoid scammers, and you will be able to post every task you like, as well as find people for whatever you need help with. So in particular for Anna, that means that she can post a task, then she can receive an offer, and finally select the best fitting one. Max, on the other hand, can swipe through the authors, make an offer himself, and finally get rewarded. Now, you're probably asking yourself the most important question, which is how we want to make money. And for that, we actually tried to estimate the yearly WU task market, and we arrived at a number of roughly 4 million euros.
30 seconds.
We would then charge a transaction fee of 11%, which leads us to revenues, to potential revenues of 435,000 euros from WU only. Now, my co-founders and me, we all have professional experience in banking, consulting, and the VC industry. But above all, since we are students ourselves, we have first-hand experience with the stated problems. And we already have potential customers lined up for your participation in different student organizations, as well as just overall proximity to the target group. For now, though, we're super excited to provide you with a sign-up opportunity, and we can't wait for your questions.
Thank you, Unify. All right, over to the jury for questions.
So how are you doing marketing?
So for marketing, we want to target the students where they are currently, which is mainly Instagram and TikTok right now. We already have an Instagram page that we created, and we would like to do targeted ads. But another thing that we would like to do is to post in the millions of Facebook groups that there are. So for example, for WU, that would be Lost on WU. and do marketing there basically. And also on-campus marketing once that is possible, since right now most students are still joining online like we are right now.
And does everybody offer something, or can I only use it?
You can like either offer whatever, like you can also offer like your own services as well. This is kind of the other side, which we didn't portray here just because it would be a little bit too much. But we also plan to incorporate, for example, if somebody has expertise for a particular language, to say, hey, I also offer lessons in this and this and this. But we have seen in our research and also in our customer identification interviews that most people would just, put up a task themselves and then see responses, as like opposed to really sifting through and trying to find people.
And what's the competitive advantage if you compare it to the other platforms?
Mm-hmm. So the competitive advantage is pretty much that we are an all-in-one platform. So you can post everything there. If that is help with tutoring, if that is help with you need somebody to move, or whatever is on your mind, you can post it there. You don't really have to look at particular platforms like for each task. Then we also have student proximity. We have the ID verification, which allows us to really make sure, okay, those are students, they're real people, they're not going to scam you or rob your house or anything else, which you don't really have on other platforms.
1 minute left for questions.
Could you maybe specify about the 4 million euros? I mean, that's something that maybe should be a little bit more funded. And also, what about the legal requirements? If I'm a student and I would like to offer a task, can I just offer it without, like, within the frame where I don't need to pay taxes or where I need something?
So we have to admit that this is something we still need legal counseling on, for sure. But for now, it works. I think there's like a threshold also legally and tax-wise, what kind of income is being taxed and what is not being taxed. And from what we have researched and found out, we would also fall into this threshold, but we do need, real legal counseling to really make substantiated answers for that question. And what was the question about the funding? Was that with regards to the task market, how we estimated that? Or
yes,
how
the 4 million euros, how did you estimate the market size?
So what we did, obviously the market size in general is not only VU, but for this pitch, we kind of only tried to focus it on VU. We tried to see, okay, how many students would roughly, or how many do post tasks on other platforms, how many could there be? And we did like a guess of 50% of students kind of needing 2 tasks a month. And those 2 tasks would approximately cost 15 euros. So we took 11,000 students, which is half of VU's students, multiply that by 12 and by 2, and then finally by 15 to arrive at our estimation here.
Thank you.
Obviously, we will also have other universities that we would like to target with our product and also expand in other cities in Austria as well, and later on also in Europe.
Cool, thank you. Although we'd obviously love to ask more questions, we've run out of time. Thank you, Helena, and the rest of your group at Unify. A round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Cool, and now I would like to welcome to the stage, part of our SIMC 2020 intake residents. We have Nida, Priscilla, and Paula representing Savvy. So we'll be hearing from Nida in a moment. She's ready. Then we've got Time is Ready. Right, Nida, the floor is yours. Thank you. The clicker? Or
no, the clicker is not working.
Down?
Oh, yeah, I'll use keyboard. Hi, we're Savvy, and we help parents raise financially savvy kids. Did you have financial education in school? Because I didn't. Good financial habits are a challenging task for adults, which is why they should be planted since young. In fact, currently, 1 out of 4 Austrians under 30 are seeking for debt counseling. So how do you teach your kids how to properly handle money if you're struggling with finances yourself? And yes, we know there are a lot of YouTube videos and books out there that you can pass on the knowledge to your children, but how do you make sure that they really understand the concepts enough to practice them? This is why we have created Savvy. Savvy is a tool for parents that helps them teach their children financial concepts and engages them in practicing good financial habits in a gamified learning experience. Teens can actually set financial goals, learn the concept of interest through savings, and practice budgeting by managing their daily finances. Additionally, kids can earn money by completing chores and collect points in reaching their financial goals and exchange them for rewards. The easy-to-use app is connected to your bank account so parents can easily transfer money, monitor their child's spendings, and limit their allowances. In order to sustain Savvy is charging a monthly subscription fee and collecting advertising revenue from its partners. We're going to start with tackling the Austrian market and targeting 13 to 17-year-old teenagers and expanding to the DACH region soon after. Behind Savvy is a diverse team with complementing expertise that is supported by a group of advisors and experienced developers. So support us on our journey for a financially savvy future, help us make a social impact, and outfox bad financial habits. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Nita from Savvy. Over to the jury for questions.
So how do you get into contact with children and the parents? Over the school or?
Yeah, so schools would be one of the partners that we would like to tackle because I think that would give us the biggest traction and it would help us spread it more quickly, but also social media and providing like games for kids and maybe also TikTok videos and just like grab the attention of the teenagers on what is currently very trendy.
How are you earning money?
So we're going to charge a monthly subscription fee and also collect revenue from advertising.
If we market.
I mean, currently in Europe, there is one competitor that is only focused on Scandinavia. So we see the gap there is for the rest of Europe. And all the other competitors, they're mainly in the States, so there is still a big market that we can actually satisfy. And it differentiates us because we want to build a relationship between the parent and the children that they can learn together, and it's a whole journey and an experience, and that's what we're selling.
Other question? How much they?
So currently we're thinking about €3 because we researched, and a lot of parents in Austria are spending roughly €30 a month for education, so €3 would be still feasible within.
Figure out how parents that actually educate the children well on financial habits, how they do that, and how does this relate to your product, or what could you learn of that if you did that?
So technically we haven't looked into that part specifically, but we see that especially during the COVID crisis, a lot of parents were also struggling with even coming up with a month of rent for the next month because they got laid off. So obviously they don't have these good financial habits planted, and it's also not taught in schools, so the only access they have to learning is through books, YouTube videos, or attending seminars. And we would like to actually provide educational videos also on our platforms that children can watch with their parents and then get tested on it in a gamified way, so playing a game and learning.
One final, I didn't really get it. Money, virtual money on the app, but when I was 13, I don't know if it changed, I only used cash. So in school, how do I pay as a child with the credit that I have on my app?
Currently in Austria, actually, children can already have a bank account when they're 10 years old. And I remember that back when I was a teenager, I was super happy about having my first card and being able to pay with it. So I think that stands maybe has changed now as we're moving more into a digital direction. So kids are actually super happy about it, and they can even use Apple Pay on their phones with those cards from banks.
Okay, this is the moment where I feel old.
No, of course not.
30 seconds left for one more question.
But you don't give advice how to invest money. Or is it only education, or do you also give advice to parents how to invest the money and to make it grow?
We don't directly target parents, but especially if a parent is also lacking information at some point through the educational videos, they also have a gain and their child has a gain. And we're also thinking about implementing a feature where you can invest virtual coins that you collect on the app. And once you're 18, that you can, together with your parents, then actually invest it into stocks and stuff like that.
Fantastic. Thank you, Team Savvy.
Thank you so much.
Incredible. I didn't have a clue how to manage my money when I was 13. I ran out of my pocket money halfway through the month every time, right? No sweets and toys for me. So we're moving on to our next team, which I have to find on my computer. So the next team will be joining us online. We've got Needs Finder. So Needs Finder, I see Kevin on the screen there. Kevin, can you hear me?
Yes, I do hear you.
Fantastic.
Can you
Kevin,
hear me as well?
Yep, we can hear you. Will you be sharing your screen?
Yes, give me a second.
Fantastic.
Can you see the presentation?
All right, cool. I will give you the go in a moment. Time is ready. Time is ready. All right, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Perfect. Hello, everybody. We are
wait,
Finder.
Kevin, please. Yeah. We can't hear.
You cannot hear me?
Kevin, one moment. Apologies.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. All right, Kevin, apologies. You can start again now.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. We are Needs Finder, and we are building the Amazon for services. So basically, I was desperately looking for a specialist, as my father had some neurological problems. And of course, I was looking for the internet to research everything, but I got too many meaningless results, which were either too far away or they did not really meet my expectations. So in general, we had the problem and we were looking for the solution, and our aim is to build a platform for service providers and professionals to give the clients an index to filter for distance, for ratings, and for the skills to find the right company for their needs. Basically, 80% of all companies are service providers, and we are aiming to enter the DACH region as our primary market. We already have some existing platforms who confirmed collaborations with us, and they agreed to implement their client database to our new platform. We did a research with approximately 500 participants, in which we discovered that about 300 people in the survey did not really have any clue about any platforms where they could look up for any service providers. Until now, all existing websites are just in their niche markets where they are really strong. But we want to bring all of this expertise together to have the one big platform you think about whenever you need a service to be done for you. Our business model differentiates in three main pillars. We offer a subscription model for every registered company. We charge commissions for services booked through the platform, and we offer regular advertising on the website. Needs Finder is a team of 4 entrepreneurs from different branches who already founded existing companies very successfully, and we came together here to unite our abilities and knowledge. Basically, we are looking for a strategic partner, as well as we need capital to grow our business in various parts like advertising, databases, customers, and other fields.
10 seconds.
Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to hearing any questions.
Fantastic. Thank you, Kevin, from Needs Finder. You're now going to hear the jury asking questions.
Maybe a question, how do you achieve the typical login and network effect? So who is paying for the platform? Is it the companies who offer the services or the people who are looking for them?
Basically, in the beginning, we want to offer a basic model to get more companies to enter the platform. So the basic will be free for everybody, so we can grow a bigger database. But we only charge the companies with sign-up fees and with advertising costs.
So how are you evaluating the companies? If they are good or their business or not?
Basically, we're just relying on the customer feedback. So pretty much just a rating system like on Google or something similar. So with stars and with little customer reviews and the possibility to add pictures as well to the reviews.
But what makes you better than Google?
That in Google, everybody's just advertising. And if you're looking for, let's say, a if you're looking for a doctor, for example, then you basically just find ads for, let's say, if you're looking for a doctor in Styria, you basically just find doctors in Vienna and everywhere around as well. And we want to be the go-to platform when you need something that you just can filter. I want somebody in this region. You go there, you filter for it, and you get exactly the results you're looking for.
But I think this point is crucial. If these companies do not manage to get a representation on Google, why should they have a representation on your platform? I think this is a crucial point where you need to think of how you can get them in. And I think that the subscription model in the beginning will be kind of a challenge to grow your network.
I mean, we already talked to some of the niche platforms, and we already have confirmed from them that we get to implement their databases. So we have like the lawyers and everything already covered, and we will get the platform of them, and we will just give them a share of the commission and everything. So basically, we already have like the basic structure of the companies. We just want to grow it further and get a bigger network of the service providers to be able to really fulfill every demand.
Maybe just as an inspiration, you have to do it a little bit kind of like Airbnb, where you really have to approach them. You have to sell service bundles that you upload the information needed to the platform to get it all started.
Thank you very much.
All right, we've run out of time, and it seems we've run out of questions. Thank you so much, NeedsFinder. Round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Cool. And now, joining us in person is Planeo. I believe on the stage we have Hodai. Am I correct? Yes. Okay, welcome. Time is ready. Time is ready. Hodai is ready. Floor is yours.
Perfect.
I'll click on the down button on the laptop. One moment.
So hello everyone, my name is Hodai Garcia, and I will be presenting Planeo. So millions of euros and thousands of innovative ideas are lost in Austria each year. There are 60,000 business students in Austria currently, and 90% of them would be interested in founding, but they don't do so. Why? There's 4 main reasons. First, lack of time, lack of financial means, knowledge, and motivation and discipline. That's why we created Planeo. Planeo is the digital platform that helps business students start businesses by guiding them step by step. First, to address the lack of time, it is a 24/7 accessible platform with condensed and compiled information for them. Planeo adapts to their schedule instead of them adapting to Planeo. Then, second, there are thousands of websites and books out there about entrepreneurship, but too much information can actually be overwhelming, especially if it's not structured or it's not actionable. That's why we have boiled down the process of starting a business into an easy-to-follow step-by-step guide. Third, We make it easy for them to connect with investors so they can get funding. And finally, to keep founders motivated and engaged, they can get in contact with other founders to share ideas and feedback. And the platform is gamified so they can stay focused on their next goals. We have a freemium model where new users have free and complete access to the first step in the process, which is ideation. And then later they can unlock the rest of the steps by making a one-time payment of 120 euros. This would guide them from validation all the way to go-to-market and scaling. The team behind Planeo, Sabrina, Yao, and myself, have a very diverse set of skills. We are well connected, and we know the target market extremely well because we are the target market. And we're looking for collaborations and partnerships that can help us maximize the value we give to our customers. Let's help entrepreneurs realize their ideas. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you, Planeo. We now hand over to the jury for questions.
Is your platform just or also for all business?
So we're targeting actually people between 18 and 30 years old, so that would include also recent graduates. First, we want to launch a pilot with only students. We would probably do it with VEU students to actually get information on them, but obviously the platform is focused on young people that have business background, and that also includes graduates. And our first step would be focusing on the pilot, gathering then the feedback from them, expanding the platform, launching in Austria, and after Austria, launching in the whole DACH, and then adding more countries as we go along.
So, want to enter, have to have a bit of a business background, so you need some information before you can enter the platform to understand all the steps you provide.
Yes, the thing is, we couldn't have just one platform that suited every type of entrepreneur out there. So we're focusing on the market that we actually know, that it's ourselves, and the information would be tailored to that specific type of person, because it would be very different from example, from the level of information and depth and way of explaining that someone from for example, technical university would need. So that's why we're focusing now on business.
Okay.
I'm just a little bit skeptical about, you mentioned on your very first slide that the biggest problem is time and money. And I don't know if the app is the solution. Like, for example, if I also am very time restricted. And I don't know if the app would help me overcome these restrictions to really found.
Mm-hmm.
One minute left.
So we're basing this assumption on actually market research that we did through survey and interviews. And the thing is, we found that the problem is not information. There's tons of information out there, and free services and things that they can access. But the problem is it's so hard to know where to start and actually know what information is actually good that they lose so much time on that, and then they lose motivation to actually go and realize their ideas.
30 seconds left for one last question.
Yeah, I'm from a bank, and I think there are so many networks. So if you go to Wirtschaftskammer, Wirtschaftsagentur, to different other chambers, I think there are lots of networking possibilities. The problem is that you have to be a special person to be an entrepreneur, and that's what many people don't know and don't want to. So that's and you can't solve this with a platform.
Do we have?
Yeah, finish the last question.
We do think by lowering the barriers to actually go in and try your idea and start working on it, we do think we could bring more people into entrepreneurship than the typical die-hard entrepreneur. And we're not against those services. Actually, we would include those services into our steps. For example, now it's time for you to go to this agency and maybe ask for a grant, for example. So we would seek to integrate them. But what makes us different is that we cover all the early stage part of creating a business, even from ideation. So someone that doesn't even have an idea, he or she won't go into these services, but we can help them create that idea.
Thank you so much, Planeo. Incredible. It's all about entrepreneurship. It's all about collaborating and inspiring and trying to help people shape their ideas. That's what we're doing here. Of course, there's technology solutions as well, which is ever so exciting. So now we move on to PropLink. I think we're going to be joined online by Roman and by Kim, one of our Simkeys joining us today. Fantastic. So guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome, Kim. Nice to see you there on the screen. So I'm going to give you the go in one moment. Time is ready. Jury is ready. Great. Kim, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. So hi, everybody. We are the PropLink team, and PropLink is a property platform to rent, buy, and sell a property commission-free. We identified the problem that existing property platforms such as ImmoScout24 or willhaben exhibit significant inefficiencies. First, 62% of inquiries fail due to an inefficient matching process, which causes dead deal costs. And second, a customer survey demonstrated that over 70% of people are reluctant to pay commission fees. Therefore, we created a holistic platform with a seamless mobile solution to address these problems. PropLink combines the advantages of off-market transactions such as detailed filtering possibilities, reduced exposure, and verified users with the advantages of an innovative swipe solution. Let's look at the swipe solution. The swipe solution is similar to popular apps such as Tinder, and it ensures a highly selective exposure and saves time for our users. On the right side, you can already see a clear visualization of our unique filter attributes. We want to give our users the possibility to select filters which are important to them. For instance, the range for the minimum room height or the radius for their dream location. We therefore want to make the process as easy and comfortable for our users. Our monetization includes two revenue streams. The supplier pays a one-time listing fee, which amounts to 325 euros for selling and 75 euros for renting. PropLink will be free for our demand side. Thereby, we are able to create a competitive advantage through eliminating expensive agent fees, reducing dead deal costs, and maximizing time efficiency. In the first step, our serviceable addressable market is in Austria and amounts to approximately 2.9 million euros. Nevertheless, with a scalable business model, we see ourselves very well positioned to further roll out in Germany and CEE. Our team provides you with a strong academical background, SIMC, and international experience and relevant work history. So thank you very much for your attention, and we are happy to answer any upcoming question now. Thank you. Yes, very good question. So we have a rollout plan, which includes offering our service for free in the first time. But what is really our unique value proposition here is the swipe solution, which saves the time for our users and therefore reduces the dead deal costs, which they are currently facing with platforms which are very well positioned, such as ImmoScout.
Yes, maybe I can jump in here. Can you hear me? Is it working?
Yes.
Yes. Perfect. Yes, the idea is to make it as convenient as possible for the for persons selling their property themselves. Because right now, if you put something commission-free on willhaben, you get a lot of inquiries, and everybody who has time is just showing up. And we want to improve this matching process so that we reduce the failure rate, and you only have to be there in the flat when someone comes who is very likely to take the flat. So we really want to improve this time efficiency and reduce the time intensity for selling commission-free and selling without an agent. And when it comes to the marketing plan, yeah, the first year, the first 200 listings we want to reach by offering 100% discount, and then we go down to a 30% discount until we reach a critical supply of listings, and from that on we will charge the full price.
Do you plan to do some guerrilla activities in order to get users also?
I think, of course, because we are an innovative app, and I think guerrilla marketing is also a very cool way to get attention. But in the beginning, we really want to focus now on establishing the app and programming the swipe solution. Yeah.
Okay, sorry if I didn't really get it. Your business model revolves around selling apartments, and your target customer are the ones that sell, because they have to pay a commission fee, right? Or am I wrong?
Yes, maybe Kim, can you switch to the business model slide on the next, in the appendix? Yes, exactly. This one. Yes, no, we are basically replacing the agent, so we are the intermediary, but we don't charge the demand side, we only charge the supply side, and we charge only a one-time flat listing fee, which is much, much cheaper than the percentage cut the agents take. So, for example, about 300 euros for the listing would be equally to a 3% commission on if you sell your property for 10,000 euros. And you never sell a property for 10,000 euros, so the commission will always be much higher. And also the two gross rents you take for commission when you rent something, the 75, it's nothing in comparison to that. So this is really a huge advantage also financially for an incentive to use this platform instead of an agent.
Yes.
It's just for me, I'm not your target customer because I don't have the money, but if I was rich enough to own an apartment or a property that I would like to sell, and the higher I would go, I wouldn't care about how much commission fee I would sell. I think my main USP would be to save money, to don't have any stress with selling it, and to get my property sold. So maybe, I don't know if you conducted interviews with your target customers, but for me it sounds like maybe this is not the main pain point, that it's expensive.
Yes, if it's super high income, of course, the solution will not work. But usually the commission for the two gross rents, they are quite a pain point for many people. And if you can save the 3% on both sides, so 6%, when you sell something, it's also, it can be a significant amount for people, for some people, but the very high income segment, of course, it's not our main target group.
And I think what you have to differentiate here is that you can buy and sell properties in all kind of like cost ranges. So a lot of medium income families use properties as investment strategies, and because it's supposed to be very safe. And for them, it would be very interesting to save these additional, let's say, 30,000 euros or 40,000 euros when they are doing a transaction.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim and Roman from PropLink. Fantastic pitch, and thank you to the jury for questions. Round of applause.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Cool. So now we will be joined by Sebastian and Florian representing Mana. I hope I pronounced that right. Mana. Cool. So I think the clicker's not working. You've got to click down on the...
Right here.
Yeah?
Oh, okay, sure.
Let's just see if it works. Just give us a little click. Oh, there we go. Cool. Time. I'll give you guys the go in a second. Time is ready. Time is ready. The floor is yours.
Welcome to Mana. I'm Sebastian. I'm Florian. In school, we've been partying together. Now, there was always one issue. We didn't get an overview of where to go, and we had to spend each entry individually. Now we want to change that. Why not one ticket for all clubs? So the benefits are a fast lane ticket, reduced entry costs, and an overview of the events and clubs. So how big is the market? In Austria, we have around 3,000 bars and clubs, and 1.3 billion euros are spent annually in the DACH region on clubs, and 10 million people go at least once a month in clubs. So what do you do so far? We conducted a survey with more than 450 participants on club entries. The outcome was that 1/3 goes to clubs at least 3 times a month, and they spend there 35 euros on average for club entries. In terms of B2B, we already got an interested partner called DockleX. They're responsible for the Vienna City Card, and they manage the Turn On, the X-Jam, CSAT Festival, and a lot of events in the U4 Club. So what's our USP? Well, as already been said, we got a all-in-one application solution where all pain points in terms of clubbing are eliminated, so you have no struggles. The results are a guaranteed entry, the community where you can connect with your friends, and an event overview. So, big question, how we get money? We get money as every ticketing app does with a commission from the subscription sales. So that's special to us. And we also have the possibility for advertisements within the app, push notification, and so on.
10 seconds.
What does Mana need? Well, we needed strategic partners to make our growth more easy and faster. Now, we also need a software developer to make our mission possible. So, if you're interested, go join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mana. I know that I would love to save money going out partying, so
You're welcome.
it's definitely a great idea. Over to the jury for questions.
So the fees are different in clubs. And with this solution, you pay a subscription and that's it. Or how does it work?
Yes, you get a subscription with like different Mana points, and for each entry you pay, let's say, Foga 5 Mana points, other club 4 Mana points,
okay.
etc. And that's it. Depends on the price you're paying per month. Yeah. So another advantage of this is that the users don't have the feeling that they are spending actively money, so they are inclined to spend more money inside of the club.
So maybe from my side, you said that you already conducted interviews with customers from the clubs, but what is about the clubs in general? Because I can imagine after Corona, they are all struggling a bit. So why should they join your Mana club and have to cut their fees?
Actually, that's the reason why they wanted. So we talked to, they want to catch up with the Vienna and other clubs because they think that this might save the club team. Because a lot of people are seeing, okay, where are my friends going? Where should I go? And thus, more people are inclined to party, and
okay,
it's easier for the club. It's more efficient.
What is your rollout plan? I'm just asking because of the pandemic. There are a lot of solutions by now where you need to like sign up in restaurants for contact tracing. And I think that the technology and the app, like if you have one app and you can integrate your test results within your Mana app.
We will do that. Certified users have to verify yourself. Otherwise, I could have this and my very important. And yeah, and at the entrance, you show your app and just your ID. That's
just what I want. I think that right now there are a lot of apps being programmed for another solution, but these apps could be used as a basis for your solution as well.
There is.
You,
Last question.
okay, you just want to target the Austrian market or also the DACH region?
First of all, we'll start with Austria, and then DACH region, and then focus on countries, English-speaking countries.
Okay.
Thank you, Team Mana. Fantastic. And now we move on to our next team, who will be joining us online. So we've got ArcDE, or ArcDE, I'm not so sure. You guys can probably hear me mispronouncing your names, and you can tell us in a second. So representing the team, I saw a name on there now, but we've got on this team Alexandre and Pedro. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can. We can.
Fantastic. Welcome, Alexandre. So will you be sharing your, I can see you're sharing your screen. Will you have slides up for us?
Yes.
All right. Great. Just let us know as soon as you're ready.
We're ready.
Okay, time is ready. All right, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Pedro, the 17-year-old Pedro at the end of high school. He looks like a regular student, but he has done his homework for 2 years. Because of that, he didn't reach a higher degree. And Pedro is not alone. There are millions of children like him in Brazil. But in reality, Pedro is 20 years old, and together with me, we are creating a solution to solve this problem: Arcade. Arcade is a digital platform that uses gamification for the homework process. Different from traditional paperwork or standard digital version of that, Arcade will transform all the process into a gamified environment, applying titles and classes that will help students choose their career by their skill, join guilds, use a cooperative task system, stimulate creativity, and deliver an award, an example of how we will bring engagement together with high performance. So, why is this necessary in Brazil? For cultural reasons, the majority of teachers and schools use homework as the main way to complete the lessons. And that is where the problem appears. The process is not done and leads to scarcity of engagement and a low performance, making children incapable to reach a high degree, exactly what Arcade targets. So, if the 17-year-old Pedro goes back to school now, he won't have this problem anymore, because he'll have found the process. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Alexandre. So you'll now hear questions from the jury. Over to the jury.
So you need to do the homework and a laptop, and does everybody has got a laptop in Brazil? If it's, your target group is are those people in Brazil, if I understand it correctly.
Our target is the high school student, and basically we have this problem in Brazil that one of the main parts of the learning experience in Brazil is the homework process, that teachers don't know how to do it very well. Mm-hmm. So we want to gamify it and make it more engaging, and with more engagement, we're gonna increase the performances.
So it's not a problem that the pupils are poor and don't have any laptops. No, It's just
No,
the
no,
idea.
it's-
Okay, I see. And
It
what's
was
the
just to exemplify.
yeah. But what's the competitive advantage? There exists many different gamifications and homework
Yes,
assistance.
in Brazil, we have the gamification is more in the primary school, and it's not the homework; it's more in the inside the class. So when you go home, you don't have this gamification anymore. And what happens in Brazil, like the more common one, the best player is the Google Classroom. That is not gamified, but is the example of a digital platform to task system, to homework. And what we believe that we are the different is what we do with the grades. Because what we see is that the teachers do give us our grades, and that leads to nowhere. It's just a number for us, and this isn't the engagement. So we want to use this grade and run our gamified system that we want to create, and with that, specifically with the high schoolers, engage them.
Who's paying for your service? Is it the students or the university or the high school?
So we have two sides, the school and the teachers. So we want to let just the teachers buy it, and as a way to approach the school. So the teacher will have freedom to buy the solution as a strategy to the school sees that this is a good service and buy it too. So one of our interviews with teachers, they say that when one teacher have a solution like I did that and it was great, they talk with their friends, with their teacher's friend. So letting them buy it by themselves, and they see that it's good, they're gonna talk to the other teachers, and that's gonna reach the principal, and that's the main buyer.
Cool. Is that it then? Thank you so much, Alexandre. We appreciate your pitch. It was fantastic. And thank you to the jury for questions. A round of applause. Thank you. All right. So for our final pitch of the session, right, jury, I know it's been a long little session here. So just deep breaths and suck up for that energy. We've got Grazli being represented by Florian. Fantastic, Florian. Time is ready. Time is ready. The floor is yours. Thank you.
She finds the next riddle. To her goal, to find the present, she has to solve some riddles. They are very interactive, and the best, all this is personalized. Now you might ask yourself how to order Grazli. You just go to our website, grazli.com. There you find what Grazli is, how it works, some reviews, and within some seconds you can order a personalized gift treasure hunt. You just fill in the name of your child, if you want the age, and also which objects you want to have, indoor or outdoor. And within 24 hours, you get a printed home solution and just order it. With this, we have already served over 100 kids and made them happy, and their parents too. So if you know a child and want to provide them with an unforgettable experience receiving a gift, order now. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Florian from Grazli. So now, questions from the jury.
So how does it work? I'm a mother and I want to give a present to my daughter, and yes. I have to give you the age and the name, and you come there and look at the environment, or how does it work?
No, actually, you just go to our website. There we have a selection of hints you can choose. So you just go there, you fill it out with your email address, probably the name of your daughter if you want, the age, and then also which hints you want. So you can choose what hints do I have at home, for example, do I have a chair or do I have a tree outdoors or whatever you want, and we send then, based on the age, a personalized gift treasure hunt for the child.
I give you the description of surrounding.
Exactly, exactly. And until now, the feedback was really good. So, yeah.
And it's for which age?
It's for children between 5 and 15. So we offer different versions based on the age you provide. We offer a version according.
What does it cost?
Actually, we have a pay-as-you-wish model, so you can order it for free. Because as it's digital only, it doesn't cost us that much if we have more orders. So now our strategy is that we get a lot of customers, and later we want to make a fixed price under 10 euros, at least for the digital version. In future, we will want also to provide fixed boxes. We send you home, and you can.
It's also for a party. There are more children.
Yes, we have also planned that. Right now it's for 1 to 3 children, so often we have siblings using it together and doing it together, but we want to make it for up to 10 children. That's the idea.
What about the marketing?
Actually, until now, for us, a word of mouth is really strong because the parents that have tried it tell it other parents. We are also active on social media, and yeah, what we found out until now, all our customers are very willing to share this experience.
Do you have some example riddles on your slides?
I have just one.
Or maybe take us on the journey.
Quite old
of getting
riddle.
A gift now.
Let me, where is it? This is actually, it's in German because we provide the solution in German. That's for just, I would say, 6-year-old kids. So they just take the first letters here, and then it's sofa. So then they know the next riddle is a sofa. But we also have riddles. You have to go in front of the mirror, or you have to use the light that you can read it on the paper. Yes, we want to make it as interactive as possible, and in future also some learning effects that you can learn something from the riddles. So.
And maybe just because I'm curious, how much do people pay if they are free to pay as much as they want?
Actually, on average, it's 13 euros what they pay. But we have some customers, they have more than 1 children, and that's also something we found out. They have ordered Grazis for all their children after each other.
Maybe you can tell us a bit more about your team. So what is your background?
Yes, actually on the first slide, or here we have also our team in the middle. Christine is organizational talent, I would say, and we all study economics. Dominic has a lot of experience in sales, and for me, I have a digital background also, so I know a little bit of web development and online marketing. And we also have Tobias supporting us in design, and a lot of coaches that help us to develop the Grazlis. Not that easy to find the right difficulty for each age.
Cool, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That leaves with a very nice, large, and diverse team, which is obviously what's really, really important. As you can tell, all the jurors ask about the team, because at the end of the day, it's the founding team that is going to decide whether or not this idea can actually become a viable business one day. So, thank you, Gratis, and thank you to the jury. That is us. That is a wrap for this session. So, I would just like to give a big thank you to all the teams. Your pitches were awesome. A really great variety of ideas, from services to products to platforms, a lot of digital solutions, but also some real physical products, which I find really exciting. At the end of the day, the world's not going to be completely digital in the future, so we need these kind of ideas. So now that all the teams have made their pitches, we're going to take a break until 4 p.m. You can find the agenda of the rest of the event on the website in the tab Pitch Day. Now, in the afternoon, we're going to have, well, firstly, I'd like to add, we've changed something up. When we come back from the break, we will be announcing the top 10 teams. So there's going to be like a halfway award ceremony occurring at 4 p.m. Thereafter, we're going to have some keynotes, right? The first one being Laura Weinier, the Chief Growth Officer of Go Student. And we know that Go Student has been growing exponentially. So I'm really excited to hear from her about how exactly she's managing that. We'll also have Valerie Mocker, the founder and board member of wingwoman.com, an entrepreneurship coach, top 40 under 40. She was sitting on a board when she was already in her 20s, an incredible person. I'm also very excited to hear her talk about how to craft your own future and how to move in the direction you want. We'll also have the Startup Fair and Partner Fair, where you can go and chat with company representatives of some really cool companies, some really cool startups, get to know what does it mean to work in a startup, grab some insights, maybe get your foot in the door, get a contact, who knows, you could walk away with a job. Now, of course, the main event is going to occur a little bit later on in the evening, and that is the Pitch Award, where we're going to have the top 10 teams pitch that final jury, who will then decide on who walks away with the cash prizes, and we'll have our partners around to decide who's walking away with the non-cash prizes. So super, super exciting stuff coming up in the afternoon. Enjoy your lunch break. Thank you for joining us this morning, and we'll see you at 4 p.m. See you later, and thank you. Welcome and good afternoon, everybody. For those of you that were with us this morning, welcome back. For those of you that are joining this afternoon, welcome to the grand finale of Entrepreneurship Avenue 2021. We are super excited to have you guys with us today. If you weren't here this morning and you haven't attended one of our events before, welcome. My name is James. I am a Strategy, Innovation, and Management Control student here at VU. And I am the moderator for Entrepreneurship Avenue 2021, and it's a great honor to be here today with you all. We had an incredible morning this morning where 33 teams pitched to their semi-finalist juries, and they really did an incredible job. We have an awesome hybrid setup here. We had offline teams, we had online teams, and it really worked really well. I must say, Entrepreneurship Avenue is innovating the way in which these kind of competitions are held. So, I'm going to now run through the rest of the agenda for the afternoon, and then we'll be announcing the top 10 teams before a few people speak, and we have some keynote speakers. So, what's happening now? After I'm done here, we're going to have some opening words from Rudolph and the EA team and a few other people. You'll see it very shortly. Then afterwards, we have our Go student keynote speaker, and that is Laura Vanier. She is the Chief Growth Officer of Go Student. I said this morning, and I'll say it again. Go Student started a few years ago. They're a tutoring company. And they were a small company just some years ago. They've now accelerated so far that they recently received $70 million in investment. That is a huge amount for a company that is only some years old. So we're really excited to hear the insights that she has for us on how to manage hyper growth, to go from ideation to hyper growth, and how that whole process goes down. Then afterwards, we're going to have the Startup and Partner Fair. This morning I made a mistake and said that would be going in parallel with the finalists, but it's actually its own thing. So that's going to be available for the online participants. You guys, if you exit the full screen of this live stream now and you scroll down, you will see the Startup Fair booths. You can enter different booths, chat to the people there. You can learn a lot about what it's like to work in a startup or at one of the partner companies, gain insights, have discussions, have chats, and who knows, you might get a foot in the door, you might get a really useful contact, you might even land a job. Let's see what happens. I believe offline participants will also be able to engage in some of the side rooms, and when that time comes, you can ask us to point that out to you, and we'll let you know where to go. Then, after the Startup Fair and the Startup and Partner Fair, it's time for the finalist pitches, and that's going to be super exciting. The top 10 teams from this morning will be pitching to the jury in an effort to win cash prizes and non-cash prizes. Let's just go through it one more time. Let's get excited for it. Third place is going to walk away with 500 euros plus a bunch of non-cash prizes allocated by our partners. Second place, 1,000 euros plus more non-cash prizes. And first place will walk away with 1,500 euros that they can put towards their business, plus these non-cash prizes. When I speak about non-cash prizes, I'm talking about resources, consulting, potentially office space, and so on and so forth. Often even more valuable than the cash prizes. And what's really exciting is it's not just the top 3 teams that make it to the podium that will get non-cash prizes, but our partners are watching, and if they like one of the pitches and they think that there's a synergy with their company and they want to bring you on board and get involved, they're going to offer non-cash prizes to you. So there will be more than 3 winners tonight. And remember, by just making it to the stage for the final top 10, you're a winner, right? You're getting exposure, you're getting put out there, and you're experiencing something nothing like you've done before, probably. So you guys have already won, and all 33 teams have won already today. Then, after the finalists have pitched, we will have our keynote speaker from Wing Woman. That is the CEO of Wing Woman, Valerie Mocker, who is going to be talking about how to craft your future. And she's someone who was super successful at a very young age. She sat on the board of companies. She was managing multi-million-dollar funds in her 20s. So she really knows a lot about how you can craft your future. You can build a vision and work towards it. So again, amazing insights that we're going to gather later. And I'm really excited to hear what she's got to say. And it's during that time that our finalist jury will be deliberating to decide who the top 3 teams are. So when we come back from the keynote speaker, that will be the time for the finalist pitch awards, where we will announce the winners and hand over the prizes. So that's going to be kind of when things come to an end. Thereafter, we'll have a closing ceremony. There'll be lots of gratitude, lots of thank yous, lots of happy and sad tears, because obviously it's going to be over tonight. And as happy as we are to have run an incredible event, it is sad to be saying goodbye to you later. But we're not there yet. So before we move on, it is time to announce who the top 10 teams are. So I asked for a drum roll. I'll make my own drum roll, right? Let's get excited. The first team to make it to the top 10 tonight is Now, working on putting together, I believe it was the platform that helps people find the best co-working space. So a round of applause to Now. Right? Then we have, I don't know if this is actually what they're called. I think it was ambulance, alert ambulance. So these are the guys who are making it so that ambulances don't get stuck in traffic, sending out alerts on map apps and so on and so forth. Really important. So a massive round of applause to them. All right, I think I'm just going to push through these names now. Then we also have Azola. We have Happy Vet. We have Gratzli, Unify, Experience, SciTech, Savvy, and finally, DigiDrop. So well done to the top 10 teams who made it to the finalists. We are super excited to hear you guys pitch, and a round of applause for all of you. Well done, guys. You have made it to the top 10, so get yourselves mentally prepared. Get yourselves into the zone. Remember what Daniel Cronin said. If you're feeling nervous, lean into it, right? Let it embody you. Go forward and conquer, guys. You guys are going to do great. I'm 100% sure. So, before we start the program, I would like to welcome Rudolf Domotor to the stage. He is one of the founders of Entrepreneurship Avenue. He's been here since day one. I think it was 10 or 11 years ago. He'll tell you now. So Rudolf, welcome and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, James. So hello. First of all, congratulations to the 10 teams who made it to the Pitch Award final today. Very well done. And congratulations to all of the participating teams as well. I cannot tell you how happy I am that we can finally meet again personally today. There are so many teams out there on site to celebrate the conclusion of this year's program, and it's really nice to see you and sense the entrepreneurship spirit, Entrepreneurship Avenue spirit, not only online but on site as well. So, what is today all about? What is the Entrepreneurship Avenue all about? What is entrepreneurship all about? Well, it's about hard work, really hard work. Sounds strenuous? Yes, and it is. But do not worry. Above all, it's about passion. Do what you love, you will be better at it, and you will get fun. The Entrepreneurship Avenue wants to help young people in finding out whether starting their own business, whether starting the startup ecosystem is the thing that they love. It is a platform of opportunity, and since 2014, more than 10,000 participants taking part in our events, and more than 300 students since the beginning. Here, for a further increase in the internationality and in the diversity of participants. Students from more than 125 universities all over the world joined this year's program, making 2021 even more full than the ones that we had before. So to you, to participants and to the startup teams, I trust today's final entrepreneurship will not mark the end, but rather the begin of your entrepreneurial journeys. To Ekaterina and Florian and to the whole organizing team, thank you so much for the smooth organization, your ideas and your passion. And I'm really impressed how smooth the hybrid setting today. I'm so happy for you that finally the whole organizing team meet in person today for the first time since you started the project. And finally, to our partners, our mentors, our speakers, our trainers, thank you for moving along with us. To you all, stay entrepreneurial and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Rudolf. Wonderful to hear from someone who's really seen the Entrepreneurship Avenue grow over so many years, and to be here in this hybrid mode and experience it like this. I'm sure it's pretty interesting, and I'm sure he's very proud. So, in fact, I would like to take a moment to give a round of applause to Rudolf for all the hard work that he puts into this. Thank you, Rudolf. Cool. So now we are going to be getting a short greeting by video from Austria's Federal Minister for Digital and Economic Affairs, that is Marguerite Schrambuck.
Ich freue mich sehr, auf diesem Wege bei der WU Entrepreneurship Avenue dabei sein zu können. Es ist das 8. Mal, dass dieses großartige und auch große Event stattfindet. Und ich freue mich ganz besonders, dass Sie die Möglichkeit haben, sich mit Innovationen auseinanderzusetzen und auch die Möglichkeit haben, das Thema Entrepreneurship anzugehen. Wichtig ist, dass vor allem jene Zugang finden, die noch nicht mit dem Gedanken gespielt haben, Unternehmerin oder Unternehmer zu werden, etwas zu gründen, etwas anzupacken. Und es ist leichter, als man denkt. Aber es ist auch wichtig, dass man ein Netzwerk hat und dass man Erfahrungen austauschen kann. Und Events wie diese, die so groß sind wie dieses Event der Wirtschaftsuniversität, tragen natürlich wesentlich dazu bei. Innovation und Unternehmertum sind wichtig für Österreich. Sie schaffen Arbeitsplätze, sie geben Zukunft den Familien in Österreich. Und darum freue ich mich ganz besonders, dass Sie sich die Zeit genommen haben und diese Chance nutzen, mehr zu erfahren und zu gestalten und vielleicht zu gründen. Ich wünsche allen, die sich entscheiden, ein Unternehmen in Österreich zu gründen, alles Gute für die Zukunft und viel Erfolg für dieses Event.
Cool, and many thanks to Margaret Schrambuck for taking time what out of must be a pretty busy schedule of hers to make that video for us. That was the Federal Minister for Digital and Economic Affairs. Now, finally, I'd like to welcome to the stage Florian and Katja. These are the head organizers of Entrepreneurship Avenue. They study with me at the Strategy, Innovation and Management Control Masters here at VU. You don't know how much work they have to do. They're students at the same time, yet they're the head organizers of this really massive event. It's been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and they've got some words to share with you. So I'd like to welcome them. Thank you, Flo and Katja.
Thank you, James. First of all, I want to say thank you to all our participants because, of course, without you, this event would never have happened. And I want to join Rudolf's words and just say how happy we all are that you guys are here and that our team is here, because it was definitely a challenging year for all of us, for our team, I guess for you as well in your studies and in your professional lives. So it's great to have some sense of normality back and to have this kind of event happening. And I really hope that next year Avenue is going to be completely offline, and hopefully we'll see some familiar faces next year as well. But regarding this event, I just want to say again, thank you to our team. I know we said it already a lot of times, but we cannot thank you enough, guys, for putting all this time and effort into this event. And yeah, we just hope that you all enjoyed it, both teams and participants. Of course, big thank you to our partners and startups and everyone who was participating as jury members or as mentors and pitch trainers or in the job chat. We are really grateful to you for your work. And yeah, I mean, Florian, if you have something to say, go ahead.
well, you kind of took everything away from me already.
That
so
was the whole point. Yeah.
basically, yeah. Also, like a big thank you from my side. It was a pleasurable journey. It was a lot of fun. It started off kind of rumbly in the whole with the whole restrictions in the beginning, but now it's finally so cool to actually be here, to actually have people here, to meet people, to meet the teams. It's just very, very enjoyable. And like one thank you forgot, and I think this is the most important one. And I have to tell you, it's for you. For first of all, putting all the work in that you did, and second of all, to have to bear with me all the time. I think that's also not easy.
That was a pain sometimes, yeah.
So yeah, a big thank you also to you. I think without you, I couldn't have done it, and yeah.
Thanks to you as well. I feel like if like our team probably knows that we were kind of very beneficially contributing to our mutual work because you were doing the tech and I was doing everything else.
Yeah. And also for us, it was also cool because she just came here and we really got to know each other. And by now I can like definitely say that we are pretty good friends. And even for that, the avenue was worth it. Yeah. Also to this guy, James, over there. I love you, bro.
Yeah. I think that's pretty much it from our side.
To James.
Yes.
And enjoy the rest of the afternoon and early evening. It's going to be a blast.
All right.
Cool. Thank you, guys. A round of applause for Katja, Flo, as well as the rest of the Entrepreneurship Avenue team. Like I said, you guys don't understand. Beyond just Katja and Flo, there's a team of about 20 plus students who are behind this event, who make this happen. They have to chase the partners. They have to chase the startups. They have to chase the participants. They are chasing people all day long. Then there's tech problems, then there's organization, there's this, there's that. And this has been many months in the making. So really a big thank you to the team for making this happen. And we'll repeat this at the end again. But you know, for those of you guys out there who are listening, that are here today, it's amazing to be with you, and a big thank you. So now that that is done, we are ready to welcome to the virtual stage Laura Vanier. Right? We're not ready to welcome. All right, so we're waiting for Laura to join our call, which means that it is my opportunity to ramble and come up with things to talk about. So yeah, I mean, I'm just really excited to see who wins at the end of the day. I think that it's a pretty tight competition. CoNow, Alert Ambulance, Azola, Happy Vet, Gartley, Unify, Experience, ThighTech, Savvy, DigiDrop. I mean, they're all really cool ideas. Really innovative, you know, combination of edutech. We've got health tech. We've got things that, you know, focus on agriculture, and some really amazing solutions. So, you know, we're going to see what happens this evening. It's probably going to be really hard for the jury to decide. But yeah. Until then, well, what else can we talk about? Have we got Laura with us? So we've got Laura with us. So Laura is ready. My team will let me know when she's ready. But yeah, I mean, Go Student, guys. So we're about to hear from Laura from Go Student, an amazing company. I have a small company back in South Africa that does university test and exam prep and tutoring, scaled to a few universities. It's pretty humble. And when I read about the Go Student experience, I mean, for me, it's pretty awesome to grow so quickly and to be able to help so many students, you know, really reach their full potential. I find it really inspiring. These guys have scaled across Europe over the last few years, right? They've really taken advantage of the whole move towards online tutoring. And I can tell you from my experience in the industry, online tutoring has changed the game, right? No more do you have to mission to the tutor's house. No more does the tutor have to come to you, right? People can, you know, it's so much more efficient. The best tutor might not be the one who lives in your neighborhood. It might be someone in another city. And Go Student are enabling this and really driving forward this new approach to tutoring. So I'm super excited to hear what Laura's got to tell us about growing. She's the Chief Growth Officer. I mean, have you ever even heard of such a title, Chief Growth Officer? You've got to be growing pretty quickly to have an executive called the Chief Growth Officer. Cool. So my team tells me we're ready. Laura is with us, right? So Laura,
Great.
Welcome. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Florian, and thank you a lot for the
Great introduction.
It's my pleasure, Laura. Thank you so much. So I'll hand over the virtual stage to you. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Florian. And first of all, congratulations to the 10 finalists. I've heard that like the announcement was made. So congratulations to all of you before we jump into my presentation. So yeah, first of all, thank you also for the invitation. So a few words from my side. So yes, Florian said, I'm a Chief Growth Officer at GoStudent. I joined 2.5 years ago at the very early days of the company. So when we were only like, the two founders, a few developers and a few students, to really build the whole sales and marketing department from 0 to now 300 people. And since summer also responsible for our international expansion. And today I would like to actually bring you a bit more into the whole story of GoStudent from the early days to now our hyper growth. So I'm going to share my screen with you. So you're gonna see my presentation. So just to make sure, does everyone see my slides? Yes, great. So yeah, so I've been asked to present a bit the GoStudent journey. So from an ID generation to a hyper growth management. So I was not there at the very early days of the company. So the company was actually officially founded in 2016. I joined in 2018. But from 2016 to 2018, we were actually, the guys developed a different product. And I joined when the product that we are selling today, so our one-on-one online tutoring, was ready. I will explain you a bit all the journey, what are the challenges that we face, the opportunities, and also what we aim for the future. So in terms of presentation, so we always start actually with a question that we ask to all our students or even adults. Who is the teacher that you still remember from school? Who did inspire you? I often take the word from the public, but I think today we are a bit short of time. But what I want to make as a point today is that the majority of the time when we hear people, we hear maybe 1 or 2 teachers that they got inspired from. And we also hear stories of 2 or 3 teachers that they really remember because they were a really bad teacher. But then there is this big gap in between. Like we know when during like 12 years of school, you often meet 60, even more teachers. And only remembering 2 of them, the one that inspired you, is actually a bit disappointing. What we aim at GoStudent is to actually really find this ideal teacher, this inspiring teacher for all the subjects for every kid. So the global problem that we are touching right now is this lack of access to great, inspiring teachers for children in the age of 6 to 19 years old. So we are targeting what we call the K-12 education, so primary and high school. You have to imagine that every year, the European Union spends more than 850 billion on education, and 20% of that comes from private households. So we have markets, for example, for the tutoring market in France, it's the #1 in Europe, where we estimate between 7 and 9 billion of spending. Or then the next one is actually the UK with around 7 to 8 billion. And then we have the German region with around 4 to 5 billion. And what we are doing at GoStudent is retargeting this tutoring market that is a very fragmented market. So we have actually 80% of this market that is managed, or like the offer is being given by what we call the tutor from next door, or the shadow market. And then we have 10 to 20% that is owned by institutions like Schülerhilfe, Studentenkreis, or Academia in France. And what we want is to bring to bridge this online and this offline network, and to bring all our tutors that are offline on our platform to give access to the highest quality teacher to all the students all over Europe and beyond, wherever they sit. So our mission right now, our vision is to build the #1 global school. So we connect students with top teachers for virtual, video-based, one-on-one tutoring session. So we have developed a virtual classroom where the kid, the student, and the tutor can meet at the time that is the most convenient for them. And then they can actually share the screen, have an interaction one-on-one session without having to leave their house. So we are bringing, actually, thanks to this online tutoring, the convenience, the affordability, and the quality. So what we have done is we have built really this GoStudent infrastructure to really follow the journey of a student for a tutoring session. So there is the before the tutoring session, where we actually assess the profile of the student, understand where does he face issues, what is his learning style, and also actually what are their hobbies. Then we have the session, the one-on-one session that happens online in our virtual classroom, where the tutor is actually often going to take the content that the students saw at school, and then they are just going to repeat it to try to explain it in different words. And then there is this after session, where we also define the study plan for the next week, the goals of the student. For some students, we always say that we do not define success. For some students, the success is just to pass their test in mathematics. For some, it's actually to enter the best engineering schools. And we do not judge on that. What we just want to do is to really help the student to develop their full potential, whatever it is, for a self-determined future, so that they can choose in the future what they want to do, who they want to be. Our stories, as I was saying before I arrived actually in the company, it started with a simple WhatsApp homework chat. So Felix, who is the founder of Go Student, was actually very good in mathematics. So just to give you an idea, he actually started studying mathematics at university at the age of 14 years old, and he graduated at 18 years old, his bachelor in mathematics. And his little brother, who was 4 or 5 years younger than him, was kind of the opposite. He was more the social type rather than the science guy. And he often asked actually Felix for his support with this mathematics homework. And then step by step, like they had like a kind of a discussion over WhatsApp, and because at that time Felix was in Cambridge. And step by step, actually Felix's brothers brought also his friend in the WhatsApp group. And that's how actually we started with a very simple product, this homework chat. The main learnings that they made there is first, like try fast and fail quickly. Also very like being problem oriented, solve problems effectively and efficiently, and don't get stuck on the little details. So with this homework chat, they really started just with WhatsApp, and then step by step, they actually worked with the developer agency to actually build their own mobile application. Then actually when the mobile application was ready, they launched it in the whole DACH region and got around 200,000 users. So mainly students who were like downloading the application, asking a few questions, and then the tutor community would help the student via the chat, helping them with any question that they had with their homework or the preparation of the test. So how was the whole journey? So first there was a problem. So global access to top inspiring teachers that explain school subject in an understandable way and help students to unlock their full potential. So when we say, for example, that Go Student aims at finding this perfect match between the student and the tutor, we identify a few different factors. There is on the one hand the learning style of the kid. Is he more about reading, repeating, writing? Is he someone who's a bit slow at learning or a bit more quick or just average? Then there is the hobbies also, like actually are they interested in football? Are they interested in singing? So how can you use the interest of the student to actually learn something that is a bit more abstract? And then there is also the third point is like how to actually show education as something cool, something that you want to do and not something that you are obliged to do. So we brought this homework chat. So that's how everything started. There was kind of a chat explosion, more and more people joining. And that's when they say, okay, there is actually a need. People are coming, although we are not even doing advertising. It's only word of mouth. So there must be something there. So that's why they actually decided to develop their first mobile application. So they went to a few business angels who started bringing the first couple of, 10, 20, 30, 40,000 euros. And that was a really good way, like a very kind of a mark for I'd say an indicator for Felix and Gregor that the idea was somehow there is something, this is valuable, people want to invest in them. And they use this money to actually develop the mobile application. And then they launched it on the market. They got their first 200,000 users. But then at that time, what they realized is that, okay, there is a product that is being used by students, but now we need to think about monetization because at that time it was actually completely free. And when you have a free product, it's easy to attract the users. But once you start having to monetize it, because you don't always have investors behind you, you need to think about, okay, who is actually the purchaser? And what they saw is that it would be very hard actually to monetize the current product, but they saw that there was a need for private tutoring sessions. So the students using the mobile application were actually asking for that. So what they did is like they actually started working on this one-on-one virtual classroom. So at the beginning of 2018, they brought in a CTO from Bulgaria to really develop this all classroom. And then what they also realized when the classroom was ready, they were very excited. They started selling it to the student, but the students were very happy to take a trial session with one of our existing tutors, but they were not the purchaser. So trial sessions were really easy to give, but then when it was about buying actual session, it was a bit more complicated. And that's where actually we understood that our audience were not the students, they were the users, but our audience were the parents. And we had to reach out to the parents, convince the parents so that they could actually purchase tutoring session for their own kids. And this is when I actually came in to build the whole sales and marketing department. So we built this all sales machine, how we call it. So the way it works at Go Students, so we are already 600 employees, and 45% of this team is actually sales. So already in the DACH region, so in Austria, Germany, and Switzerland, altogether, we already have 100 sales representatives. The way it works is that we have a marketing team, now almost 40 to 60 people, who are responsible to generate leads. So they work with Google Ads, with Facebook ads, with Twitter ads. We are now also starting TV ads to actually reach our target audience, which are the parents, and generate leads for the sales team. So a lead is for us a parent who is interested in the education of the kid and who is either looking actively for a tutor because their kid might have an issue at school, or because they also want just to support their kid further in their own development. And so the marketing team is responsible to generate those leads. And then what we do is that we have a CRM, we work with HubSpot, and a lead is automatically assigned to one of a sales rep. So in 2019, one of the main thing that we did was actually to really build this all sales machine. So from the acquisition of a lead of a parent that we can call to really converting this lead into a customer. So how did we do it? Is that we actually realized that parents, they would not be ready to put money right away on the table to a company that they've never heard of. So that's why we actually started convincing them by offering them trial session. Why also did they need to be convinced is that at that time, online education was not a thing. So that was actually one of the big changes with Corona. Corona helped us to, to convince parents that tutoring can be online. At that time, that was not so easy. Every parent who were looking for a tutor, they actually wanted the tutor to come to their place, for the tutor to sit next to the kid, because in their view, it was the only way that it worked. But of course, with Corona, nobody could come to the house of each other, and then they had to do it online, so that it makes sense. But at that time, so we had to have this sales team to convince all our parents that yes, online tutoring is a thing, and yes, it's as effective as offline tutoring, and online enable us to have high quality tutor wherever you are at an affordable price and bringing some convenience. So not having to drive from one place to another, not having to plan hours, days in advance. So everything could be from home at a convenient time. And yeah, we created a lot of automation to actually handle all those leads, to assign them to the sales team, to also find, define KPIs, to also track and control a bit more what was happening in the sales team, to keep improving and to keep actually growing faster. So that was in 2019. Yeah, so a few learnings that we met in 2019 was first building this sales and marketing machine. The second thing was also to move to a subscription model. So at the beginning, a parent could buy 1 session, 4 sessions, or 8 sessions. And then actually we moved to say, okay, what about a subscription model? You buy 4 sessions for 3 months. And then we added 6 months, and then 12 months, and then 24 months. And so step by step, we actually increased the size of our packages from, the one session that was around 20 euros at the time to now our bigger packages being about 7,000 euros. And this actually membership model enables us to also, be forecast a bit more. So we know that a customer that joins us today will stay with us for the next 2 years. And of course, from a business perspective, it really makes more sense. And that's also why the sales team was so important, because without a sales team, we might not have been able to sell actually a membership model, so 24 months. But the sales team is there to really bring this trust factor, to reassure the parents, to really understand the need of the student, to then convince them to actually to work long time with us. So once the business model was cracked, we started also, increasing a bit more the size of the team. So before, so in 2019, we were still actually in the basement of a sailing school in the second district. And at one point, it really started to be very crowded. So we had like a few people who were actually working in the kitchen, having calls. We even had containers. So, the containers that you have in the working, like when you have like streets, like working in the street. So we had those containers in the parking lot and some salespeople selling from there. And then we're like, okay, it's really time that we actually move to a proper office. So now we actually have an office here in the second district. And yeah, we started with, like 500 square meter probably. And now we are already at around 3,000 square meters to hold actually all our employees. So when we moved here to the second district, we were 40 employees. We will soon be in Vienna, 350 people by the end of this year. And then, yeah, so in 2020, so when Corona hit, so that was actually kind of a positive and negative change for us. So on the one hand, we actually had the search volume for tutoring that dropped. So suddenly in the German region, there was school stopped, like, like for 2 or 3 weeks, they extended holidays. The test did not happen. There were exams that were actually easier. There was less stress from the parents' side. There were less control also, like we didn't see if the kid actually had difficulties or not in math because there were less exams. And so the search volume for tutoring dropped. So that's where also at that time, we actually switched some of our budget from Google search to Facebook to go more like upper funnel to generate the demand for tutoring, and also not calling it Nachhilfe anymore, but more homeschooling. And on the other hand, Corona was also very positive for us because that's when suddenly the whole investment market, so all the investors, the venture capitalists, suddenly they wanted to invest in education because education became the hot topic. Education was one of the industry that was barely digitalized, sorry. And with the whole Corona situation, all the teachers, all the schools, they had to go online. And so suddenly investors wanted to invest in the next unicorns, in the next big companies. Once we got this investment, that's where we started to actually conquer Europe. So we launched France in July 2020. And then we followed by Spain. And then we actually entered more than 10 countries. And the objective is to be in 20 countries by the end of this year. We want to be global. So we started with Europe. And now we are already going outside of Europe. So we opened Turkey, we opened Russia, and we are opening Mexico and Canada during summer. So some of you actually might wonder, is there still space in the market? So, it's education is pretty crowded right now, but yes, there is still a lot of things, because what you have to imagine is that like in Europe, so we actually talk about a 30 billion market almost in terms of tutoring. And this with the #1 market being France, Germany, UK. And then if we target also IT, Spain and Greece, we are already targeting 80% of these European markets. And what we want to do there is really to target this highly fragmented market. So, it's a bit of one tutor here, one tutor there, to bring all those tutors on our platform to then give them this access to great teacher all over Europe, all over the world to students. So we love hypergrowth. So there are 3 emojis in this company that are very important. The rocket, definitely. The second one is the fire. And then the third one is the muscle. And that actually really expressed a lot our culture here at Go Student. We don't have time. We don't want to take the time. We want to go fast. We want to conquer Europe. We want to conquer the world and bring our solution to all the students worldwide, because we really believe that we can make a difference and help them to develop their full potential. So we expanded from DACH in 2020 to now 18 markets in less than a year. Our team grew from 40 people to 500 people, even more within a year. So during the whole Corona time. And we have now even more than 15,000 customers, and we have 400,000 sessions booked per month. We receive an investment or several investments in total of 86 million euros. So investors first, it started with business angels, and then it moved to Speed Invest, who actually invested 1.5 million as our seed capital. Then during Corona, we had Left Lane Capital based in New York and DN Capital based in London, who invested in the company for around 8 million. A few months later, we actually did an extension of 5 million with the same investors. Those investors are also investing in companies like Auto 1 or HelloFresh. So also really big names who also went to the stock exchange afterwards. And then actually here in March, we also had our Series B with Co2, which is also an American company who also brought more than 70 million on the table. We also opened 12 international offices, so also all during Corona time. So it started with Lyon in France, then Madrid in Spain, and then we just actually opened a new office in all the countries where we entered, as well as Berlin, where we opened our product and the marketing hub. And also in Bulgaria, where we also now having a developer hub. And yeah, we are growing 20-30% month over month and 700% year over year. So we are fast and we love that. And the company, I would say, is being pumped up by all this energy. So what is our secret sauce to achieve and defend our market power? So first, it's operational excellence. So it's how you hire the right people. You give them actually really the freedom to work on and to build something, to build also structures, processes. It's also bringing all the different departments together. It's also building the whole company structure to make sure that a customer all over his journey, from getting to know us via Facebook up to having his 100 sessions with a certain tutor, that there is really a clear customer journey and that he really feels that Go Student is there along the way to bring him to the success that he wants to be. Then we have also, which is very important, is this sales engine that we have built. So really having a team who is very close to the customer, to the parent, bringing the trust, working on the emotions, because education is a very emotional topic. When you are a parent and you, for example, look for a babysitter for your kid, you don't want to take someone randomly. You really want to make sure that you can trust this person will be in your house alone with your kid. And education is the same, because it's all about the future of your kid. And that's why for us, it's very important to have built actually this telesales force to really be there, understand the problem of the parent, the problem of the kid, and offer the best solution. Something also that was very important is the whole data infrastructure. So in order to run a company that grows so fast, that has now 600 employees, and to keep control about what is happening, the best way is with data. To understand, where we lose customers, what is actually the conversion rate from a lead to a customer, what's the average basket value, what is the number of sessions that a customer is taking per month. Why are tutors happy or unhappy? What can we improve? So this is why like the company is very a data-oriented company. And we also work actually with AI to automate the process of recruitment and also of matching between the tutor and the student. And last but not least, we were able to enter about like 10, 15 countries within a year, thanks to our internationalization playbook. So this playbook is actually a list of tasks. It's also like to-dos. It's a list of of explanation on how to enter a new market. And this actually playbook enabled us to enter a new market within a month. So within a month, we actually hire the starting team and the country manager. We translate the website and the web app. We prepare all our workflow and our processes. We train the people. We launch the marketing campaigns. We hire the first tutors. And within a month, we get our first customer. And this would not be possible without this playbook of processes and to-dos. So what's next for Go Students? Well, first is our expansion to Mexico, Canada, and Poland. Then, so we want to be in more than 20 countries worldwide by the end of this year. We want to grow the team to more than 1,000 talents by the end of this year and 10,000 tutors. We also want to move beyond actually K-12 tutoring, K-12 education, so from 6 to 19 years old. We want to continue the journey of the student until they arrive to university, they get their first job, and even beyond. We also want to grow further in the B2B sectors. So really working with schools, working with companies, and any other partners to really upgrade our offer and enlarge our audience. And then we also look at our first acquisition. So companies that we can acquire to actually bring us more customers or more potential customers, but also to add more features to our current virtual classroom and application. And it can also be to also move to another segment. So maybe also going to B2B, for example, into school, or it could also be, to go more offline. So there are a lot of opportunities. What we are doing right now is building the #1 global school. We don't know how this school will look like in 10 years, but we know that we will be worldwide. We know that we will be top of mind, and that we will help thousands and thousands of students all over the globe to actually develop their full potential. So what are our key takeaways from this more than 4 years journey? So first of all is dream big and have a big vision. So that's actually a very good complementarity between our two founders. So we have on the one hand, Felix, who is actually having this bold mindset, having this vision where he wants to see the company in 5 to 10 years, how he wants to differentiate from competitors. And at the same time, we have Gregor, who is more on the execution side, to really make the dream and the vision of Felix a reality. The second thing that we've learned also is compare yourself only to unreachable companies that did really amazing things. Look at Tesla, look at Amazon, look at Netflix, at Spotify. Companies really changed the game. We really brought something new on the table. They probably heard a lot of, you are crazy, it will never work, people don't want that. But that's actually when you hear those kind of things that they might be something. But what you will need is to really prepare the market, change the market to then sell your solution. Third point that you might have heard a lot also is the road will be bumpy and just be ready for that. That's how it works. But the most important is stay positive and learn from mistakes. And always think that, when you actually meet a wall, you meet a challenge, that means that you're actually moving forward. You are going to learn something new, and that's actually something very positive. Stay cool, don't overthink. So, try to break the rules, go beyond what people think is possible, but don't overstress. Don't say, oh my God, someone said that it's not a good idea, I'm gonna stop there. No, believe in what you think, don't overanalyze, and just move forward. And the last point is really this, don't overanalyze. And that's also why we are very successful with our international expansion. We are not a company who is going to deeply analyze all the market to really understand, what are all the challenges, the opportunities, the threats, who are the competitors. There will always be something that that kind of will hinder actually your expansion, that would tell you actually it's not a good market for you because there is this big competitor, or the culture towards tutoring is not there. There are not so many people who actually look for a tutor. There will always be a reason not to enter a market, but the most important is your mindset. If you want to make it work, you will find a way to make it work. So just analyze the market to make sure where you are going, to know what are the challenges that you will face, but don't think that it's not going to be a good market because of those challenges. The more the challenge, the funnier the adventure. So here we are. So yeah, I'm almost right on time. So I have 8 minutes for you for all your Q&A. And I hope that you have a lot of questions for me.
Cool, thank you. So I've actually just turned on the camera there. I don't know if you can see me now.
Yes.
Awesome, cool. So super, super exciting, super, super inspiring. I know I've said this a few times, but I'll say it again. I have a small tutoring company in South Africa, and we've scaled to a few universities. But scaling in the way that you guys have, I think it's really, really incredible. And to hear you guys talk about 3,000 meters of office space, it really makes my heart jump a little bit. So really super cool. And so one of the questions that came up in the Q&A, and I'm going to like add on it a little bit and build on it, is how do you manage and ensure quality amongst, you said you're pushing towards 10,000 plus tutors. So I know my team at home is not so massive, but it's 100 plus, and we sometimes have quality issues, and we've come up with ways to deal with it. But I can see it starting to really break down if we went really, really big. So what are the things that you've put in place to manage quality, not just in terms of recruitment, but also after the fact and so on and so forth?
Yeah. So currently we have a team of a bit more than 60 people who are actually responsible to recruit our tutors and to manage the community. So when we talk about recruitment, actually, if you're university students, for example, and you want to work with us 10 hours a week, what you do is you go on our website and then you apply for the position. And based on the subject that you apply for, you will receive an exam, and you need to pass 80% of those questions in order to be selected by Go Student. Then if you actually successfully pass this test in the subject that you want to teach, you will have a group interview where you need to introduce yourself, where you will be asked a few questions so we can actually evaluate and assess your pedagogical skills. So it's good to be good at a subject, but you also have to be good at teaching it.
You need that charisma element and so on and so forth.
Exactly. Also, and there are different profiles, so you need to have also this empathy to understand your student and understand how you have to best motivate him, or like sometimes it's like distress the person, sometimes it's just having a different learning method. So that's things that we assess, and we actually only accept 10% of the people who apply to become a tutor at Go Student. Once they become a tutor, they actually receive trial sessions of potential customers. And that's where also we see the conversion rate, so the number of potential customers that they bring to existing customer. And that's for us a very good indicator to understand if the tutor is good or not. Once they have received their first, let's say 5 customers, we also do kind of regular check with the customer to make sure that the customer is happy, if there's anything that he would like to have differently. And of course, if we sometimes receive several complaints or students who want to change tutor, then we deep dive into it. We try to understand, we try to give that feedback to the tutor so that he improves. And if it doesn't improve on those feedback, then it's a reason for us to decide to stop the partnership with that tutor.
Fantastic. Okay, I see. That's an extremely rigorous process, and I can see how that really it's like a good filter, from the test. Obviously, first prerequisite, you got to have the knowledge, and then you've got to be able to gauge people's understanding and so on and so forth. So, and then after the fact, so that's really, really cool. And I guess you found that to work. You haven't quality issues haven't been a major problem?
No, so we didn't have any. I mean, like in every company, you always have like a few tutors that we had to let go, some customers disappointed. But that's why also for us, it's very paramount to have this customer success team. So we have right now more than 100 people who are actually focusing on working with existing customers to make sure that they best use our service and that they are really satisfied with what we are offering them.
Okay, fantastic. Really cool, really cool. My second question, which I'm going to paraphrase or reword what someone said in the Q&A, and I'm also very interested in, because I know that this is quite a big problem amongst private tutoring. So the question is like, how does is GoStudent not afraid of the competition of dropout private tutors who worked with GoStudent and then go work on their own? So I know that it's an issue that I know is referred to as phishing. So where tutors come onto the platform, they get 5 students and then they say to the student, hey, like, I'll charge you a lower fee and we can just do it ourselves on Zoom. So how do you guys go about preventing that?
Yeah. So first of all, something that is very important is that fear doesn't exist at GoStudent. So we see like problems as challenges. We sometimes have frustration because things don't move as quickly or in the right direction. But we are not afraid of anything.
They help you shape the way.
Exactly. So first of all, that's why also the subscription model is very interesting for us, because when a parent signs for 12 months or 24 months, of course, there is a link between them and the company. And that gives us also enough time for us as GoStudents, so not only the tutor, but as GoStudent as a company, to show the added value that we bring beyond just the tutor. So one of the added value is, for example, if the tutor is sick or is on holiday, we are the one responsible to find a replacement. If the parent wants another subject, let's say that he started with us in mathematics, but next week the kid has an exam, as a test, I don't know, in chemistry, we are the one to find a tutor replacement for the kid. If during summer the parent doesn't know what to do with the student for 2 months, we can also offer, for example, language courses. If the tutor doesn't feel comfortable with a certain topic, I don't know, exponential, it's actually not his cup of tea, we can find a replacement. We are also handling all the payments, for example. Also, like there is this quality assurance. And then also, if there is any problem, anything, they know that they can come to us, and our objective is really to find a solution. In the future, what we're also investing a lot, because of course there is always kind of a room for improvement, is to add more and more feature into our service and in our web app, for the parent to receive even more communication and more added value from GoStudent. Can be, for example, direct notification as soon as the kid enter the online classroom, so they know that, for example, the session has started. They can receive also notification and feedback about the session from the tutor, see how the grades have improved in the next few months. So there are a lot of adding also content so that the kid can also learn on his own outside of the tutoring session. So there are a lot of things, a lot of ideas in this company to make the journey and the experience of the user even better, so that they don't actually decide to move away from GoStudent with the tutor.
Fantastic. Yeah, I think that's great. I mean, that's something that we try to do, is to create a model where you're like you said, you're adding value, as opposed to just being the agency that gets the tutor. It's so much more. It's the tutor plus GoStudent and all the value adds and everything. So it sounds like you guys are doing a great job there. So another question from the Q&A, which I think is, looking for inspiration. What is the most important thing, if you could choose one, what is the most important thing you learned during this hypergrowth experience?
People. Félix, Gregor, and myself, we don't have 20 years of experience. I mean, we have a mindset. We have we have a lot of ambition. We have a lot of ideas. But sometimes when you move to a company that is 500, 600 people, it's also time to bring people with 20 years experience on board. And also sometimes less, but you just cannot do everything on your own, and you have to hire people that you trust, people who have done things, that they bring that knowledge in the company and they can build something on their own. So right now, for example, this year we have built our VP layer. So we have hired our VP sales, our VP marketing, our VP supply, our VP customer success, our VP product, and all of those people, they bring each at least 20 years of experience in the company. And this is going to help us to really move forward to the next stage. Then we also hire, for example, we have an active sourcing person in the HR team. She comes from Michael Page, which is a recruitment agency. And she's the one responsible to actually bring talents in-house, because there are some position that just having an ad on the website will not attract you the best profile, because the best profile, you need to kind of hunt them. You need to convince them to come here. So once again, that's something that we rely on people. We rely that people, are motivated by themselves. We rely on people that they are solving problems. We rely on people that they are comfortable with changes. We rely on people that they adopt also our values, our way of working. So some of our values are, for example, work hard, play hard. Also be productive as fuck. So we really care about like the people that we are hiring, and we spend a lot of time. So in the management team, I would say 90% of the people we have here in this company have had an interview with one of the top management.
Cool, cool. I love that. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people forget that at the end of the day, that's what a company is, right? It's a company is a bunch of people, right? A bunch of people who wake up every day and aspire towards a certain vision, trying to build something together. And if you have the wrong people, it's not going to go very well. And if you have the right people, you can do amazing things. So I love that. People, people, people. You build on people.
And an advice that I would give you is like invest in employer branding, invest in how cool your company is. Because you need to attract those talents.
Yes, 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 yes. You want to be the company that everybody goes to, and it's actually very true. That again, something I experienced back at home. When you're a small name, nobody really, is that keen. It's hard to get tutors even to join you. And then the moment that brand starts to build, you start getting applications when you're not even looking for them. So I'm sure you guys are flooded in applications now.
We have 15 people in the HR team only focusing on recruitment.
Wow, wow, incredible. Incredible. And I'm curious, have you guys, this is a question coming from me. So back at home, what we do is we prepare students for tests and exams, specifically university students. So do you guys, and so we've got my company is very class focused. We actually do workshops, you could say. It's less on the one-on-one private tutoring. That's something we do, but not a major part of it. So have you guys thought about that? Leveraging your tutors and then running classes, which you can also charge a higher margin and so on. But I'm just curious, is that something you guys have thought about?
Totally. So of course it brings us higher margin, but it also brings the cost down for the parents. So that's also very attractive. So we have actually the technology to offer group courses. But the best part and where we see the challenge is that a group course only makes sense if really the topic is 100% what the student needs, because otherwise you go back to this classroom of one teacher for 10 people. So there where it makes sense, for example, is when a student come in and he brings two of his classmates, they all three see exactly the same subject, and then you have a tutor who helps them. Or it can be interesting for languages, for example, because in languages, if you have actually a discussion with 2 or 3 people, makes sense. Coding classes, for example, when it's a topic that is actually not at all taught at school, then you can have kind of a workshop that takes, 10 days, and then step by step they learn something to do. So these are things that we are developing step by step. We are not there yet. We are still really focusing on our 101 online tutoring, which is our core service, because we see there is still a lot of room to grow there. But yes, step by step, we are bringing in these group courses and workshops and more.
Cool. Very, very, very exciting stuff. Well, Laura, I think that's us for the Q&A. I'd like to thank you very much for taking time. If you ever want to acquire a tutoring company in South Africa, just get in touch. But
give me 2 or 3 months.
No. I'll be contacting you soon. No, but really, Laura, thank you for the insights. I learned so much myself, and I'm sure our viewers did too. A big, big thank you to you. A thank you to your team as well for setting this up and for you making the time. And we wish you guys all the best on your journey. I think it's going to start skyscrapering soon, so buckle up, and I'm sure you guys are going to really kill it. So thank you.
Thank you, James, for the invitation. And to all of you, if you are ever interested, as you know, we are hiring like crazy, wherever you are in Europe or beyond. So don't hesitate to reach out.
Cool. Thank you, Laura. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Cool, guys. So now we are moving forward with the rest of the agenda. If I just change my laptop situation here. Great. So fantastic. I mean, wow. For me, that was super inspiring. As you can tell, I'm a little bit of a tutoring nerd over here. So I'm blown away by this. But yeah, guys, you should definitely take Laura up on that. I think working in education is incredible. And a tutoring business, you can really get to know a lot about business and education at the same time. You can be a part of helping people reach their full potential. You know, and it doesn't mean you have to be the tutor yourself, even if you're just part of the sales team, the marketing team, the business development. There's so many cool opportunities. So guys, head to the Go Student website, check out their job offers. I've actually looked recently myself. There's some pretty cool jobs there. So go, guys, and check it out. Right, so now we're moving on to the interactive part of today's event, and that is the Startups and Partner Fair. So, if you exit the full stream, the full screen of this live stream that I am in right now, right? So just click, you know, out of that full screen, and you scroll down a little bit, you will see the booths with the different company reps. So that is the Startup Fair. Each booth has a different company, I believe, and you enter those booths. And you just have chats, guys. Have discussions, ask them questions. You know, if you're looking for opportunities, ask them what opportunities are available. If you have, you want to ask them questions about how they got to where they are, what it's like to work in their company, you guys get the drill. You guys can ask them anything you want and discuss anything you want. So guys, please, please, please do head to the Startup Fair now as soon as I'm done here. So after this, we're going to ask you guys to head back here. So it's now 5:08. We're going to be back here at the main stage of this live stream at 6:30 p.m. So until then, we thank you. Oh, one more thing. As usual, we're going to have the Entrepreneurship Avenue help desk open. So there is a little help desk there. I think it is somewhere near the top. If you have any questions, you get lost, you know, in the whole online digital thing, just head to the EA help desk, and one of our representatives will make sure to sort you out. Then, with that's it. That's enough of me talking. Enjoy the fair, and we will see you guys at 6:30 for the final pitches. Enjoy, and see you later. Good evening and welcome back to everybody who was with us this morning or this afternoon. And if it's your first time joining us, welcome. Thank you guys for joining us this evening for the final part of Entrepreneurship Avenue 2021. We are super excited to be here for the grand finale of Pitch Day. I mean, Pitch Day itself is the grand finale of Entrepreneurship Avenue. And we have now reached the final stage where our top 10 teams from this morning will be pitching to our finalist jury now in an effort to win one of the prizes that are up for grabs. Cash prizes, non-cash prizes, and a lot of really awesome opportunities. We're super excited because this morning we had some incredible pitches. So we know that the top 10 today, the cream de la crop of this morning's pitches, are going to blow you all away. But before we get going, I would like to introduce our extremely qualified jury that we have with us today. So starting off, we have Nina Voss from AVCO and Female Founders. She's active in the European startup scene since 2012. She was the principal and later the head of marketing and community at Speed Invest, a pan-European seed stage VC fund. Now, in 2016, she co-founded Female Founders, an organization that aims to change the economy and society by fostering entrepreneurial leadership. Now, in addition to this, she's also the chairwoman of Austrian venture capital and private equity organization AVCO. Next, we have Hendrik Prokop. He's from 2 Minutes 2 Million, which I'm sure a lot of you guys know. One of the leading investors in Austria in the FMCG startup sector, as well as after completing his technical education, he developed his family's company into what is now one of the leading suppliers in the cereals sector after many stations in Austria and abroad. After the sale and transition into the Hako Group, he founded the startup investor Clever Clover, which today unites more than 20 companies in the FMCG sector. Juror in the Pulse 4 series 2 Minute 2 Million and an active as a lecturer in the field in Austria and abroad. He's been in this position before, and you know that he's going to be doing a really great job as a juror today. Next, we have Daniel Horak from Startup Live. Master's degree in Business Information Systems and a Master's in Business Management. Before that, he co-founded Conda in 2012. He gained experience as an entrepreneur and founder of his first startup, Spoken Language System, in 2007. This guy's got a lot of experience on this plate. Currently, Daniel is managing partner and leading the sales of Conda and Conda White Label. Next, we have Michael Moll from Ascent. Started his professional career at the Fraunhofer Institute as a project manager, followed by a position as an investment manager for a pre-seed and seed financing company in the Austrian AWS, as well as working in startups. Now he is the CEO of Ascent, which is the tough tech incubator of the government of Lower Austria and a part of the Austria's A+B network, serving as the technology transfer hub in the Kern and aerospace-related technologies. Finally, we have Laura Egg from AAIA, also known as the Austrian Angel Investors Association. This is one of the leading angel networks in Europe. It is a non-profit organization. And she started her career as an investment analyst at the deep tech funds Apex Ventures. So again, you can trust she knows what's going on when it comes to startups, when it comes to what investors are really looking for, and is super qualified, as is everybody else I mentioned. So just a really warm welcome to you. Thank you for joining us today. And now it's time to get the ball rolling. So we're going to be beginning in a second with our first pitch. Just for everybody, for all the teams that you can hear me, we're going to be very strict with time today, so do pay attention when you hear us say how many seconds you have left. We're going to be very strict this time, a little bit different than this morning. So without further ado, I now hand over the stage to Fabian, who is representing CoNow. Thank you, Fabian.
From 2025 on, every office worker in Europe will only need 15 minutes by bike from home to work. I'm Fabian, I'm 26 years old, and I'm one of the founders of CoNow. And I would like to talk to you about your time today. Every day, millions of people spend more than an hour traveling from their home places to their workplaces. And many of them do this by car. Unnecessary CO2 gets poured out, and people waste their lifetime in traffic jams rather than being home and enjoying a beautiful breakfast with their families. That's precious time we're wasting. I brought a ring with me. That ring actually was given to me by my grandfather. He bought it when he was about my age, after a very difficult time during the war. And this ring reminds me of how precious and important time is. Time that I don't want to waste standing in a traffic jam, and time that I don't want to waste ignoring climate change. So with CoNow, we change the work culture. The customer clients of us are first businesses, and the employees of these businesses get access to our map and our application and identify the places where co-working spaces make the most sense to them. Plus, they give us information about which wishes they have to their workplace. It could be a kindergarten or a carbon-neutral mobility, and we, together with realization partners, match the needs of these people and bring the decentralization of work to the places where it makes the most sense, socially, for the economy, and also for the environment. So if you are someone who cares about time, or you are lead of a company and you care about upcoming CO2 emissions, you should reach out to me now, because time is precious and time is now, CoNow. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabian from CoNow. We now hand over to the jury for 3 minutes of questions and answers.
What is it, please? Can you? I'm not getting it. What it is? Is it an app or is it?
It's an app. It's an application.
So
we have the application.
What's your customers? Me?
My customers. Okay, we have the customers which are businesses. Okay, CO2 taxations are coming up. We see the now in the Netherlands the lawsuit against Shell and everything, and company leaders must care a bit more about CO2 emissions. So how can they do it? And how can they, on the same time, keep their workers and employees happy and hire good talents? They bring their companies to the place via co-working where these employees live, so that they don't need to travel like from the Waldviertel to Jena, half an hour or an hour a day. And we help them to map the places, and plus we ask their employees, what do you want from this co-working place? What is a big asset, a big plus we could give to you in this co-working place? And then we have the right spot with qualitative and quantitative data, and there we bring this co-working space in.
Fine, got it. Nina.
Please,
Thanks for handing this over.
No.
Now, I also have a piece of feedback or advice I want to give, because
Yes.
I like that you are obviously into storytelling, also basically having the story with the ring and everything. But
Yes.
if you're having a very short pitch time, as today, you have to use it more wisely. Because also I have to agree with Heinrich, I didn't really get what you were pitching, which is not a good sign. Not sure what the rest of the jury thought, but this is really, really a big piece of advice. I know it's super hard standing there. I've also been in the place many times before. I totally appreciate that you're doing it, but I really didn't get it. I'm very sorry.
Okay, but did you get it now, as I answered the question?
Yes.
Okay.
At least a little bit better, yes. Thank you.
1 minute left for questions.
So what you do is you bring co-working spaces to the people. Is that correct?
We bring, yes, exactly. We empower the people to say, here co-working makes the most sense.
How do you earn money?
How do we earn money? Okay, we have now a CO2 taxation proposal by United States and the European Union, about $70. In Austria alone, we can save up to 1 billion of CO2 emissions, so we would save companies $70 billion of cost they would waste on CO2 emissions. And we say for our application and for our service, we target 1/3 of that money for our product. So we have a market of about $23 million in Austria, for example, in Germany, where there are 10 times inhabitants, the market would be $230 million.
10 seconds. Any final remarks?
How do you get access to the co-working spaces? Are they just regular co-working spaces, or can everybody who has basically an office rent out 2 to 3 spots?
New model. Okay, we want to build a booking platform where all the co-working spaces which are emerging from our platform are connected. So with one, like an access card or an access app, you can use all the co-working spaces. That's why we're not only targeting those companies, but also, for example, groups like Industriellengesellschaft and WKO, where the companies are already connected. So if, for example, a company in the Waldviertel has 15 employees and the other company has also 15 employees, why not match those employees together in a co-working place?
Fantastic. Thank you, Fabian from Kernel.
Thank you.
So as we can tell, the jury is challenging tonight. I am very excited about that. So we now have Laura joining us from Ambulance Alert. Laura, can you hear me? Great. Fantastic to have you back with us now. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Time is ready. Time is ready, and you can go. Thank you.
This very moment, a person is hovering between life and death. The next minute will decide whether it's a wild or he needs help right now. But the ambulance cannot get through. Other cars are blocking the road because they hear the ambulance are too late, cannot recognize where it is coming from, or are simply overwhelmed. We can solve this problem with Ambulance Alert. Ambulance Alert digitalizes the way we alert you of an approaching ambulance. Did you know that you and I are the biggest obstacles for our ambulance drivers on the way to reach the patient? We are also the reason why they have a 20 times higher chance of being involved in accidents. To solve this, Ambulance Alert will notify you well in advance of an approaching ambulance and identifies where your routes will intersect so that you have enough time to safely clear the road and let ambulances pass faster. Our solution consists of a smart button for bikers and add-on to your navigation system for drivers, which are linked to a matching interface for ambulance organizations. We will offer the app add-on for free to enable fast scaling of our platform while monetizing ambulance organizations with a subscription model. In fact, recently, one of the biggest private ambulance organizations in Europe, who operates in 46 countries, has shown interest in our solutions. Moreover, the trends of safety and smart cities are currently evolving rapidly, but the solutions of our current competitors are not innovative at all. This is why we know that now is the right time to finally stop relying only on the outdated systems of the lights and siren in a life or death situation. Remember what I said in the beginning? Just during this 2 minutes pitch, the chances of the person survivor already dropped by 20%. Every second counts, and now we will make your contribution count too. Let's tackle this problem together and help ambulance drivers to reach the patients safely and in time.
Thank you, Laura from Ambulance Alert. Over to the jury for questions.
Thank you very much for the pitch. I think it's a really great idea, and I think we're already quite advanced. And my question would be, why do I need a button in addition to the app? Isn't that harder for the users to get, and why isn't the app alone enough?
Very good question. So the app alone is definitely enough. We just thought about making an additional hardware that we can focus on, especially in the beginning, to raise more awareness. Because we thought that we can distribute this smart button through governmental organizations, for example, sell it for schools and universities, that they can therefore distribute it to the pupils, the children, and thereby just raise more awareness of the topic and already build up a customer base. Because if they get this button, they should still download the app that runs in the background, which later on already gives us a better, a bigger customer base.
Very clever.
Thank you.
I like the idea, but I'm curious about the business model. Are you planning to monetize it, or is it something what you're doing as a non-profit?
No, it's profitable. And of course, if you think about typical Austrian ambulance organizations, you might think that it could not be that easily profitable. That's why we also want to enter the Danish market first, because they have a very digitalized healthcare system already and want to be a global front runner. And that's why they also already cooperate with other private corporates. And also there is this one private ambulance organizations who is profit oriented that we already talked to, and they own 85% market share. And currently invest a lot in innovative solutions to lower the response time. And with this partner, so we really try to focus on partnering with them. We could also enter in those other countries because they operate in 46 countries.
Cool.
1 minute for questions.
Just a quick remark. Yeah, very clever market entry strategy like that with the button. But please don't underestimate. Hardware can be a killer. It's not your main business. It's a market entry gadget. But if it doesn't work, don't kill yourself in 9 and do and plus and more. Go for the main goal and leave the other aside. Yeah, but per se, a good idea. Thank you.
Yeah, we interviewed some users, and more than half of them were also interested in the hardware, but of course more like 80% were interested in a digital solution. So
Correct.
it would really just be trying out the concept when it works. Otherwise, just of course focusing on a digital solution, especially long term.
Yeah. 30 seconds, final question.
Thank you. Do you have an idea how many users will be willing to use the system?
We talked to several ambulance drivers, and as I said, also to this one organization, there 90% or 91% of the ambulance drivers and paramedics said that they would be very interested in the solution, while around 80% of the traffic participants we talked to would be interested in the digital solution.
Great.
Right now, of course, we don't have a perfect number, but there are around 66,000 ambulance cars within Europe and 280 million registered cars right now, and it's subject to increase, of course. So I guess we have a big market.
Fantastic. Thank you, Laura from Ambulance Alert.
Thank you very much.
Right, so next with us, we have also offline, so joining us in person from Azola Ecosystems, Philip. Philip, are you ready for us?
Ready.
Time is ready. The floor is yours.
That's not it. Oh, there. Oh, sorry. All of us know that 1/3 of food ends up as a waste. But did you know that 50% of arable land is already degraded due to the overproduction of food? And that by 2048, our fishing stocks are predicted to collapse due to our overfishing of the seas? We at Azola Ecosystems want to enable the growth of food on demand right where it is needed. Using aquaponics, which is when you grow fish and vegetables in a closed cycle. The fish produce the nutrients for the vegetables clear the water for the fish, and we benefit by the produce. The method is originated by the Aztecs and Mayans, but now it's mainly used in large-scale food factories, which again produce lots of overproduction and therefore contribute to food waste, and through the logistics, again, massive CO2 output. We want to use small-scale systems that deploy directly into the gastronomy and supermarkets for them to grow food right where it's needed. The smallest system can produce yearly up to 900 kilos of fish, 1.5 tons of fruity vegetables, or up to 15,000 heads of salad, which equals somehow a yearly value of 18,000 to 26,000 euros. And all that for a one-time investment of 20,000 for the system and a monthly service fee, which covers the maintenance of the system and taking care for plants and fish to maximize output. Our team already has support from the Vertical Farming Institute, Anders Farm, EpiClay, and MetroLab. And now we're looking for anyone out there, because together we will shape the future of food.
Thank you.
So what you do is something similar, which is already there, but you scale it down, which is a nice idea. However, do fish like your system? It looks a bit cramped in there, right?
Yes, so that's why the minimum space is 1,000 liters. That's like the maximum, like the minimum and maximum that's needed to produce still a value and is fine, also animal welfare.
Yeah, but still it doesn't look very animal friendly, but never mind. We are looking into something like this, yes, so please let's talk afterwards. I find the idea brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your pitch. I was wondering, who is your target group? Are you selling to restaurants, bars?
Exactly, yes. Restaurants, bars, and also supermarkets.
Can you tell us a bit more about the pricing? You said that there will be several hundred of fish. Is it the same price? Is it cheaper? So how does it work?
So for that, I estimated what the market price is at the moment. For the salads, I had estimated €1 per head. For the fish, it's like this market price per fillet of €21 for a catfish fillet. And the price of the system is in this range so that the gastronomers have a return on investment within almost a bit more than 1 year. But if you have more insights for me, I'm happy to adjust that.
But the idea is to have it in a restaurant.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
And from a legal perspective, is it possible to like grow your own fish in the restaurant and sell it? Aren't there any requirements?
Yes.
And what about maintenance? So is this something that the staff can do?
That depends on the gastronomer. We offer the monthly service that we take care of everything. But of course, if the gastronomers want to have their own person taking care of everything, then we can of course offer the schooling of that person.
45 seconds left.
Are you using existing technology or did you develop something yourself?
I tried everything out myself, but in the end, I'm using existing technology, and I'm also cooperating with EpiClay to develop the vertical growing systems for the vegetables. So it's a nice, appealing thing for gastronomy as well.
Can you say a few words about the competition?
The competition is, so far as I know, there's nothing in that field that I am, because the system is used large scale, quite far outside of the city. It has to be imported into the city. And so I want to really use the benefits of this system where it's possible.
Just around the corner,
10 seconds. Final questions? We're good. Thank you so much, Azole Ecosystem.
Okay.
Who seems to have already impressed one of our juror members, so who knows where this is going to go. Next, we have with us, joining online, HappyVet. Susanna from HappyVet. Can you hear me, Susanna?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Are you going to be yep, there you go. You're sharing your screen.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Can
Are
you
you
see
ready? Time is ready? All right, the floor is yours. Thank you, Susanna.
Great, thank you. Doctors cannot be only theorists. Do you know how veterinarians learn to be good practitioners? 50,000 of veterinary students in the world have to spend their summer months in veterinary clinics to gain practical experience. And how do they find the clinics? They have now two options: Google and email the clinics, which can give them a wide choice if they receive replies, but can be risky. Many clinics don't offer good working conditions. They can also ask their friend for a recommendation, which is safer, but gives them a narrower choice. We decided to combine both solutions and created a new way to become a great veterinary practitioner. Hi, I'm Zu, and I'm a founder of HappyVet Career Platform, the first platform in the market with reviews of veterinary clinics written by students and veterinarians. Easy, transparent, comfortable, stress-free, and accessible. HappyVet is also a great platform for veterinary clinics, which with their premium account will have access to direct contact with future employees, real-time feedback, and will be able to showcase themselves as a great place to work at. The veterinary market is constantly growing, with currently over 100,000 veterinary clinics in the US and Europe looking for new young veterinarians and veterinary students to help and work at their clinics. The HappyVet team consists of 2 veterinary students and a software engineer. Thanks to us being active student representatives, we managed to create a wide international network and collect an extensive database of over 1,000 contacts of veterinary students. The next steps for the HappyVet team are data collection and website prototype launch in December this year, for which we are currently seeking financial support for. HappyVet Career Platform is a new way to become a great veterinary practitioner.
Thank you, Susanna. Questions from the jury?
Why do I need a specialized career platform, and why do I not use an existing platform like Karriere.at or something like this?
There's currently no platform for specifically and also containing much content about veterinary clinics. Therefore, it's very hard for students and also clinics to match together. Students honestly ask mostly for recommendations. I am asked daily by people also interested in other animal species, for example, small animals. I'm a horse person, and I honestly cannot help them. So it will be extremely beneficial. I'm also very active together with my teammates Sigita in student associations, and thanks to that, we can have contact with students from all over the world, and we see that students create their own Excel databases online and collect recommendations from their friends, from their universities. But these databases, they are always very private for only a small amount of people, just from this particular university. And also they tend to disappear when the owner of the database graduates.
Thank you for your...
Go on.
Thank you for your pitch. I think to get started, you already need quite a database. How do you motivate the students to write the reviews? Or is the existing database already big enough to get started?
So we've already created a small database in our veterinary association that we've been working on together with Sigita for over a year now. We also have this huge network that we also gained during working in the association. So we know many students who know us as well and also have been contacting us regarding the databases because they were also asking us for help and advices in it. So we have those contacts that we want to use, especially now in this period when we focus on the data collection. But also we're thinking of some gratification systems. So we've noticed working on previous projects that students are highly motivated to contribute when they have a feeling of community. So when they see support from our side and also from other students, and when they also have access, for example, to webinars with veterinarians. And this has been working really well with our previous project when we wanted students' contribution. So we hope to use all these.
30 seconds for final question.
Who would be the one to pay for the services? Are those the students?
No, students are supposed to have free accounts, and clinics which will have premium accounts. If they want to, then they will have a subscription system. And also the advertisement on the website as well, but that's going to be secondary.
Cool. That's time. Thank you, Susanna from Happy Vet.
Thank you.
Cool. And rolling forward like a steam train. Next, I invite Florian to the stage. He is representing Greitzel. Thank you, Florian. Time is ready, and the floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, I'm Florian from Gretzli, and this is my amazing team, Dominic, Christine, and me. We offer an unforgettable experience for receiving gifts. Imagine yourself as a child. Receiving a gift was always amazing, but it was over very fast. And you may have asked your parents, is it already over? Where is my next gift? So we have developed the Gretzli experience. This is Lisa, and her parents have ordered a personalized gift treasure hunt for her birthday. At first, she receives an intro story and a first riddle. After solving this riddle, she goes outside in the garden, and at the tree, she finds the next hint. After solving a lot of different riddles, finally, she finds her present. Now you might ask yourself how to order a Gretzli. You just go to our website, gretzli.com. There you find how it works, some reviews, and within some seconds, you can order a personalized gift treasure hunt. You just need to provide us the name of your child, the age, and where you want to have the hints, indoors or outdoors. And within 24 hours, you get a short intro story and some riddles. Just need to hide them, and then it works out. With this, we already made over 100 kids and parents happy. So, if you also want to make kids happy and provide them with an unforgettable experience, order now on gretzli.com, still for free in test version. Thank you.
Philip, thank you. Jury, questions?
Anybody wants to look at the riddles?
Just a quick one. Isn't it part of the fun, also for me as a parent, to make all this? Don't you take a bit the fun away from the giving end?
Probably, but we have talked to a lot of parents, and often they also make gift treasure hunts by their own. And they say it's really a pain because sometimes it takes them 3 to 4 hours to prepare it.
Yeah, well, that's nice, isn't it? I mean, that's what you do for your kids.
Actually, yeah, it's nice if you have the time, but actually the feedback is really good.
Okay, tell us how much that is. How much are you planning to sell the thing?
We plan to sell it under 10 euros, so around 9 euros. And actually we have a pay-as-you-wish model, so you get it for free, that we can create as many customers as possible, that we have a big user base, but later we will charge them around 9 euros.
Okay.
How many stores do you have?
Actually, we have about 4 different stories, but we are working on it to make a lot of different stories, and we have also clustered it by age. So based on the age of the child, we provide different riddles. And we also had special requests, like a Mozart Grätzli. Yes.
How work intensive is the creation of a Grätzli for you? And do you plan to automate it in the future?
Yes, the creation of the riddles, we do it by our own, but as we do it one time, we can sell it more often. But now we answer the orders manually, but our next main goal is to automate this process. Make it, yes, automate. Was it?
It was pretty much the same question.
Yeah.
Do you get feedback from the users?
Yes, actually, we get a lot of feedback. We actively ask them for feedback. That's why they also get it for free, and they're very happy to share it. And one good thing is also word of mouth is quite good for this product. They share it with their friends and talk about it. Yes.
But then, yeah, just saying, yeah. So best friend, best girlfriend, has the same at birthday party, and then it gets the same question like the other girl. Isn't that a bit? And daddy did it. Well, not. Your AI did it.
Depends right now. It depends what kind of hints the parents choose.
Yeah.
And we also want to have lots of them. So now we already have over 50
to be
riddles.
pain in the ass.
Yes. So, but
okay.
Right.
10 seconds, last question. Cool, that's it. Thank you, Philip.
Okay.
All right, and now joining us online, we have Helena from Unify. Helena, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic. Great to have you with us, Helena. Sharing your screen today or just?
Yes, I'm sharing my screen. Let me know if you can see it.
We can see the screen, Helena. Time is ready. All right,
Perfect.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. All right, so hi everyone, I'm Helena, the co-founder of Unify, and we offer task sharing for students by students. Now, I'm sure that most of you can relate to Anna and Max. So Anna needs help with SPSS for her thesis, and she just signed a new flat, which is why she needs somebody to help her move. And Max, on the other hand, is like all of us, a broke uni student who just wants to make some easy and fast money on the side. So what do? They turn to random Facebook or WhatsApp groups to find someone, only to get unhelpful and sometimes even slightly rude comments, or worst case, they get encountered with catfishes or even scammers. And this is where we come in. We want to develop a dual-sided platform where verified students can either offer their help or find somebody to complete tasks for them. And since most of us are familiar with Tinder, our mobile marketplace will also have a swiping motion, ID verification to avoid scammers, and you will be able to post every task you like, as well as find people for whatever you need support with. In particular, for Anna, that means that she can post a task, then receive an offer, and then select the best fitting one. And Max, on the other hand, can find offers by swiping through them, offer his help, and finally get rewarded. And now you're probably asking yourselves the most important question, namely how we want to make money. And for that, we estimated the task market at WU, and we arrived at a value of around 4 million euros.
30 seconds.
We would then charge a transaction fee of 11%, which would lead to roughly 435 euros in potential revenues at WU alone. Now, my co-founders and me all have professional experience in banking, consulting, and also the VC industry. But above all, since we are students ourselves, we also have first-hand experience with the stated problems, as well as already potential customers lined up due to our participation in different student organizations, as well as just the high proximity to the target group in general. For now, though, we're super excited to provide you with a sign-up opportunity, and I'm really looking forward to your questions.
Thank you, Helena. Who's got the first question?
Legal? Is that legal? Can we do that?
We do hope it is legal. For now, also in the semifinals, we got the same question, so it's definitely a very pressing matter. We do need some legal advice, and this is definitely something that we are lacking. But since those are students and the amounts of tasks that are being shared are very low and usually below the threshold of the taxable income, we do think, or we did get some indication that it might be like a little bit of a gray zone. So this is something that it would be our next step for sure.
How do you deal with liability? Because you're charging like a transaction fee, so I probably think you're going to be liable. So how do you make sure that there's a quality assurance that the task is done right?
So we have the possibility for both the tasker and the completer. So what we will do first of all, we will kind of like get the payment and save it or freeze it pretty much. And then once the task is completed and both of the parties say, okay, it is satisfactory and they're happy with it and they tick kind of a mark, we will release the payment then, and the 11% transaction fee remains with us. This is how we want to solve the problem of liability.
Sorry to dig deeper, but isn't that a problem which might occur like in 4 weeks when the task is handed in and I got a rate, I got a mark by my lecturer? So I maybe thought that it is right, but it's going to be proven wrong.
Well, this is something that everyone, marks. I mean, there is obviously no guarantee in the end. Also, if you think about for example, tutoring, there is no guarantee that you will receive an A. So obviously, depending on the tasks, if it is a task where you get help for something, but you still need to do something else for it to get the desired effect, there is no guarantee that it will be fine. But it is something that you can see, okay, right away, this is satisfactory and it's fine. You do get confirmation right away that it is fine. So this is very much dependent on the task.
30 seconds, final question.
The sweatshop behind could be pretty, the element of a sweatshop, people working towards this. This is lurking in my head, is it not? Yeah.
What do you mean with the sweatshop?
Well, you could basically, there is somebody offering his services, but behind the guy is 10 million other people in India doing this for you.
So what we have is this is definitely not possible with our product. So what we have is ID verification. So everyone will have to provide proof of their student card upon signing up, so that it's really sure, okay, those are students. And if I get a task done by, I don't know, a TU statistics person who is also verified as such, I can believe or assume that they know how to use SPSS, for example. So it will be verified. There will be no shady sweatshop conditions or anything like that. Like we will ID verify everyone.
Okay. Thank you, Helena from Unify.
Thank you.
All right, next we have also joining us online, Experience. I believe I have Jonas with me. Jonas, can you hear me? Is it Jonas with me?
Hi.
Yeah? Can you hear us properly?
I can hear you perfectly.
Fantastic. Time is ready. All right, the floor is yours. 2 minutes.
We are Experience, and we are a platform to find fun activities and new friends. The reason behind our idea is that we as founders personally experience problems in the leisure time market. I, for example, often find myself bored at home, craving to go out and play football. But my friends, they're either often busy or not interested in playing football. So I thought there must be other people out there in the same situation, also wanting to do that activity. So what if there would be a platform that brings together people to do their favorite activities, like Tinder brings together people to go on dates? And that's why we're introducing Experience. a platform to do whatever you want, whenever you want. You can just simply go on the app and create an activity of whatever you want to do. So if you, like me, want to go out and play some football, you create an activity called Football in Vienna. Users of our app will then go on the app, browse through the activities, find your activity, read the description, and then join your activity, and later meet up with you to play football or do whatever activity you created. It's as simple as that. We plan to launch our first MVP version this year in August to the Viennese market, and then expand to major German cities 1 year afterwards, and to major European cities in 2023. By the end of this, we have already expected to gain a user base of 400,000 users. So we hope we sparked your interest and you're ready to revolutionize the leisure time market with us. We're raising a sum of 150,000 euros for an equity share of 20%. So take the chance and grow together with us to bring experience to the Viennese market and beyond.
Thank you, Jonas.
So thanks for the pitch, and I love that it actually has a call to action also to invest. But there are some obvious questions. So first one, of course, how are you making money and who is going to spend the money? Because there are lots of location-based services already where you can connect with other people for free. So I'm wondering who is going to pay for that and where you are going to get your users to have a critical mass for the app to work actually.
Okay, so let me first introduce you to our business model, which is based on 3 pillars, which are associates, which are basically hospitality companies and other activity leisure time market companies in Vienna, and they will be listed on our app and proactively suggested to users. Then we have professionals, which are event hosts, and the event hosts will also be listed on our application and can host the events and ticket sales on our platform, and we will gain on a commission-based system with these 2 pillars. Then we have advertisement partners, so allowing advertisement partners to bid advertisement on our application to get revenue from that. Then looking at our competition, which is basically like the biggest competition is Spontax and Meetup, basically because they're kind of operating in the same group. Spontax is, however, very unprofessional. They have a very bad functioning service and it's very unuser friendly, but they still have a lot of customers. So that's a lot of customers we want to kind of get from that because our app is way more user friendly. Looking at Meetup, they are way bigger, but they're different. They're targeting a different group, which is mostly based on businesses and is also costly. So their business model relies more on, you need to pay first as a user to get the service. And then obviously at Tinder and Facebook, but they're a little bit bigger and they also have other services in mind. So they're not as specialized in that what we do.
So what's the average basket size that you expect for this to make work?
Sorry?
What's the average basket size that you're expecting?
Basket size, you mean
so that
how big our market is?
Money that people are spending when they join the services or the events?
Okay, so we are expecting like our people, we don't have a fixed number in mind, but we expect our people to use the partners we have acquired. So we already have 3 hospitality partners acquired in Vienna, and you kind of go there, spend first like a little bit of money on like just a coffee or something, and then we gain on a commission-based system, which is based on the size of the business, but between like 20 and 60 cents. And so it's basically, it depends also what they are doing, obviously, on the kind of activity they're going. So if they go to a hospitality company or they go to I don't know, skiing trip or something, ski hall.
Okay, I'll hand over to the rest of the jury. Thank you.
Last question, 30 seconds.
How many users do you need to make the system work?
So obviously it's like a lot of we need a lot of network effects to make this work. We need to reach that critical mass, as you also touch upon. And this is like hard to determine, but we will hit our break-even point approximately in our 3rd year, which will then be at a user base of around 300,000 users.
3.5, okay.
Cool. Thank you so much, Jan from Experience. Was it Jonas from Experience? Apologies. Fantastic. And now we have joining us from Thai Tech. I believe this is Frederick with us. Am I correct? Frederick? Or Frederick or Jan. Sorry, some name mix-ups. Frederick or Jan, are you sharing screen?
Yep.
Yeah, Frederick's sharing screen. There we are.
So there you go.
All right, time is ready. Great.
Yep.
Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. There is a pain, there is a gap. The world is suffering, a suffering most people aren't aware of. The medical term is thyroid illness, but it's called the invisible disease. Thyroid illness is a hormone disease that destroys vital hormones produced by the thyroid gland. Symptoms are brutal and often stigmatizing, a fast-growing disease, especially among young people. Despite medicine, 50% suffer bad, and there is no care program. 50 million affected in Europe, 22 million in the US, as common as diabetes, but still unknown. 1 out of 8 will develop it during their lifetime. This could be your classmate, your colleague, your friend, or even you. We are TITEC, and we are here to solve this problem. The problem today is that people have no control over thyroid illness, and the solution is simplicity, thyroid wellness made easy. We provide an innovative and educational WellTech platform and app with everything you need under one roof, including tools for simplicity and structure, wellness program, and take control gameplay. Our business model is based on subscription, product sales, ads, and B2B services. We build bridges between people, companies, and organizations. Our value promise is to simplify. Many competitors lack distinctiveness and are not user-friendly, something that we want to change. Our competitive advantage is to make thyroid wellness simple and fun as we educate people to take control over their well-being. To create growth, we attack the market through 2 successful theories, the flywheel and our metrics. Traction builds our foundation through social media and interest groups. Our Facebook group have 4,000 members and 63% are subscription positive. Keywords, good care and trust. Then we scale up. Creating good health is our aim, but many other goals are also being met. TITEC, collaborate, communicate and connect, and make the dream of a sustainable health a reality. Thank
Final
you.
10 seconds. Done. Thank you.
Should I stop, share the screen or?
That's fine. Questions from the jury?
Again, sorry, I might look stupid, but what does the app do? I didn't get it. I understand the problem, I understand the symptoms, but what does your thing do?
We give people with thyroid illness like tools to get, they can't eat everything like a normal person can do. They need to like have control over their sleep, mindfulness. There is a lot of studies that show that mindfulness and sleep and food is very important. So we want to build an app where you can get like these fundamental things, but also make something that make them change their mindset so they can do everything in life. So it's kind of complex to explain.
Seems
in
like
just 1 minute.
So remote psychotherapy, it's kind of.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's more a wellness program than anything else,
Yeah.
if I understand it correctly.
But sorry, one.
So it's more about wellness than about treating a disease. Is that correctly understood?
Exactly. And we also want them to like change their mindset, because we think a lot of people like push themselves back in the society and they don't have the grit to maybe take their graduation from high school and etc. etc. So we want to make this change, this mindset change, and we start with these fundamental things like eat good, sleep. So you just have a protocol that you can go after.
But did I get it right that the people don't know that they are suffering and that they have this disease? Is that right? Did I get it right?
Sorry, one more.
Did I get it right that the people don't know that they are suffering this disease, right? So it's not common that people know that they are having this disease, right?
Could I switch over to my co-workers who have the more medical? Is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah.
Hi. I'm Henriette. I'm studying medicine, and people are very well aware of having this disease. But 50% they also have adequate medicine, but they don't feel good anyway. And there is no care program for like diabetes. They have a care program. They know they have to take care of themselves. They have to sleep. They have to eat. They have to do all these things. And for thyroid illness, there are not such a program, so they're just left alone and feeling very bad. And yeah, did it make sense?
Yep, thank you.
That's our time up now. Thank you very much to SciTech.
Thank you.
And now I welcome to the stage Nita and the rest of the team, Priscilla and Paula from Savvy. Welcome and thank you. Time is ready. All right, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hi, we're Savvy, and we help parents raise financially savvy kids. Did you have financial education in school? Because I didn't. Good financial habits are a challenging task for adults, which is why they should be planted since young. In fact, currently 1 out of 4 Austrians under 30 is seeking for debt counseling. So how do you make sure that your kids properly know how to handle money if you're struggling with finances yourself? And yes, we know there's plenty of YouTube videos out there and books that you can pass on the knowledge to your children, but how do you make sure that your kids really understand the concepts and enough to really practice them? So this is why we have created Savvy. Savvy is a tool for parents that helps them teach their children financial concepts and engage them in practicing good financial habits through a gamified learning experience. Teens can actually set financial goals, learn the concept of interest through savings, practice budgeting, and manage their daily spendings. Additionally, they can also earn money through completing chores and also collect points for achieving their financial goals and exchange them for rewards. Also, the easy-to-use app is connected to your bank account, so parents can easily transfer money, monitor your spendings, and limit your allowance. In order to sustain our mission, Savvy is charging a monthly subscription fee and is collecting revenue from advertising partners. We want to start in the Austrian market and target 13 to 17-year-old teenagers and expand to the DACH region soon after. Behind Savvy is a team with diverse complementary expertise that is supported by a group of advisors and experienced developers. So support us on our journey to raise the next financially savvy future and help us make a social impact and outfox bad financial habits. Thank you.
Questions from the jury.
Thank you for a great pitch. So it was really nice also listening to you, very well delivered. I think it's a great idea, but I'm wondering a little bit about the distribution strategy, because aren't exactly the parents who might be savvy when it comes to finances anyway, the ones who are going the ones who are also going to use that and also be able to pay for that? Wouldn't be another strategy, I don't know, for instance, via schools, etc., be more feasible to reach that group of children that might not be able to access information like that properly?
Thank you for the question. So actually, we decided that this is the best time to do this in Austria because actually the Austrian government is planning to include financial education in schools by 2023. We think that we will be a good channel to help sustain this mission.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for your pitch. As I also was seeing you a couple of weeks ago in our mentoring session, it was really nice to see how the pitch deck developed. At that time, your biggest challenge was to find a bank to connect the finances with. Have you solved these challenges? Are any updates there?
At this stage, we are currently actually still ensuring tech feasibility, EU regulations, because we come from an international team. But we are starting to reach out to banks to see, but we believe this is feasible because we know this is not a new solution. It happens elsewhere, but there's a big market and there's a problem here, which is why we plan to start here and we believe we can make it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How are you planning to earn money? So are you taking a cut of the money which is transferred, or how should that work?
So our current business model is actually subscription fee for the parents, which is as low as €3, because we know that parents don't really spend a lot on education, but also advertising revenues. And when we create partnerships with schools, it can be part of like some other fees as well. But we will still develop in the future about our business model. Thank you.
Do you really think advertising in an app for kids is a very good idea that parents are going to like, also if they're already paying for the app as well?
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you. We believe that there are current advertisements that are really targeted at kids. We will aim for more educational and off-value promotions. But thank you for the concern. We will definitely look into it.
I had the same question because when you have advertisement, you lead children to spend more money. I don't know if that's a good idea in this app, but...
More questions? Time is up. Thank you very much, Team Savvy. All right, and next we have our final pitch of the evening. We have with us Christian from DigiDrip. Christian, you can join me on the stage here. Thank you, Christian. Are you ready? Your slides are ready. Time is ready. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello and welcome. I'm Christian. I'm founder and developer of DigiDrip, and with DigiDrip we bring smarter drops for greener plants to your garden beds. So let's have a look at this very delicious BLT sandwich. And now imagine that you have your own homegrown tomatoes and your own homegrown lettuce in this sandwich, which makes it even more delicious. There are about 1.8 million hobby gardeners in Austria, and all of them are just looking forward to the end of the gardening season to enjoy their own harvested vegetables at home. So they get started. They get their plants, they get all their equipment, they water, and everything works fine. And then holiday season is right around the corner. And while they're slurping their pina colada out of a coconut, that's what holiday season is doing to the plants at home. And that's what they end up with. So they end up with just some plain slices of bread instead of a delicious BLT sandwich. And that's why we are here. So we want to help with DigiDrip. DigiDrip is a smart irrigation system for gardening beds which measures the soil moisture of the potting plant and keeps the soil wet at an optimal level for the plant. Because it measures the soil moisture, it indirectly also considers the weather conditions and saves water at the same time. This system is smartphone and internet ready, which means that you can set a plant's individual irrigation cycle just with a finger click. It monitors soil and irrigation remotely, and you can get alarms when you're away and something's happening to your plants. In order to bring DigiDrip to the market, we are looking for a mentor who accompanies on our way to success. The prototype is already working, and now we want to bring it to the people. And the skills we are looking for from our mentor is familiarity with hardware, especially in production and certification. In this way, we want to bring greener plants, smarter drops for greener plants to the garden plans of our customers. Thank you.
Thank you, DigiDrip.
So the difference to what's out there, which is out there from Mr. Yeah, we all know the name,
yep,
is that you put it near an individual plant and not like I have in my garden directly on the lawn, and the thing knows when the lawn needs to be watered.
Exactly. So that's actually the difference, because we want to water garden beds. So we want to water your tomatoes, your cucumbers.
Yeah, so that's the difference.
Yes, and that's the difference. So
what keeps Mr. Big G doing this, what you do?
We do it a little bit different than all big companies do it, because we have a system that keeps the soil wet at a constant level. And all the big companies, they have irrigation systems that more work on a hysteresis cycle.
Sorry for this stupid question, but what is it doing better? I know the problem because we just moved in a flat with a terrace and my girlfriend bought a lot of that stuff. So I need to take care of it, but why do I need this one instead of something which is out there?
Most of the products out there, they work on a hysteresis cycle. So either they work on a timely scheduled basis. So they start irrigating at 9 o'clock in the morning for 1 hour, and then they just irrigate no matter whether the soil is wet or not.
No.
But there are also some smarter examples that already have sensors, and they also work on a hysteresis basis. So you set the level of, let's say, 30% of soil moisture, and then they need to open a valve and close it again. And with this system, we drop all the time so that the water keeps wet at a constant level.
I got it, but is there a better result, or what's the result at the end?
Yeah,
Do I get better tomatoes? So do I make my girlfriend more happy?
Yes.
Okay. That's great. Sorry.
Also short feedback from my side, as we also had a mentoring session together. I really like that you implemented the call to action, especially if you don't need an investment now. I think it's great to get a mentor on board. But I wondered why you spent so much time explaining the problem. I think it's nothing new for us that the problem is out there. I would rather focus maybe in explaining more like your business model, for example. What's the price point of your solution?
So our retail price that we want to accomplish is about 75 euros, and that's based on our production cost at the current point of time. You see that we have production costs of about 55 for 1 unit, but if we scale it up to about 1,000 or 10,000 units, then the production costs drop to about 23 euros per unit.
And I need one for each plant?
One for each gardening bed, yes.
Time is up. Thank you very much, Christian from Digital.
Thank you very much.
Well, that was exciting. 10 incredible pitches. I don't know how you guys are going to make your choices. Maybe you think it's easy. I don't. But really, thank you to all the teams that pitched now. Thank you to the jury for being here, for asking some really challenging questions, making their lives tough, but of course they're learning during the process. So now it's time for the jury to head off to the deliberating room. But before we then bring Valerie Mocker to the stage, who will be talking to us about how do you change your future? How do you set yourself up to shape the future that you really want? As I've mentioned a few times before, Valerie was extremely successful at an extremely young age and managed to do this, what many of us are trying to do as young people. So she's going to give us some words on how to do that. But before we do that, we have an advertisement from one of our partners, that is Pulse 4. So we're going to head over to the advertisement and then we'll be back for the speaker.
Und online. Sei dabei, wenn wir das ganze Jahr die spannendsten Zukunftsthemen diskutieren. Mit internationalen Top-Speakern und frischen Stimmen der nächsten Generation suchen wir nach Lösungen für eine bessere Welt. Und das Beste? Du kannst im Fernsehen und online bei allen Studio-Events kostenlos dabei sein.
I must talk. Cool. Welcome back, everybody. So it's time for us to speak to Valerie. Everybody in the room with me, please be quiet. Thank you very much. So now we're going to be hearing from Valerie Mocker, who's going to be talking to us about shaping your future, doing things in a way that you can really achieve the vision that you set up for yourself. How do we do that? How do we succeed in such? Are we ready, team, to head over to Valerie? Right? Valerie, can you hear us? I can hear you, Valerie. It's wonderful to have you with us. We're just waiting for the team to just quickly sort out the tech. I saw you in the call for a few of the pitches. What did you think? And That's true. I know I ran out of my pocket money after 2 weeks into the month, and it was always a problem. All right, Valerie, well, then thank you for joining us. I'm going to hand over to you. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Where it's sunny for once. Finally, the spring has arrived. And I'm really excited to be with you today and to hear and to already have heard about the exciting ideas that you have presented, because I love to be in the same room, even if it's a virtual room, with people who want to change the world and make it a bit of a better place. When I was younger, I didn't exactly know what I would be or wanted to be, what kind of job I would have, but I knew that I wanted to be a world changer. And I didn't really know what you had to study for this. So I thought, well, probably it's a good start to understand how society works, how it worked in the past, to be able to shape the future. So I wanted to become an archaeologist. I wanted to study archaeology and anthropology. And back then, almost everyone told me that it was a really, really bad idea. And that was back in 2007. And you might remember in 2007, that was the start of the financial crisis. So back then, all of us being 17, 18, right, having to decide what's ahead in our life, making the right choices, we were told that we really had to pay attention to making the absolutely right choice. Because if you made the wrong choice, you would never get a job and you would never make it out there in this changing world. And I just wanted to be an archaeologist. So I said that to my dad and to my brothers. We grew up mostly with our dad, once over dinner. And I said, you know, I really would love to do what I have a passion for, but everybody tells me that I should be doing something different. And my dad, luckily, he told me, you know, I think that's a lie, that there's this one right choice that you have to make, or this one right choice that you can make at the start of your life or even in the middle of your life. I think you can be successful with anything as long as you do the things that you burn for, right? So the things that light your fire, that light your passion. And in retrospect, he was absolutely right. So he just told me to relax and to do the things that I felt the fire for. And my two little brothers, they also said, yeah, Vala, you know, just do the things that you are excited for. In German, they would say to me, Vala, chill mal dein Leben, right? Which is German for Valerie, like, just chill out and, you know, it's all going to be fine. If I could travel back in time now to my 17-year-old self, I would also tell myself to worry a little bit less, but I would also come with a few tips. I think in particular four tips and also a few pieces of advice for the lies that a lot of us here at home, at university, in our educational path, in the workplace, that are actually holding us back from making the difference that we can make in the world. So today I want to pass on these 4 tips and some advice on the 4 lies to you. And we're going to do that. Now, these tips, they don't just come from my personal life, they also come from my experience inside Wing Woman, which is the company that I founded to train up leaders around the world to help them understand what it takes to rise up, what it takes to actually thrive inside rooms of power, and also what it takes to build a great career for yourself. And when I say a great career, I mean in particular 3 things. The first one is a career where you make a positive difference in this world. Because I just think that, you know, we only have one life, we should leave something positive behind. The second thing that I mean by a great career is that you get the chance to rise up into rooms of power, into positions where you can call the shots. And I know, and I also obviously want to say to you that you can't just only be a leader if you are in certain positions. You can decide to be a great leader every day, but there are certain positions where you just have more power to make decisions, to decide how money is being spent, to influence. So I think it is important, especially for the women out there who we really struggle with embracing power and talking about power and being in positions of power. That is totally fine, because in positions of power, you have more leverage to make the difference that you want to make in this world. And the third thing that a great career means for me is a career where you get up every day and you love your life. Maybe not every single day of the year, but you get up every day and you cannot wait to get to work. That is the life that I managed to build for myself, and I want all of you to have. So let's now go to 4 tips that I selected for you today that will help you
craft a future for yourself that you love, a career that you love, but that will also help you make a difference out there in this world. Tip number 1 is that you forget about the straight lines and you actually look for a rich life. Let me explain what I mean. This lie is still around, that you need to have this perfect CV and that a career ideally looks like this, a straight line. There cannot be any gaps, there cannot be any mistakes, there cannot be any detours, there cannot be a mix of different types of careers in one career, because that's not going to get you ahead. And that is total nonsense. I want to give you one example, because by now I have hired a lot of people, which includes hiring people for CEO positions. And a CEO position, the CEO of a company, is obviously a very powerful position. And when we hire as board members, so as the boss of the CEO, when we hire CEOs, there are many things that we are looking for. But the one thing that we are not looking for is people with a straight line CV. We are looking for people who have leadership experience. We are looking for people who are able to inspire others, who have a vision, who can dream big. We are looking for people who have made mistakes and who have failed with things, because that is actually a very important leadership trait for great leaders, to have gone through that. And we love people with entrepreneurial experience. Even if they failed with their companies, and the majority of startups does fail, even if people failed with their companies, we love entrepreneurs, because as an entrepreneur, when you have taken over responsibility for an organization, you have built it up, you try to make a difference out there, you learn so many things that a CEO actually needs to know and needs to learn. So we are not looking for a straight line. We are looking for people with rich experiences, with diverse experiences. And that's why you also, if you want to make a difference out there, if you want to get into positions of power in the future, don't chase after the straight lines, because in the end, it's also a lie that we have these straight lines. In reality, successful careers look not like this, but more, like this, with a lot of ups and downs. And another reason why you also shouldn't chase after the straight lines is because for many jobs that you're going to have in the future, there is no straight line that can lead you there. To give you an example, when I started out in 2007, when we actually had to take a computer test in the job center, our teachers took us there, and we took the test to basically understand what our strengths and weaknesses are and what types of jobs might be right for us. You know what the job is that they suggested for me? They suggested that I should study beer brewing and become somebody who brews beer. And back then, I didn't drink any alcohol. Today, I don't drink any alcohol just because I don't like it. I think that would have been a pretty bad career choice. I don't think that I would have been really good at brewing beer. On the other hand, the jobs that I had in the end, whether that was a tech for good investor, so building up funds so that I could give money to entrepreneurs who had an idea for how to make the world a better place, or even the jobs that I have now as, for example, a digital entrepreneur and a CEO of a digital company, like all of those things that they weren't even in the computer system back then. And it will be the same for you. So tip number 1 is, don't worry about the straight lines. Just learn as much as you can and try to get as many different experiences as you can. The second tip then relates to that, because as we are kind of doing the things that we feel the fire for, we are learning things, we also want to be a bit strategic, and that is very important. So the second important lesson that I want to pass on to you is that when you have an idea, when you have a dream, when you have an ambition, do not hold back. And that is particularly important, I think, also for the women out there, for the women among us. Because 99% of women who have as great ideas as the men out there, they're held back by a lie that I like to call the busy bee lie. So the busy bee lie is a lie that is really spread in a lot of workplaces, which basically says that in order to succeed, you have to be the busy bee. And the busy bee is someone who just puts her head down. You work really, really hard. You're not too loud. You're not too ambitious. You don't annoy anyone. And if you work really, really hard for a long time, other people will see you. They will reward you. They will promote you. They will give you money. They will give you the opportunities that you deserve. And I can tell you, busy bees who just work hard, they are not rising up and they are not out there to actually make a difference. The busy bee lie, however, is something that is so ingrained in so many of us that we often hit the brake. So you can imagine, and I'm going to come to a few examples now, that a lot of us, we drive through life with the handbrake on. So the handbrake in our car is constantly on, and we are not going as fast and as unleashed as we could. So you notice this busy bee behavior. If, for example, you work very hard and you would like to have a pay rise or promotion, or even if you build a company and you want investment, and you are the busy bee when you just work hard and you wait for somebody to notice how good you are, for your work to speak for itself. And I can tell you, your work and your hard work is never going to speak for itself. We need to be more strategic about this. You also notice that you are the busy bee when you have a great idea, or, it doesn't have to be a great idea, just when you have an idea and you want to share it with someone, but then you hit the brake because you wonder, well, what if this idea isn't good enough? What if I'm not right enough? What if I'm not ready enough? What if I'm going to make a mistake? Or if I'm going to fail? All of these things are things that cause us, they are very normal, but they are things that cause us to hit the brake and to not go for the dreams that we have. And it is very important to let go of those things and to not hold back when you have an idea. It doesn't have to be the most brilliant thing that has ever been developed in the world, but you can only make a difference in the world, not through thinking, not through working hard, but through taking actions on your dreams. And sometimes it's not just us, and actually often it's not us holding us back, but other people try to hold us back. And that is particularly the case if you are somebody who sticks out and who is a bit different. So when I started leading my teams, it was with 23, and when I started leading and building up big multi-million-dollar innovation funds, I was in my mid-20s, and I was often the only woman in the room when we negotiated, and almost always the youngest by decades. So I stood out a lot. And when you stand out, a lot of people look at you and before you even said something, they judge you and they think that you can't do as many things as they can because they're, for example, older or they are different. And people would say to me in these meetings, well, aren't you a bit young for this to negotiate this fund? Or, well, I think that's a bit overambitious, right? These young women being a bit overambitious. Or some people would even say, well, I think the idea and the fund and the dreams that you're standing for, they're great, but I don't think that there's space here for young female rockets like you. And when you hear that, I'm going to be honest, they can be super tough. And it often causes us to hit the brake and to wonder, well, maybe they are right. Maybe I am not good enough or right enough or ready enough. But there's obviously also another interpretation that I want you to come to, another conclusion in the future. If people say to you that you're not ready, you're not right, you are too much of a young female, male, whatever rocket, then the conclusion should be they are just wrong. They are just idiots when they say that to you. So it doesn't really matter that much what other people say to you, even though it can be hurtful. The most important thing is what you say to yourself. And the next time that you are trying to hold back and you're hitting the brake, I want you to remember this. And believe me when I say that, I have seen a lot of great rockets out there who have these worries. The next time you worry about that, I want you to remember that you have so much fire and so much potential and so many ideas inside of yourself that this world needs. And if you are holding back, if you are not jumping in to fight for them, then this world is missing out, then we are missing out. And then you are missing out on, great things that would happen in your life. So the next time you worry whether you are right enough or good enough, just let go of the handbrake and just go do it. And that will take a lot of courage, which brings me to my third tip. And the third tip is that as you take your next step, as you go through life, as you are brave enough to dream big and to, let go of the handbrakes that are holding you back, that it is very important that you choose every day to be brave. And you might now think, oh, well, obviously you should be brave. But let's stick with that for a second, because a lot of people misunderstand what it means to be brave and what it means to be courageous. There is this lie out there that there are two types of people. They are the brave people, and there are the people who experience fear. And we recently had somebody who applied for our Wing Woman Academy. She's going to be part of our autumn program. And before she applied and registered, she asked whether this program would be right for her. So I asked her, well, what do you want to achieve? What do you want to work on? And she said, well, I would love to be and to become a more fearless conveyor of my messages, of my dreams, of the things that I think should change in this world. And at the moment, people aren't quite listening to me as much. I don't feel that I can be as impactful, that I can really navigate my environment so that people will actually start to follow me. I want to become more fearless with that. And what I said to her is, this is a great place for you to be. Absolutely come and join, because we're going to make you into a super rocket that will, be able to stand up and to actually change the world, stand up for the ideas that you have and change the world out there. We will teach you that. But the one thing that we're not going to do is that we're going to make you fearless. And the reason is because being brave means that you're also afraid. We have a poster here in our studio. We have a lot of posters here because I love, motivational cards and posters and reminders. And the biggest one here behind me says, always do the thing that makes you afraid. And that is the essence of what it means to be brave. Brave people aren't the ones who don't feel fear. Brave people are the ones who are afraid of things and they still do them. And I had the privilege to work with so many inspiring entrepreneurs and leaders and CEOs across the world who are incredibly impressive. And you look at them and you think, oh, I want to be like them. And all of them know fear. They know the fear of not being enough, not being ready enough, not being right enough, the fear of failing, the fear of making mistakes, the fear of what other people will say. But they got to where they are because they were brave and they did the things that they were afraid of. So I want you to know that experiencing fear does not disqualify you from being an entrepreneur, from rising up, from making a difference out there. Use it as a compass. When you notice fear inside of you, it's a great sign that you are actually growing and that you are actually on track to making a difference, because that is actually tough. And, it should be fearful. So be brave enough to do things even when you're afraid. Which brings me to the fourth important tip that I want to give to you, because if you want to be a kick-ass leader, it's not just important to let go of the brakes and to be brave, also be kind. There is this other lie in the workplace that you need to be an asshole to succeed. And that is total nonsense. I sometimes talk to my wing woman and wingman about that. For example, I have a friend, she's CEO of another organization, and we sometimes go to events and conferences together during the day. We do our thing, we do our business deals and so on and so forth. And then we share a hotel room at night and we order pizza when we come back and we watch movies together and we talk about our lives. And we once watched the Steve Jobs movie, one of the movies that was made about Steve Jobs. And it got us talking about this myth that in order for you to succeed, you need to, or it's okay to be an asshole to other people, and that you also have succeeded, or that a lot of people have succeeded by, being the single, brilliant, super innovative riser. And that is totally not true. Everybody who got somewhere, who was able to make a difference, had help. I had help. The CEO I'm talking about had help. Everybody had help from wingwomen and wingmen who were by our side and who lifted us up. And these people want to help other people that they like, who are nice, who are kind. And it's a lot more likely that you will have the wingwoman and wingman by your side who lift you up if you are a kind person. And beyond that, kindness is a secret super weapon that each and every one has within ourselves to actually unlock the power and the potential inside our teams, which is so important because you are only ever going to be as successful as your teams. This is not a single woman or man show. Success is always thanks to many people. And to unlock the potential and the motivation and the fire inside your teams, be kind, don't be an asshole, because people are not at their best when they are afraid or when they're pushed down. They are at their best when you lift them up, when you see them, when you treat them respectfully, when you remind them of the fire they have inside themselves. And kindness really is something that increases the loyalty, the productivity, the energy, the spirit inside your teams. So even though people say that, don't be an asshole, be kind. And also, again, for the women out there, a lot of us, we have the impression or the feeling that we need to be cold and hard and kind of also get our elbows out in order for us to succeed. And let me tell you, as somebody who likes to love a lot and to hug people, and who is often described also as very warm, you can be a totally kick-ass entrepreneur, leader, CEO, whatever, and be kind at the same time. So no matter what you want to achieve or where you want to go, these 4 tips, they will help you get to where you want to be. That you don't chase the straight line, because honestly, that's just nonsense. That you look out for the breaks that are holding you back and the busy bee behavior, and you dare to let go of these breaks. That you wake up every morning and you dare to be brave, and that you wake up every morning and you dare to be kind. And that's going to take effort and energy. And, that's just life. Making a difference is hard work. Those would be the tips that I would give my 17-year-old self if I could meet her. And I want to finish with a final story for you, because when I thought about this, what tips would I give my younger self? I actually also remembered some lessons that she could teach me. And I think it's a strength that a lot of younger people especially have, and you will have that within you. So when I was 17, being so stressed out about what I should be doing next, about making the right choices, I went to school, and during career week, our teachers tried a more creative approach to figuring out who we wanted to be and what we wanted to do. And the task they gave us is that we were supposed to create a poster of our future. So we got an A2, like a big A2 sheet, and a lot of magazines where we could cut out different things and, become a bit creative and basically show on the poster what our future could look like, how we would craft and build our future. And I got to work, and I wanted to be a world changer and make a positive difference out there. So I cut out a lot of people and trees and nature and, kind of cutting it all together. And I had so many ideas and so many dreams that the A2 sheet wasn't even enough. So I had to glue it all over the sides. So in the end, the sheet didn't look like this anymore, but it looked like this, ideas all over the place. And then we got into the break. Our teacher put up the posters everywhere. And when we came back, I could spot my poster among the 25 posters immediately, right away. Why? Because mine was the only poster that actually looked crazy like this. The majority of other posters, and actually all other posters, were still following the straight lines. And I asked the other students, like, why do you still have the straight lines? It didn't cross my mind for a second to observe the borders of the sheet that they had given me. And the other people said, well, the first thing that I did is I looked at the lines, and then I looked at, what could fit into the lines. So I just chose the things that would fit into the sheet, and everything else that I thought was interesting, I just left out. And those are two significantly, profoundly different approaches to looking at your future and your career and how you make a difference. The one is that you look at the borders and the lines and the rules that are apparently there. And then you think, which of my ideas can fit into that? And you sort out which ideas might be realistic or not. And the other approach that I would like to encourage you to take is that you start with your dreams, you start with the difference you want to make in this world, and you don't even see the lines and the borders. And you don't even hear what other people say about what apparently works, what apparently is right or isn't right, what you can, what you cannot do. This is a key trait for any world changers, future shapers, all of the entrepreneurs out there, that you start with the difference you want to make in this world, and you just make it happen somehow. And it doesn't matter, what rules have been there before and how it has always been done. So go be kick-ass leaders, go be brave, go be kind, and don't let any rules or borders that are apparently there hold you back. Start with the difference that you want to make in this world, and get up every day and fight every day for that. And then there will be amazing things ahead for you and ahead for us, thanks to all of the great things that you are going to do in the future.
Amazing. Valerie, thank you so much for that really inspiring speech. I mean, I really can't say enough how inspired I was by what you said today. So thank you very much. We're a little bit short on time, so I'm just going to ask you a couple questions. One of the questions that was put forward is, did you ever fail with something? Which I find hard to believe, but maybe you did. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yes, I did. So my first, this was a tiny failure, so I'm not going to go into this. So I failed my first driving license test. Like I aced the theoretical test, but the first driving test I failed. But after that, like my biggest failure to date was that we wanted to build a big fund in Germany, which is where I'm from. And it was a big fund that was supposed to fund technology that could, improve the environment, help with climate change, provide better education for kids, these kinds of things. And I had put years and years and years of my life and heart into this. And in the end, we decided to close it down because we just couldn't agree on the core values of the fund with the other funders. So it was the right decision, but it was very devastating for me because I really cared about this, and I was also afraid that, what will other people say about me? Everybody knew that I was the woman who built this up, and my biggest fear probably was, there was the pain of the thing not working out, there was the fear of just me not being good enough, and there was, which is very normal. When you fail, you lose perspective of what you can and cannot do. And this fear, what other people would think. But what I can tell you is that everybody who mattered, everybody who could lift me up afterwards, they didn't judge me for it. They said, well done for trying, help me up, dust me off, and keep going. So yeah, and everybody, you only see the shiny things, but in the shiny tweets or Instagram posts or wherever you are on which platform. But yeah, there's always at least one failure story in every success story.
Exactly. And the reality is what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Am I right? You learn a lot of lessons out of these things. And I think often failing early is better than failing later. Rather learn lessons when you fail along the way so that you can prevent them from going forward. So, in every failure, there's something really positive that you can take out of that.
Absolutely. And, in this startup bubble, people say fail forward. And, it is true that you should always, dare to do new things. And each week in my team, we have multiple team meetings. And each team meeting, we reflect on what worked, what didn't work, what can we learn, what mistakes have we made. So we are obsessed with finding the mistakes and the failures, right, on a daily basis. But it's also important to say that when you fail, it sucks and it hurts and you go through a dark valley of failure. And the key thing is that, you get out of it. But I think the most important thing is when you fail with something, that afterwards you dream as big and you are as brave, and you don't start to lower your ambitions and your dreams just because you're afraid to get hurt.
Fantastic. That's really, really great advice. Thank you, Valerie. And one final question I'm going to ask you. It's with regards to, it's more specific about your CV. So someone wants to know, does your CV always have to be perfectly straight, or what if there are some bumps and breaks in it?
Yes. So I already answered that question partly in my talk, right? When I told you that when we are looking for CEOs, we don't look for a straight career. A couple more things on that. Firstly, when you write your CV in the future, it will be like this poster that I described, right? You have a white poster and you decide what goes onto it. And within a few years of working, you will actually have gotten so many experiences, especially if you're constantly looking for new experiences and learning things, that you can't put everything onto your CV. So you need to select what kind of things you say in order to tell a story. And for every job you're going to apply in the future, you can change your story. So you are the storyteller of your own story, and your story, your CV isn't ingrained. You tell your story, and there's always a way of framing your experiences in a way that will get you to the next stage. Though obviously the ideal, that is very hard, but that's something we can all work towards. The ideal goal is that you don't care at all about your story, that you find that you find a job where you wake up and what you do fulfills you so much, and you feel that you can make a positive difference. It doesn't really matter what title you have or, you know, what your CV says, because you're just happy. And you know, that's something that you need to figure out for yourself by testing it. It's always best to test what you want, what the right job is, and that can change throughout your life. But yeah, this is the ideal thing to work towards, that you work towards being happy and not worrying about what your CV says or what other people say.
It's about enjoying the journey and not just enjoying the final point that we're on our way to.
Enjoying your life. And you are missing, if you are constantly just looking, you know, towards the straight line that doesn't exist, you're going to miss out on so much. Like you're going to miss out on all the great stuff. So enjoy the journey. It's exactly as you said.
Fantastic. Valerie, thank you so much for a wonderful talk and for some wonderful insights. We wish you all the best. And we're going to now head over to our awards ceremony, but a round of applause for you. Thank you, Valerie.
Good luck.
Thank you. All right, so now the moment that we have all been waiting for, right? It is time to decide, well, it's been decided. It's time to announce who are the winners, who's getting the prizes, and yeah, we're going to finish this thing off nice and strong. So, before we do that though, we do have one commercial from one of our key partners. They gave us a space when we didn't have a space. They've been there for us throughout this entire journey. A1, thank you.
Ich möchte in einem Team arbeiten, in dem ich so sein kann, wie ich bin. Ich möchte ständig Neues lernen und ein Teil dieser internationalen Community sein. Ich möchte die neuesten Technologien erforschen, weiterentwickeln und für alle zugänglich machen. Ich möchte innovative Ideen fördern und aufstrebende Unternehmen unterstützen. Ich möchte zu den Besten gehören. Ich möchte das beste CO2-neutrale Netz mitgestalten und eine Infrastruktur schaffen, die das Vertrauen unserer Kunden rechtfertigt. Ich möchte unsere Businesskunden und unsere Privatkunden kompetent beraten und betreuen. Ich möchte Tag für Tag unsere Werte leben. Team, Vertrauen, Agilität. Auf dem Weg in eine digitale Zukunft. Ich bin ein Teil von A1.
All right, so it is time for the prizes. Our teams are entering the room now. I'm sure they are hella nervous. I am a little bit. So we're going to start off with some prizes from Amazon Web Services. I think I'll announce what the prize is as well. So they're going to be handed over from, by Daniel from Amazon, right? All 10 teams will be walking away with $5,000 US in promotional credits from AWS, Amazon Web Services. Thank you very much. Your prizes, guys, they will be handed over to you later. Thank you so much, Daniel, and thank you to the Amazon team. Right. So now we're going to start with the non-cash prizes that are not associated with anything to do with the podium. So, from Talent Garden, we have the Flex membership for 1 year. This is worth 2,160 euros. I told you guys the non-cash prizes were extra special. They're being handed over by Raphael over here. Thank you, Raphael, if you want to say a few words.
Explorers and innovators.
Okay. Well, if you want to say something in the mic.
Please. Yeah, thank you very much. I think this is kind of a perfect match. And I'm very glad to stand here. Thank you. All the best to you, to everybody who's watching out there. Thank you for participating on Entrepreneurship Avenue. It's been perfect, interesting experience. Thank you all. Take a picture. Yeah, take a picture.
All right, and next we have the Wildcard to Startup Live program, Vienna, October 2021. This is being handed over by Paulina Kania of Startup Live, and she will announce in front of the podium there who is going to receive this prize. No, up on the podium here? Sorry, up here? Yes, and then you can speak into the mic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we are very happy to announce that the winner of this prize, Startup Live, to get access for Wildcard to take part in our program is Azola. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And I hope you will take part in our program. You will get great mentoring and also workshops and also possibility to pitch in front of the jury investors already also in June 18th, 19th of June. So happy to see you there.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
All right, and now it is my turn to hand over a prize. So I am doing this on behalf of IECT Hermann Hauser, which supports talents within the area of science-based entrepreneurship. They focus on providing educational programs and network for early-stage ventures. And through their flagship program, IECT Summer School, which takes place in August, right? Applications are still open, but it is an international deep tech boot camp. What the prize exactly is over here. So this is the IECT package worth 2,300 euros. This is access to online keynotes by Hermann Hauser within the framework of the IECT Summer School 2021. It's full membership to the IECT network for 1 year. And this also includes the Scale Up Manual, which is the handbook for innovators, entrepreneurs, teams, and firms. And I'm happy to announce that this is being handed over to DigiDrip. Well done, DigiDrip. Congratulations, DigiDrip.
Thank you very much. It was a great pleasure to be part of Entrepreneurship Avenue, and now go home with this prize is even a greater pleasure. So thank you very much, everyone.
So here. Cool. All right, and next. You want me on the podium? I don't understand. All right, so now we are moving on to the... Oh, okay. Someone could just communicate with me. Cool, over to you.
I'm back. Because I have another amazing prize. This is the 1-year Inner Circle membership from the Female Factor. And this is the global community for the future female leaders to help them to embrace and their potential, unlock their potential. And what they will get, it's the access to our network, mentoring, and amazing masterclasses to develop their career. And the winner of this prize is, wait a second, I will check it. This is the moment which you will be waiting for, and this is Ambulance Alert. I think the team is over there. Maybe I can talk to them.
Team is online.
Hi.
Thank you.
So we will be happy to give you more information via email, and also for everyone who is interested in the Female Factor, just to to check it on the femalefactor.global. Here is the team.
Thank you. We're very looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
Any words from the team?
Thank you very much again, and we are very looking forward to it. So thanks for the prize. It's great.
Fantastic. Cool. Thank you. All right. It is time for the podium. Organizers, do you want me here or on the stage? Here's fine. All right. Cool. So we'll be handing over here. It's time to announce the third place, earning 500 euros, as well as a non-cash prize to be announced afterwards. I am very, very excited to welcome over our Simke's Savvy. Welcome. Thank you, guys. Here you go, guys. You can. Any words?
Yes, thank you very much. This is an idea that we created. We met in the same master, so we really hope this goes beyond and beyond our friendship, beyond all the things we have learned. And thank you so much for believing in us. And let's go out, folks, bad financial habits. Thanks.
But please stay ready to come back to the stage because Dominique from Uniforce has another prize for you. So, Savvy, back to the stage. You thought it was over, but there are more prizes for you.
Yes, we have one more prize to come. We from Uniforce Consulting and especially from Team Startup are really looking forward to working with you together. We think that financial education is crucial in today's time and would therefore like to offer you a free coaching worth 1,000 euro to further develop your idea to the next.
Well done, guys.
Thank you so much.
Team Savvy. All right, and now in second place, I will be handing over 1,000 euros, this massive 1,000 euro check, right? So I believe this is EA, it's from us, but it's mainly sponsored by Erste Bank. I'm very happy to announce that in second place, we have Ambulance Alert. Well done, Ambulance Alert. Please meet me on the stage. Oh, Ambulance Alert are not here.
Hi, thank you so much. We're so happy. Thank you.
Oh, we can hear you, Ambulance Alert. Any words?
Can you? You're muted.
Well done, guys. Cool.
Thank you.
Then, next, we have the next set of prizes for you guys. Coming over from TechNet, Ascent, Michael Moll, and Thomas Ecker will be handing over. You guys can take the stage.
Can you see us?
I think they should be able to see you there, yes.
Perfect, perfect. Well, what we'd like to hand over is a prize of 500 euros. It's a check. And another 500 euros of mentoring coming from TechNet and Accent. I hope you're happy with that.
And
don't see you.
Should we also?
I don't know. Yeah, I think it is.
The same.
Yeah. Yep. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There they are.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. All right. And now, for the final moment that everybody is waiting for, Who's in first place? We've got a whole lineup of teams here wondering, and I'm just going to make the suspense just a little bit longer. So 1,500 euros will be handed over to the winners of the Entrepreneurship Avenue 2021. This is mainly sponsored by BDO, and I would like to congratulate Azola Ecosystems. Well done. Full of prizes for you tonight, isn't it? Here we go. If you want to drop your mask for the photo. Stay here for the next prize. In addition to the 1,500 big check that we just gave them, Michael Moll and Thomas Ecker will be handing over another prize. Remember, they represent TechNet and Ascent.
Yes, as 1,500 euro to less. You need also smart money from the smart investors. So we have again 500 euro in cash investment and 500 euro in mentoring. So happy to give you a hand over to you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You're not done yet. Sorry to let you know that. We've now got Laura. Laura's in the room, right? And then I'll hand over the last one. All right.
Yes,
so
I'm there.
Laura from Austrian Angel Investors Association is coming up to give you yet another prize.
Yeah, also congratulations from my side. I think what you need right now could be an investment. So what I have for you is a pitch possibility in front of our 200 investors members. So that's your perfect time to then really find investment and get your vision started. Yeah. So
Thank you so
congratulations. See you soon.
Thank you so much.
And we have one more prize to hand over that I will be handing over. It is coming from Der Brutkasten. This is Austria's multimedia medium for startups, the digital ecosystem, the digital economy and innovation. It's made for creators of the future. From the beginning, the vision of this company was to accompany growing innovation-driven community in a multimedia way and to support those entrepreneurial minds that want to move this world forward with their innovative ideas, business models, and solutions. And over here, we have a media budget worth 5,000 euros that we're handing over to our #1 winner, Azola Ecosystems. Hold on, buddy. As he said, let's get started. Any words?
I don't know how to carry that home now. But thank you so much for the possibility. I started by accident, actually, and it was super fun to really use every opportunity to push the idea further and to work on my pitch countless hours and even in holidays and every day. Yes, thank you very much for every future possibility with this.
All right, guys, and from my side, I believe that is a wrap. I'd like to say congratulations to all of our winners, as well as all of our participants. I'd like to thank the jury, the EA team, our partners, everybody who made this possible. Honestly, and I'm not even joking, I'm holding back tears right now. I'm feeling a little bit emotional that this whole thing is coming to an end. It's been wild. You know, like I just said, everybody, the pitch trainers, the speakers, the mentors, VU, the Entrepreneurship ECN, the EA team. It's been a blast, guys. Thank you, everybody who joined us tonight. If you're streaming in, you're online, we thank you guys for joining. For those who joined us offline, thank you too. I'm spilling in gratitude. You know what I want to finish off with is the Entrepreneurship Avenue team. Like I have been said, it's been blood, sweat, and tears from day one for these guys, and you guys pulled off an incredible event. It's been fantastic. Our teams are really wonderful. I think that we've got change makers of the future in this room today, and I'm really excited to see what we have moving forward. So, with that said, I say thank you to you all. Good night, and have a lovely evening.